unexplored regions of the earth that we'd love to go and explore. So your call for let's go is a good one. I love that idea. I really do.
Yeah, but when I watched back that video of Bird, Admiral Bird, like he said, there was this whole continent that was bigger than America, right? But what if he was
he said
talking
that.
about like the circumference of the circle, like the end, like maybe he was just talking about that, like the ice wall, just that. Maybe there's nothing beyond it, like the end, like maybe he was just talking about that, like the ice.
Well, he mentioned the fact there's some minerals and land that hasn't been explored, bigger than Little America, I think he termed it as. But yeah, he said that on the Longines show, I think, back in the day.
Did you see it live?
I only know, I'm not that old, no, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, you're not that old. Was wondering.
I didn't see that. I saw the recording only, black and white, and that was very recent. That would have been in 2015, 2016 that I first saw that for the first time in my life. See, so it was all fascinating to me then. I thought, wow, so they'd done all this stuff. All this had happened.
But just remember, right? NASA, they're doing all these fake attempts to make space look real, right?
Oh yeah.
What if you compare that to the story that Admiral Byrd told?
Yeah, I have done, because I've discovered that he wasn't the first man over the North Pole, because he never made it. He never made it to the North Pole in his aeroplane. He turned back, and everyone was wondering why he came back so early. And then later on, his pilot confessed. His pilot confessed that they never made it there. So he never flew over the North Pole in his aircraft at all. That was just another story. So you can't take what you hear from Admiral Byrd to the bank at all. You've got to question everything. So it's still up in the air as the exploration to Antarctica. It's there. It's waiting. Just unfortunately at the moment, we're not in, so we can amass the wealth and logistics to go and embark on such an adventure. It would be wicked to do that. It would be nice. Love to do that.
You say that, man, but for a couple of $1,000, if we all get something together, we could get a boat and just fucking go there, man.
No, no, you don't understand. It's going to require more than a couple of bucks and the boats. We're talking it's going to be maybe a year or two it could take, this exploration. It's not going to happen in just, it's going to be done in a couple of months. You got to look at this properly. It could be a 2-year exploration, 2 years out of your life, but it's not. It is going to be real living. Everything
but you gotta understand, you gotta make it a hit and run, like if the fucking US Navy is after you wanna make it a hit and run, you wanna go there, you wanna go fucking back.
Yeah, no, it can't be a hit and run. I'm not going to be doing no hit and run, no.
It's gonna be that or nothing, because they're gonna get you. They're gonna come to you and they're gonna say, what the fuck are you doing here, Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I'm saying. Before we could even go, obviously the power that shouldn't be would have been, at least reduced to some small size where they can't restrict us. The military is not going to bother us, and we're free to move around a bit more. That's the only way that can happen. Can't be happening under these conditions. You'd be taking a big risk, and then you're not going to achieve what you really want to achieve.
Where would they put the military down there?
Well,
so that's the purpose. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, they got their bases, and then it's not difficult for them to ship them over by plane anyway when the time comes. They've got it strictly patrolled, man. Don't worry about that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at humanity. They're wearing masks. Okay, so they don't have to worry about us at this point. We're not posing a threat. Okay, we're not really posing any threat at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, Jo van der Hoyd, the Norwegian who went there 3 times, he was marched back. Brave man that he was. He was a brave man, or he is a brave man because he's still alive. Yeah, he did
Is
it
he
3
in
times.
prison right now?
No. He's not in prison. No, he's out and about. He's free.
Wait, you're talking about the
all he
guy
had to
that was
do.
exploring the Arctic, right? The South.
Yeah,
He got
Yeah.
from Norway. He got caught or something,
yeah, that's right.
and he's not in prison right now.
No. He's not in prison. He's out. He's a free man.
We should get it fucking in here. You should join this Discord.
Yeah.
I want to know the stories.
Yeah, it would be nice
It's
if we
in the
could.
live stream. It's in the live stream for you, mate.
Well done. So yeah, no, he's a free man, but he showed what can be done. But he got marched back on 3 occasions there, so you know what you're up against already there. But yeah, you know, this kind of a plan that I was talking about wasn't going to be a hit and run thing. You know, it's going to require time, logistics. You've got to set it up because it's a very hostile environment, and you need to plan well so that you do so that no one dies.
Well, doing it the legit way, it's never gonna happen because they only gonna give access to Antarctica like 2050 or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking like if humanity overthrows and breaks the links of slavery now, and you know if that were to happen, then obviously we would employ the military. That would be their job really, because you know all this money that we paid and the equipment they've got can be brought to bear and bring the cameras, and then this is a new TV program you're watching, daily updates on what's going on. And we're not just talking about one direction. Maybe if indeed Antarctica goes around this Earth 360 degrees ice wall, then they're going to travel, let's say, 16 different directions. Yeah, and just let's see what each unit finds.
But to be fair, I don't think we're gonna break free of these chains before 2050. Any exploration before that, man.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, you're right. We don't know. Never say never.
Well,
But, yeah.
if I look at it currently, like most governments just keep you locked down, you know, you don't got shit to say. They keep you down. Got nothing to say. Even if you start your own political party and you get a shitload of votes, you ain't gonna say shit in politics, man. It's always, you know how
No,
politics
it's going to take the people to rise up and then straight to the military and shut them down completely. Put down your weapon. If you want peace, put down the gun. The only reason there are wars is because the government are making the stories up, and you help with the stories. You lubricate it with your action. So you need to just put down the gun, and then those stupid stories stop. That's all it is. Fear-mongering. They create the wars. Citizens don't go around doing black ops. You know, the housewife and the house husband, they don't go out and start plotting to kill everyone, do they? The government in between, you know, and the stupid idiots with their attaché briefcase. They're the ones. Once you get rid of those people, then you've got peace all of a sudden. It's not that difficult, really.
I don't know, I gotta say, but the more modern wars get, the more interesting this whole economy of war becomes, you know, because where are you funding, you know, like right now, who are they funding? Are they funding ISIS? Like who from ISIS is like paying for the guns, you know? I don't think they got money.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Yeah. No, they just want it. They want to move the money faster, so it's all cryptocurrencies now. See? do those. They can make those deals quick and fast. But yeah, you're right. Who's paying for these? But we're the ones who pay anyway. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I heard this story. Like it was not recently, but like 1 year or 2 years ago, there was the Dutch government that paid like for a lot of arms trucks in like the Middle East. Some war that was going on there. I'm not sure which one because there are so many. But the Dutch government paid for fucking cars for the I would say like the extremist or something.
See, this is exactly what we mean. Once you pull out that cancerous thing called government, yeah, and start governing the earth for ourselves rather than for the government itself, yeah, I think things can be a bit different.
It's just the rich countries keeping the war alive, man.
Exactly. Right, you got it. That's what's going on.
Really wonder how Syria's doing right now. Like, I'm not really American, so I'm not really up to date how this Biden Syrian thing is going.
Oh, it's just another smokescreen crap. It's just another rash. Another rash that needs to be scratched out and put some cream on and cure the damn thing. It's just crap. It's just another Palestinian and Israel nonsense going on, basically.
Yeah, but what I found really interesting is that, like, when Trump was still in charge, he was like, kind of, let's put the Middle East conflict down, you know?
Yeah, but let's remember that every president or prime minister, they're just puppets. They've got their script to read. They're actors and actresses. That's all there is. So whatever they say, they're not really in charge as such. They're not doing anything for the betterment of humanity. It's all Shakespeare. That's all they're doing. They're not doing anything that's taking humanity in a positive direction to coexist cohesively with the earth. They're not doing that. So everything they say is just a lie. You cannot say what they're saying is real, is true, because it's all part of the lie. It's a true lie. So it might make sense, but it's making sense in the lie world you're living in. Which kind of like makes no sense. Because it's not real. It's a fantasy. That's what we've got to always keep a clean breast of. Never forget that. You're waking up into a fantasy. And the only thing is you're aware it's a fantasy. Most of the people outside your front door, outside in the world, don't realize that. They think they're living a real life. You see. Even when they know the government's not good, they still run up and vote. I mean, I don't understand that kind of stupid, sheepish mentality. They even know that. Do you trust? You ask them, do you trust the government? No. Oh, but the government has to keep some secrets. You hear them say, oh, the government's got to keep some secrets from us. Silly asses. They're the ones who go and vote. Vote for your devaluation, your doom, your demise.
So, 1 second, Ryan, are you okay now? It works again, right? I don't know if you can talk, but
Who's Ryan?
Ryan, yeah, he had some issues with joining the live stream.
Ah, right.
Oh, Ryan. Hi, Ryan.
I think all those who are living in Rogers area, everyone, they all know it's flat. Got to know it's flat. Bloody flat everywhere. Yeah.
To be fair, I didn't really look into that much. I come from the same place, Roger, but when I think back of the days at the beach, it all seemed kind of flat.
Level, isn't it? Yeah. I used to think, wow, when I was younger. I used to think, yeah, well, look at that. Look how level that is. But I never clicked at all. I just thought it was amazing.
But I'm really talking about the distance in particular. Like in the Netherlands, we got like these windmills in the distance on the beach. You know, like the far distance, like a few hundred kilometers away, and still can see them from like at the beach.
A
And then,
few 100 kilometers. That's so.
I don't
it's
know,
like,
Roger. I'm just saying shit, man.
so like
Not to show far.
I saw Windmill Park at 39 kilometers at Zeeland, so that's pretty far, right? I was with my binoculars.
24
That's
miles.
pretty far. I mean,
20 miles
that's
almost, isn't it?
yeah, that's almost that's kind of a limit, right? Because
24 miles, roughly.
yeah, looking beyond that would be very difficult. Has to be a good day.
Yeah, it has to be a good day and good optics. Yeah.
The curve should be at like 15 kilometers or something, right?
At the beach, when you're standing at 1 meters and 80 centimeters high, so almost 2 meters high, the curve should be at 5 kilometers.
Right.
That's even less. Like, that's the most intriguing thing I figured out about this whole Discord, you know, distance. Like, fucking, you can see mountains fucking 306 kilometers away in Kazakhstan.
Wow.
I'm like, shouldn't you only see the tip then or something? No, you see the whole fucking mountain. Fucking magic.
Well, according to the Guinness Book of Records, the furthest they've seen with a camera, that is, 273 miles in France. World record. Camera shots of mountain range. Yeah, brilliant. And there should have been...
all.
Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Have you had your breakfast yet?
Well, if you classify coffee as breakfast, yes.
Okay, you've had your breakfast then, right. You've
I
had
prefer
your
breakfast
energy
though.
drink. Energy drink.
Is Ig still here?
I'm not sure.
Motherfucker left already.
Nah, he's not around. Back.
He's down in Chill VC. Do you want him?
Oh, never too far away. In Chill VC, he is. Chilling out. It is amazing what's transpired. Wow. And they're getting away with it on a daily basis. Disgusting. Clearly lunatics. To think what they're doing, you know, total contradiction to what the Creator created us to be doing. Total devaluation of life. What's going on? What do you reckon? Huh?
Most people don't take life for what it really is.
I wish I could, but the governments are in the way at the moment of the world.
Right? What do we need government for? Can somebody answer that?
Yeah, we don't fucking need them. I agree. We don't fucking need them. Exactly. Fucking hell, man. Get rid of them. Lunatics in control. Lunatics working earnestly to make the next weapon to destroy.
It's insanity that 7 billion people allow this lunacy that I think I perceive from television and media.
Yeah. Yeah. Horrifying. The level of control they have over the human mind. It is just a joke. You can never trust
Maybe all us peasants one day will wake up and say, we want something different.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, I tell everybody every day that F that. Why do you give your power to them politicians? And
Yeah.
I don't get a good answer.
Yeah, you never will. To think. Politician. So you're a qualified liar.
It's truly sad for the environment that exists today that I think exists from what I see. It's total lunacy. I'm from the U.S. and when I look at the shit from the Senate and everything, it's a bunch of dang school kids having an argument, and it's just drama. I mean, there's no it just seems so fictional to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's the same with the British. When you look at the British MP Parliament time, question time, and that, you see them there. It's just all fantasy. There is nothing. It's real fantasy. That's what it is. Real fantasy. Lunatics in control. The game from their private schools has extended into real life, every facet of our lives now, and that's it. They've got control. I mean, real people have died. Real people have died in these wars that needn't have happened. And that's unforgivable. That is. They created the wars. You remember? I don't know if you were. I don't think probably you're not old enough to remember this. But when I was a child, I used to have all my soldiers and that, and I used to play war games. That's what they're doing for real. Yeah. Did you ever have that yourself? Little toy soldiers and setting them up and killing them off and pretending. Did you ever
That
play
was more
that game?
cowboy and Indian fighting.
Yeah. Okay. Similar thing. Yeah. Similar thing. But that's what they're doing for real. Yeah.
I believe more are awakening, and I pray that more awareness comes to these people so that a change can take place.
Yeah, a beautiful change. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many good people out there waiting to come through.
I'm seeing some videos of I do believe it's like Europe or it ain't my country, it's over yonder. Where masses are protesting stuff, and I'm grateful to see. I'm grateful to see it. I just pray that positive change comes from it.
Yeah, me too. I don't want to hear protests where they want democracy. That's not what I want to hear. I don't want to hear a protest that's fighting for democracy, because that's just fucking shit. It's not what you want. You don't want democracy. Sorry. Just want the right to live in peace and harmony. That's it. Don't need democracy. Dictatorship. Masquerading as democracy.
I want my God-given rights and no infringement.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I think a load of plates have just got smashed up in the kitchen. I'm just going to go and check what the wife's up to. And have a smashing time, no doubt. Hang on. Okay. Okay, yeah. I got it wrong. My son pulled out the cutlery drawer too far, and it's all gone on the floor. Do you know? Yeah, so he's got to pick up all the teaspoons, knives, forks, spoon, tablespoons, chopsticks. It's all gone out.
That's a good opportunity to clean the drawer.
Yeah.
It probably needed reorganizing.
Yeah. Because I always do it military fashion: knife, fork, spoon. Knife, fork, spoon. Okay, always knife, fork, spoon. So you know you don't have to. You don't have to use your eyes. You can put your hand in there, and and that's it. You know you've got a spoon. Nothing's mixed up. But with these kids and that, they mix everything up. I said, why can't you do it like me? Knife here, fork here, spoon here. That's what they're there for. And teaspoon here, yeah? What is all this? And chopsticks here. Why are we all in a mess here? Come on, get this sorted out. Knife, fork, spoon. I don't want to look. I want to be able to put my hand in, and I know I've got a knife. Not put my hand in the knife and pull out a spoon. And put my spoon in and put my hand in the spoon there, and I pick up a bloody fork. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel your logic. I moved in with my dad to take care of him with this COVID crap happen, and
yeah,
he supports my younger sister that's got mental issues because she thinks she has mental issues, and yeah, she's like that. Everything just gets thrown in the drawer, and I'm like, okay, can't you see that's a spot for a fork, that's a spot for a knife, and that's a spot for a spoon?
Yeah.
How old's your youngin'?
Oh, me, the youngest one is 12.
Okay.
Then we got 15, 18, 21.
Oh, you got those headaches.
Yeah, I must admit, I haven't really got the headaches and stuff. All I say to them is, look, you can. There's only one way to do it, yeah, properly, not half done or quarter done. One way, the right way, and the right way is the way I do it. Yeah, whenever you go to that drawer, you're going to pick up what you can see it's organized. Just copy that, copy. I'm older than you, so obviously I've gone through the stupid way and the wrong way, and now I know the best way. At my age, if I don't know the best way, why have I lived this long for? Okay, right. So obviously, Daddy knows best here. Right. So I didn't do it my way. Okay. Thank you. My way is our way. It's for everybody. Everybody benefits. Right. Now he's pulled out the drawer too far, of course, and it's all gone on the floor. Everything's got to start all over again. I've done that once or twice myself, though.
Right.
Pulled out the drawer.
I think we all have.
Yeah. Pulled out the drawer too far. But yeah, I must admit though, that, when the kids were like tiny babies, they didn't cry that much. Right on there, right. I was right hands on, so I didn't go through the. Didn't have much of that, to be honest. And that's 4 boys. Didn't have much of that at all. I'm glad for that. I'm really glad about that. And they've been good, really. They're all right. They're not really monsters.
I firmly believe lead by example.
That's it. That's it. But they've still got to learn. You know, one of them's gone out and bought a T-shirt, which I consider as like a transgender type shirt, bit effeminate. And he's a boy. I said, that doesn't look, that looks like something mummy would wear. Yeah, that's not a boy. Where did you get it? Online. I said, okay, look, try and stick to traditional boys' lines, masculinity, yeah, please. Anything with these short cap sleeves and these curves on the tail, you know, it's female. Okay, please. Try and be careful when you buy it.
I'm going to imagine that you didn't homeschool them.
No, I didn't homeschool them. No. Well, yeah, in a way I did, yeah, because they learned English here in the classroom, and they learned about the flat Earth and all the other things that's going on here. So they had some homeschooling, yeah, of course. But they went to school, of course.
Yeah. That seems to be part of the devil, that us allowing our children to be educated by somebody besides us. They put poison in their mind, and then you got to look at the shit they watch online.
Yeah. And I've said that to them. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear junk coming out of your smartphones or your iPads, tablets. I don't want to hear junk. I don't want to come in and hear junk, Japanese junk. Yeah, don't want to hear that. So if I hear it, I'm going to ban you from using your iPhone. Yeah, I want you to use it to learn something. Okay, a little bit of entertainment, comedy. Okay, fine, but you know, please. They're into music, hip hop, jazz, punk, 80s, 90s stuff they've been listening. So that's cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of negative music out there.
Yeah. Recently, I've been calling my son the N-word. Hey, you dumb nigga, what you doing today? And then we crack up laughing. You know, this is a joke. Yeah. He's listening to a lot of hip hop music that's using the N-word a lot. So I said, hey, you dumb nigga, why are you listening to that? Cracks up. Fits of laughter, which is cool. Still a teenage. So. Yeah, I've shielded them away from a lot of negativity, trying to install positiveness in them. At the moment, in the last 5 years or so, I've been installing how to be economical. That's been paramount. That's been a deliberate action on my part. I've always done it, but I've been really gunning it down, you know, water, electricity, gas, soap, everything, because we're feeling the financial pinch here. So I've had to really put my foot down on don't waste, you know, don't wash one or two items in the washing machine and then go and then proceed to use it in the dryer. No, get a full wash going, please. So you're going to have to wait until you build up your wash. If it means you have your wash at the end of the week, fantastic, great. You know, we're not a hotel.
Agreed. My youngest sister's never had to be responsible, and it's a big headache, and I can let it cause me discomfort, but I try to accept it for what it is. I do my best to lead by example.
Oh yeah.
But
that's what I do. You know, I say to them, now you're going to wash your hands. You're going to wash your hands. Your hands are not that big, but there's more water going down the drain than is actually going on your hands. And that's not right, is it? Okay. So open the tap slowly, little water. Keep your hands continuously under the tap. Okay. And then off and then dry, and that's you're done. That's the youngest one. Because he goes, do we need all that water just to wash your two little hands? 12 years old. Okay. Well then switch off the damn tap then. Bloody hell. Start thinking, yeah? Start thinking of how you use the energy in the house. The idea is to use as little energy as possible. Let's not give the waterman all that water and the bill. Let's not give the electric man all that money. Yeah, right. So if you leave the room, turn the light off. And when you're using the air conditioner to cool yourself down, it's not, I don't know why you're using it. It's not hot yet, but here we are using the air conditioning. You guys are weak. On and off, yeah? Not all the time on. You go in the room, it's like walking into a freezer. Bloody hell. Joke.
Here in America, it's waste everything. That's the mentality that I see.
Well, same here. Japan is the leader of that. What are you talking about? Compared to America, Japan, they love a waste. Wasting is part of their culture, mate. I'm telling you. I don't know how they do it. I mean, look, I go to the laundrette in the morning. It's not cold, it's not hot. Okay? Perfect conditions. Yeah? The guy's got his engine running, he's got his aircon on, he's sleeping in the car. Right? He's a kid. Obviously, he's working nights or whatever, because it's like 4 in the morning, right? He's kipping in his car, right? He's got his machine load going, engine running. It's not cold, it's not. So I bang on the window, don't I? Bam, 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 bam. Can you turn your engine off, please? Yeah. Think of the environment, yeah? One, your gasoline is being wasted. You're polluting the air for this neighborhood, and it's a noise. And what are you doing? Yeah? Can you, off the engine. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Sleeping in the car with your fucking aircon on. Please.
Awareness is difficult to maintain, I kind of believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. But as long as they see me, they'll maintain it. I'm the only black guy around, and then I've got the orange jacket on, so I'm coming in your face, and I'm banging on your window. I say, yeah, don't, think of the environment, yeah? Yeah, okay, right. Why you turn off the engine then? Thank you. I want to do my stretching. I don't want to breathe your exhaust pipe. Thanks. Yeah, and then they'll remember that. They might. Some of them drive off and go somewhere else. Honestly, they do. They drive off. I remember one guy drove over his own slippers, because they leave their slippers outside, so when they open the door, they step into their slippers and go into the laundrette. Well, he drove over his slippers just to get out the laundrette and go and pollute somewhere else. Can you believe that? I just laughed. I thought, look at this man, look. Driven over his slippers, left his slippers behind, just so he can keep cool in the summer in his car. And the laundrette has an air conditioner that's on, that keeps you cool, if you want that. But no, I want to be in my car with my air conditioning, and I want to pollute.
Yeah, that's probably his comfort zone,
Yeah. We got some nice mountains where I am, and I go there regularly. And there was one time I went, and you've got the landscape gardeners. They do the landscape gardening, and they also clean out the public toilets that people use for the benefit of the public when they do the hiking and that. Now, I'd finished my hike. It's winter, right? It's winter time. I'm obviously hot because I've just been hiking, so I'm sweating buckets. Okay, so I'm getting changed, and these two guys came up. I think they're in their early 60s. They pulled up, landscape gardeners, and now they're washing out the toilets, okay? Hosing the ground, because it's all tiled, isn't it? So they're hosing down the tiles and getting it all clean. And they've left the little pickup truck, Daihatsu pickup truck running. Now, I didn't realise, 5 minutes had gone, and then I realised, hang on a minute, this fucking thing's still running. Where are they? So I went over, I goes, wait, you've left the engine running. Yeah, we're just keeping the cab warm. He goes, no, don't do that. I said, you're working for the council, and it's our council tax. Well, not mine. I didn't live in the area, but I reminded them. It's our council tax that pays for this van and the petrol. Turn the damn thing off, will you? All in Japanese, of course. And then he said, sorry, yeah, your Japanese is very good. I go, yeah. Right, but don't waste our money, yeah? Yeah? The engine is already warm. So by the time you're ready to leave, 5 minutes before you leave, you can switch on and warm up. 5 minutes before you finish. Don't leave it on running for like an hour, no doubt. Silly, isn't it? Leaving it running like that. In the mountains. Honestly. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm up and down like a sergeant major, mate. Turn your engines off. This is a pristine area. Thank you. Pristine, yeah? Right. Switch off your engines. Oh, my car's not on. We've just finished skiing. My car's not on. Right. Because you know there's going to be a queue. So your engine will be warming up as we leave, yeah? Turn your engine on. You can't breathe. Literally cannot breathe. All the engines are running, warming up, right? And you're just living in a bloody exhaust pipe, it would seem, the amount of fumes that's coming out of these cars. So I said, yeah, right, yeah, exactly. It's a pristine area, isn't it? Okay, let's keep it pristine, yeah? My engine is not running. Right. Let's be patient. The Japanese use the word gaman. Gaman zyoe, which means being patient. So mina gaman shimashou. So let's all be patient, yeah? Gaman, yeah, gaman. Okay, gaman, come on. Yeah, and they all turn their engines off. Yeah, that's it. Sleeping in your car, engine running.
Awareness is lacking in many.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even I can be at fault, but I don't leave my engines running unnecessarily. I don't use the aircon. I hated the thing. It's not practical. I don't like the feeling of cold air hitting my skin. Don't enjoy that at all. I'd rather have the windows down and let the breeze cool me as the car goes along. I like the heat anyway. I don't mind the cold either. I don't mind the rain. I don't let nature bother me because that's when it's going to cost money. And that's what I said to my kids. If you can't handle the heat and the cold, you're going to spend a lot of money in energy. Okay? What you have to do is get your body acclimatized to nature. That's the only way you're going to win. You see Daddy using the aircon on a hot day? No, right. What does Daddy do? Do you know what I do? If I want to really stay cool, put some towels that are wet in the freezer. So when you get hot and it becomes unbearable, not that I get to that state, but you can grab one out, put it on your head and wow, that just cools down quick. Once you get that computer, cool down that computer, everything else just kind of calms down. Yeah, that's what I say to them. Put the towels in the freezer, and then when you're hot, then you can go and grab a towel, put it on you, and then it's really nice feeling. Cheap. Never thought of that one, did you, eh?
I think a lot of people are disconnected from nature.
Yeah, they are. They are, man.
I honestly believe that's part of the problem that exists nowadays. Everybody's not in tune with this existence that we participate in.
I can say that I'm thankful that I didn't divorce myself from nature, although I missed all of her clues. Even though I'm amazed at the wonder, but I didn't connect to the flat Earth. Yeah, but it didn't take me long to realize that the Earth was only 5 minutes, literally 7 minutes, and I was it's definitely flat. How could I have missed? To my embarrassment, of course. So it was because I never divorced myself of nature and had a high respect of Earth and nature in that sense, I came to the understanding. So my indoctrination was kind of light, as it were, as opposed to being too deep, needing lots of confirmation. No, it just made sense. I'd had a lot of experience out in nature that I never forgot and enjoyed, but never connected the dots. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there who have divorced themselves of nature, maybe not through their own fault because they're living in a concrete jungle, for example. So there you go. I mean, what do you know about nature when you live in a concrete jungle? It can be hard to connect there, isn't it?
How society sucks in that manner. I don't feel that nature's promoted. It's all this self gratification. It ain't beneficial to mankind.
Yeah. I must say, in the last 20 years, I've gone around saying thanks to the farmers that I meet, because they're doing the most important job on the earth, as far as I'm concerned. You know? Yeah. I came to that realization 1999 when I came to Japan. Farming in Britain was kind of like dying because they culled all those cows. You know, Jacob's disease. You know the disease, BSG or whatever they call it, BSC. You know, mad cow disease. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, that seems to be one of the side effects that happens from a mRNA thingamajiggy too.
Yeah, right. Where the cat they were feeding cow, so they ended up getting this kind of like disease, neurological
swelling
disease
of the brain. Yep.
Right. So I mean, I hadn't eaten beef for like 15 years consecutively because it wasn't on my menu basically. But leaving England, coming to Japan now, the farming industry in Britain was, like, as far as I'm concerned, was just dying. Come to Japan and I'm noticing that they're doing a bit more organic. I thought, oh, great. So I was thanking them. You're doing a grand job. This is important work. You know, one of the most important jobs on this farming. Excellent. And where I am, I occasionally get free carrots, cabbages, strawberries, apples, oranges. Yeah. My students' parents give me, because they grow on their land, you see, on their plot of land. I get grapes as well. So yeah. Tomatoes, cucumbers. Yeah, occasionally living in the countryside, you get all this free produce, you know? Aubergines.
I'm working on some self-sufficiency. I built me a greenhouse, and my biggest problem now is figuring out how to control the insects so that they quit eating everything that I'm trying to grow.
Right, yeah, that's a point. Garlic.
Diatomaceous earth seems to be a beneficial thing, but every time it rains, I have to go out there and throw more.
Yeah, you can do a garlic spray. I learned on YouTube. I learned that on YouTube. Yeah, garlic spray keeps the pests off your produce. Look it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one that I looked up. Helps to keep the pests from eating all your nice vegetables. You know, and it doesn't
Where I'm
harm
at, there's a lot of iron ore, and the ground is complicated.
Right.
I'm trying to do everything in containers and pots and whatnot.
I understand. Yeah.
My next investment's going to be a chicken coop. That way I can have some eggs. And my sister, she's got some chickens, and she got the kind you're supposed to eat. And they're only like 3 months old, but they're like huge. But they're all natural. There ain't no hormones or anything in it and stuff. And it's she's a chicken lady. She's got like 20 something chickens out there, and they like free range on their property. They got around I think 4
There's
acres.
definitely something in the free range. Definitely, the eggs that are definitely more nutritious than you get from the egg farms where they're all packed in like sardines. Right. Yeah.
Yep. The egg yolks, I can clearly see the difference between the ones I get from her and the ones I buy at the store. The ones that
Yeah.
I get from her, the yolks are more of an orangish color, and I forget which mineral it was. She says, but it's from them eating all them insects and stuff is what makes the coloring. And you can see
Yeah.
you can plain as day see the difference between the store-bought egg and what I get from her.
Yeah. I've noticed that. I've noticed that the free-range organic chickens that are out there, they is slightly darker orange, and the ones that are from the battery hen and the ones where they're packed in a southern are very yellow in color, right? And the darker ones make it for a really nice omelette. Yeah, the darker yolk, definitely. Apparently, you can eat as many eggs as you like. The thing about cholesterol is it's BS, by the way.
Oh, I eat the hell out of eggs, and you know, my cholesterol numbers didn't start dropping until when I started eating oatmeal. That's finally when my numbers started dropping. Well, actually, I cut out red meat for the majority. I might eat it once or twice a month now. But I used to be on medication. Used to be on medication, and that didn't drop my numbers. And then I changed my lifestyle or the way I eat. I eat more vegetables, less protein, less meats, and adding oatmeal twice a week has actually. I feel it's beneficial to me because my numbers actually started dropping. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's how it works. You see, if it's feeling beneficial to you and you can see the numbers dropping, that all adds to your feel-good factor, which keeps you motivated and invested. Great. You know, those endorphins are swimming around you nicely. I like this that I make. It's known as the Moroccan breakfast. Morocco is on the northwest coast of Africa. I got the dish back in the 90s on TV, a program called Can't Cook, Won't Cook, or Won't Cook, Can't Cook. Right, you know. And he said, oh, we're going to do a Moroccan breakfast today. So I watched it and I thought, well, yeah, I can do that. Fucking hell, I'm going to have some of that. So I got some eggs, 6 eggs. So what I did was chopped up some onions, chopped up some garlic, sliced up some tomatoes, and chopped up some spinach. That's my addition now. Okay, the addition that I added was the garlic and the onions. Okay, so I put that in, set it up all nicely. Frying pan, a little bit of olive oil there. Heat up, saute the onions, the garlic, green peppers, and that as well. Add that in. Okay, and then once you've sauteed the garlic, onions, green peppers, then add the spinach, sliced tomatoes, crack 6 eggs, and just drop them on top nicely. Put a cover on that. 5 minutes, the egg solidifies, it's ready to go. Okay, and it's looking like a pizza basically. And then you just serve with a little bit of bulldog sauce, and if you like, granary toast, and away you go. Moroccan breakfast. Lovely. 6 eggs. I've been known to do 6 eggs on my own occasionally, but that's with the family. Yeah, they all love it. The Moroccan breakfast. Anytime, anywhere. Wicked.
I'm a big bell pepper fan and onions, and I haven't tried putting the lid on it and let it solidify. I just usually scramble it all together.
Yeah, this one you don't scramble it, just leave it. Put a cover on top, and my cover's glass, so I can see what's going on. And then and then you see it solidifies. Okay, take it off. You still get a little bit of yolk here and there, but it's nice. And you eat that, and ooh la la.
I think I'll give that a try soon.
Yeah, that's known as the Moroccan breakfast. It's really good. It's all nice, the spinach is just basically just drop it on top. Don't stir fry it. Just leave it on top. Drop the eggs. So you're eating the spinach kind of like semi-raw. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it does reduce, but it's not completely reduced, and that's enough. It's okay because you can eat raw spinach anyway. The Caesar salad that we get here, that's raw spinach. So I have Caesar salad occasionally at the restaurant. No bacon because it comes with bacon. I say bacon nuki. That means without bacon in Japanese. Bacon nuki onegaishimasu. Oh, bacon nuki de hai. Yes, please remove the bacon. So I don't have bacon in my Caesar salad. Raw spinach, beautiful.
I need to do more raw vegetables. It seems like there's a lot more benefit in raw than there is in cooked.
Yeah. There is a lot of benefits in the raw vegetables. There is a lot in the enzymes, basically enzymes department. And I learnt from my ex, half Scottish, half Irish girlfriend. Her dad used to boil the vegetables and stuff, but then with the water that's left behind the liquid, he'd make a soup with that. Just because you can't throw that away, there's a lot of nutrients in there, even though it'd been boiled to hell, you throw that away. So I said, okay, yeah, I should make a soup with that from now on, because I just used to throw that away, throw that down the sink, and then just eat the vegetables. Then my girlfriend said, well, you're throwing away a lot of nutrients there, Jin. Am I? Yeah, my dad makes soup from that. Oh, does he? Ah, okay, yeah, your dad would be right. What am I doing? You see, awareness. Yeah. So in the 90s, early 90s or mid 90s, I'm learning, oh yeah, I shouldn't really be throwing that away. So that's true, isn't it? I mean, what a
Yeah, when I do a lot of cooking and stuff now, the liquids that I drain, I have been storing them in the fridge. That way, when I make like a soup or whatever, I throw stuff in there. I used to be very wasteful, and now I'm not as quite as bad. I'm still growing, but one day at a time, learn a little more, experience more. Are you hearing somebody else? Because all I hear is Eugene CBR.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to the lobby. If they can hear me or not, I'm just shouting out at the lobby. I'm looking at the lobby.
I don't think Wolfgang can hear you. But Wolfgang Wolfgang is he can fix this, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he's 13 years old, the youngster. So he can be forgiven for not knowing. Okay, fair enough. You're 13. Yeah, I'm just looking in the lobby. Interesting debate going on.
And you're actually talking about the lobby, right?
Yeah, I'm looking in the lobby, yeah. Wolfgang is talking to a young 13-year-old by the name of Pavitron 2206. He was
I see that.
Yeah, he was accusing us of not knowing how to calculate the curvature on that using the Earth's curvature calculator. But Wolfgang is schooling him on that. Turns out that Pavitron 2206 doesn't know the formula himself, and he's questioning the existence of the dome and everything else. Seems to think we can leave Earth and go into space and look at Earth from space. But we can't do that.
Yeah, that's something that Hollywood's done a real good job at fooling people about.
Yes, they have. Lucky for me, I was born right on the cusp of that kind of the creation of all that idea. Yeah, I was born in 61, so by 1961, the idea of space and we can go to there, it just was beginning to become established in becoming a strong idea. They'd already done Sputnik, didn't they? Russia had put Sputnik in space. I think by then, had they not? I think Sputnik, the Russian silver ball satellite, was already launched and orbiting the Earth, supposedly. Not that I believe in all that rubbish, but yeah, I was born in 61. So when I was at school, we were learning about the boy from space, watching Lost in Space programs from America with Dr. Smith and that. What else? Go on.
I used to believe in it. I came across rockets scraping across the firmament probably about 6 or 8 months ago. And then like 2 months ago, I had seen flat earth stuff probably over a year ago, but I dismissed it because of the Flat Earth Society. There was too much stupid crap. And then, but I've always known water's level regardless. And then I came across the actual flat earth proofs, and I'm like, ain't no way. I firmly believe the dome's above us, because how else you going to have an atmosphere? If space is real in a vacuum, there ain't no way in hell that we can have gas pressure or anything on this planet if we're in a vacuum.
So PC, can I ask you? So you said Flat Earth Society. How did you come upon them? How did you?
Just YouTube crap.
Right. Okay. Yeah, yeah, they try and steer people to them, right?
Yep.
Just wondering how they did it to you, because everybody when they hear this word flat Earth, they and not are educated on the subject, they have this picture of this flat disk flying in space in their head, right? Which is something the Flat Earth Society says, or mainstream media. So that's why I thought. So you looked into their forums, or?
No, most of my time was just spent YouTubing, watching videos and debunks and all that crap. And yesterday I came across somebody debunking flat Earth, and I put all kinds of comments in his channel.
Well done.
Because he was trying to say that the moon debunks flat Earth, and I'm like, okay, well, if he's trying to say that the moon's got to be rotating around and all this crap, and I'm like, dude, if it's a projection, everybody's going to see the same face regardless. His argument was that everybody sees the same face, and I'm like, well, you need to understand it's projection. It's not an actual object up there that's rotating around something. It's anyway.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
projection,
you're
like you
going
said.
into
Well
the
done.
weeds, right? You're going into the weeds. So he needs to provide measurements of curvature to then imply it's a globe, right?
Right.
So they're bound to give you a straw man argument about what the moon is, but they don't even know what the moon is. They'll say, well,
Yeah.
if the Earth was flat, then this and this would happen, right? Well, you don't know. You don't know what the moon is. So
I'm sorry. I watched lots of NASA videos. I understand everything. No.
right.
yeah. Or my teachers taught me well at school, even though I haven't seen videos. That's the other one. So yeah, sometimes going in the week can be fun though. Sometimes, Rog, as you well know. But yeah, you're going into the weeds. Sometimes it's okay to go in the weeds, just to give them a slap up in the weeds, and then bring them back out of the weeds whilst they're delirious and that, and then tell them the truth about their sorry ass that no human being can know. So I don't really mind going into the weeds with these people, because they're always going to get a hiding in the weeds as well. They can't prove anything, as we know, so they take us in the weeds, give them a kicking in the weeds, and then bring them back out of the weeds, and then hit them hard again with the truth. And that is, nobody knows what the moon is. Cosmic plasma is what I remember it being told.
Yeah, I've watched a few vids that talk about it being like a plasma thing and stuff. And recently I came across the noble gas video where it talks about the noble gases.
Yeah.
And to me, that totally explains the lighting that I observe.
That fluorescent lighting, you see. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Well done for putting in the comments anyway, because you gotta keep hitting them hard every step of the way.
I put my truth out there, and I enjoy being trolled.
Yeah. So I love it. I don't mind being trolled. I love the trolls. As I was saying, growing up during the 60s, going to space and putting things into space was well established, I think, by Sputnik, which was in October 4th, 1957. That Sputnik was up there, supposedly. Don't know how it could stay up there, this silver ball, with 4 antennas, with a little beep, beep signal. But there you go. Could it have been a helium one? Who knows? But anyway, so at school we were learning about space by the 60s. By 65, 66, 65, we were doing a little project to do with space, rockets, everything. Loads of programs about space, cartoons, films, everything. Yeah? So we were being well prepared for the idea of going to space and going to the moon.
I firmly believe that they present thingy so that we manifest it. I think the more that believe something, the more likely it is to happen.
Yeah. But in the case of going to the moon and that, we will never be able to go to the moon. It's not a place you can visit.
I'm waiting on my money to happen. That way I can shoot my own rocket up there.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law loaned me his telescope, and when I was cleaning it, I damaged the mirror in it, so I ordered me another mirror. But I'm looking forward to doing some astrophotography or videos. I tried using my Nikon, but it's an old P80, and I got a focusing issue on it. I got some cool shots of the moon, but I want to see it closer, more magnified.
Yeah, yeah, I get you. Very, very interesting.
I always have questioned everything. I've never fit in society's box. They try to shove me in it. I just keep climbing outside of it.
Yeah. No, I was swimming against the tide, basically. You know, 1 minute you're going with it, and then you're trying to swim back, and you're going with it a little bit, swim back. That's been my way. I've always gone against the tide, just like you. Always gone against the tide. But I've always wondered about the Earth and who made it and how we came to be. That's always been there for me. But I've never thought that I'm superior to Earth ever in my life, not once. Not even superior to the animals either. I understood what it meant. We're the ones that's supposed to look after everything, is what I understood. Understood that at elementary school age. I knew that. Come to that conclusion on my own. So I didn't need anyone to tell me that. And I've always had that in the forefront of my life all the time. So as I'm getting older and I'm, through the 60s, 70s, we're learning about space. Like I said, they've gone to the moon. I'd gone to Nigeria by ship. I've noticed that the horizon was dead level 2 weeks on a luxury liner twice during the 70s. And yeah, man, that's unforgettable. You know, I never saw any curvature. So that was a good record. The first time I heard about flat Earth was in Nigeria, in my textbook, saying that the Earth wasn't flat, and that and it had a picture of a ship going over the edge, and you had Christopher Columbus, Copernicus, Galileo, and some other characters arguing whether it was flat or curved or whatever. So that was quite interesting for me, and I thought, yeah, how could it be flat? Because they would have gone over the edge. Yeah, that's bloody right. Stupidness. You know what I mean? That's what I thought. How silly that was, you know. So it was kind of like engraved in my head that, yeah, you know, branded. Yes, the Earth is definitely a globe. They've gone to the moon twice already by now. So yeah.
You ever watched Mud Fossil University on YouTube?
No.
It's a cool channel. He believes in a mud flood. And
yeah, I've looked into the mud floods a little bit. Yeah, I've looked into it.
He presents all kinds of things. Using Google Earth, you can see a huge ass embryo. You can see a dragon eating a fish. This thing that we think we live on is something. I'm not sure. I kind of think Earth might be alive in itself.
Oh, it's definitely alive. No, the Earth is definitely alive, without a doubt. That's probably what explains the tides, for example. I believe that the Earth is definitely alive, no doubt about that. That's not within a doubt. That I do know. It's not a belief, actually. I do know that, yeah. Of course it's alive. It's a living thing, this Earth. Definitely. Definitely. Definitely.
The embryo that you can see from Google Earth, if that's an actual image, which I think it might be, it's crazy because I mean it's really an embryo out there in the desert, but this thing is huge. This reality fascinates me.
Yeah, Earth is definitely fascinating for sure. What it is, yeah. And the more I see of it, the more in love I'm with this flat Earth. Yeah, almost said planet there. Careful.
Well, it is a plane. I don't understand what the T is on the plane, but
yeah. Cup of tea time. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. For it to be so level, it's just amazing.
well, there's the media and politicians and stuff. They all put bits and pieces of truth out there. I mean, this character called Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
She talks about the dome, about how they've got millions of cracks in it, and people just dismiss this. But if we want to believe the documents released by the government, they had that Operation Fishbowl where they shot a bunch of nukes up there and stuff.
That's right. That was in 1962.
Yep.
And apparently, after that event, according to Sir Bernard Lovell, a British astronomer, Professor Sir Bernard Lovell, he reckoned that that event created a third radiation belt. This is after the two Van Allen radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen in 1958. That Operation Fishbowl, aka Starfish Prime, left behind a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the two Van Allen radiation belts, supposedly naturally occurring. Okay? To the tune of, if they were to go to the moon in 1969 when they said they went, the level of that radiation belt, the radiation level within that belt, 247 miles from the Earth, currently where the ISS is at the moment, it was at that time 250,000 rems. Okay?
Right.
Right. 250,000 rems. 70, any astronaut was stupid enough to be there in the Van Allen radiation belts, would result in them having slight vision impairment, vomit and diarrhea. Vomiting and diarrhea. And then if we increase the intensity to 170 rems, 170 rems, then it's vision loss, diarrhea, vomit, death within 60 days or thereabouts, depending on the individual. Okay? And they reckon they went through 250,000 rems. Then they would have had to go through the two Van Allen radiation belts, each containing 2,500 rems apiece, plus being on the moon's surface, the lunar surface, where at the time the sun was spitting out 960 rems of debilitating radiation. Okay, that's all within the Apollo missions. From 1969 to 1993, I think, there was 27,000 such events, quote unquote. Okay?
I'm not sure how foil and cardboard blocks radiation.
They certainly do not block radiation. No, they do not. Amazing.
It's crazy how people think we actually landed on the moon, but when you actually examine that thing that supposedly landed on, there's no way in hell that I wouldn't be able to get that off the planet if I could get something off the planet.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And the thing is, yeah, if that thing really did go to space, then it should be good as a submarine, because it would have to have been airtight, would it not?
Right.
Seeing it's operating in a vacuum. Yeah?
It's crazy the
And
fallacies
everyone
that
asks
people
me,
follow.
yeah. I mean, I believed it because I trusted in what they said. I didn't take time to actually pay attention to what they're telling us and then critically analyze and research it. I didn't do that until I became a flat earther, and then I woke up. Well, no. I started researching the moon landings 2002, 2003, somewhere there. That's when I began my research into the moon landings, and I was disappointed, to say the least.
In the last few months, I've been finding lots of videos of the set that they use for like the moon landing and the sets that they use for the Mars rover stuff. It's,
yeah. I mean, there's a picture of Von Braun walking on the set, actually. Yeah, man. Von Braun. Vernon Von Braun. There's a picture of him walking on the actual set. No doubt Stanley Kubrick took the picture.
critical thinking. It's too bad it's not contagious.
Yeah, it is too bad that it's not contagious. I agree.
I never had a reason to question that stuff, but when you start looking at it, and most certainly when you look at NASA's crap, the lies come to the surface. There's no real logic behind half the crap that they put out. You know, it's insanity.
That's right.
Just accept it.
Yeah, I just didn't stop to think.
Before I never had a reason to question. I didn't feel it was necessary. I started waking up about 8 years ago when I started understanding that the media was lying about shit. And then I just blamed my paranoia on smoking too much marijuana. And I let that go. And then the COVID crap happened, and I started going down the rabbit holes again. I'm like, well, dude, I wasn't wrong. But my grasp of reality has totally changed in the last year. I don't fit in that box no more.
Yeah, that would make coherent sense there. You wouldn't be fitting in any box now, really. Any box that they provide for us to fit into. No, thank you very much. Now we know. Now it's your duty to inform everyone that you can whilst you can. All age groups, especially the young.
I found a meetup group here in my area that's like an atheist. I think they changed their group name in the, since they first started, and now they call themselves critical thinkers. And so I've joined this, and I'm having fun putting my ideas in their minds, because I know there's a source. I know that this isn't a by chance thingy that happened from a big bang. That doesn't follow the laws of was that thermodynamics and stuff.
Right.
And so I'm having fun going to the meetups with these atheist non-believers that and putting ideas in their minds so that I plant seeds that might grow. I can't control whether it grows, but I'm planting seeds.
Yeah, good on you. Yeah, because they need to wake up to that point for sure. Have a discussion on it and see how they receive that. But it's not true, is it? The Earth is not a spinning ball. That's not true at all. The Earth is not a ball that is spinning. We are not spinning in space. We're not.
I'm not convinced space is real. If I want to believe NASA, there's a vacuum, and there ain't no way in hell that our atmosphere is going to exist in the vacuum. I have to be in a container in order for this existence to exist.
Right.
And then I take my biblical references where the God spoke and separated the waters above from below, created the firmament.
That makes us special, does it not?
Yes, we are not a fluke. We are not a fluke of nature. And to me, this is all designed for deception so that people do not believe in the Creator. And the shit I've seen this last year, I firmly believe we live under the control of Lucifer. All these politicians are in Lucifer's pocket.
Yeah, evil minds. Absolutely delusional evil minds.
All these people, they keep relying on the photos from ISIS and satellites and shit.
Yeah.
They don't understand they're not really photos, they're CGI.
That's right.
NASA admitted it. They have to use a computer to composite these things.
Photoshop composites CGI.
Yep.
And they use the clone tool as well to repeat the cloud patterns. There you go. Cloning tool.
Yeah, we'll see. When you analyze all these things, you see the patterns, and then how can a continent be bigger? You got the same image, but the continent's a hell of a lot bigger depending on which agency created it. None of this shit actually fits together.
Which agency and which year it was created, yeah. Very true. People are probably thinking, what are they talking about? Yes, the Earth. There are no real photographs from space of Earth spinning on its axis, no videos even. They claim the blue marble of 1972. That's not real either. That's not real. If that's real, then you're saying they went to space. and we can't go there. So obviously the last picture taken by the Apollo 17 on the 1972 last mission, that was fake as well. Sorry. That can be real. That would mean they were in space, but they were not in space. We can't go there.
I've seen some videos that people have done where they dissect Earth and the moon, and I'm leaning towards the fact that the moon is a reflection of the Earth.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm leaning to that idea. I watched some videos where it's dude dissects craters, and we're relying off of Google Moon for this. Okay, so I can understand there can be some falsehoods to it. It could be a CIA psyop, but I see videos that the moon's transparent. You can see things behind it. I see.
Yeah.
I see videos that parts of the Earth map to Google Moon. I'm really leaning that the thing we call the moon is a reflection of the Earth. But until I get my own scientific evidence of it, I'm just going to entertain some crazy ideas because I like crazy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Crazy ideas comes a good idea. So you've got to speculate. Yeah, that's all right. Speculation is okay. It's healthy in its sense. As long as you keep a clean breast of it, then you're all right.
Yeah, it gives me a goal, you know.
It gets the grey matter ticking over, as they say.
Yep. I'm gonna be. Hopefully, my new mirror for the telescope comes in the next couple of weeks, and then I'm getting me a camera to put in the eyepiece for the telescope. Supposed to be an 8 megapixel. I'm getting an 8 megapixel lens for it, and then I'm hoping that I get me some cool videos of things up in the sky. I might have to go down to Galveston. I'm from Texas. I live in Texas, and I think I'm gonna go down to Galveston and try to. I'm not gonna try. I'm going to attempt getting some videos of the coast and see if I can't make some proofs of what you can see for a distance of my own, so I can add to the Flat Earth Library.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be appreciated by all here. And it'd be time well spent as well. You know, doing that. Be a good use of your time.
Yeah, I've wasted a lot of my life with bad things, and I think being curious about my environment is a healthy thing. So,
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're all guilty of that one because we were all distracted at some stage of our lives. Some of us from the early, from the very beginning. So, some of us a little bit later. Some of us came out of it early. That's it. But we're all guilty of that in that sense. We're all innocent of that, should I say? Not guilty because we were innocent. We weren't to know. If our parents weren't switched on, then the children will not be switched on.
Right.
Yeah. Saying that, I guess I was lucky in my own sense because I was obviously looking for truth even as a child. I mean, I learned how the combustion engine worked elementary school myself. No teacher taught me. I picked up the book that it was. There was a lady. It's called the Ladybird book series, right? So it's a children's. It's elementary, so it's an elementary introduction into the combustion engine, and I learned it. I learned how the engine worked, man. I thought, so that's how that works, and I became more interested in engineering and mechanical stuff. And then the space theme was being pushed all over the world, in the UK as well. So I paid attention to that as well, you see. What I'm basically saying is that some people can be switched on in different ways: art, mechanics, music, We all have these gifts and interests. And if we're allowed to pursue it, we can shine and come through. But somehow we get waylaid as well with other crap going on. Like, we had to learn about history, and then you're looking at history now. And what didn't make sense to me was, why would these people want to go around killing each other in trenches? Wow. Your buddy's dead right there and you're still fighting in mud and crap. Your toilet is right there. Crazy conditions. And then you stop for Christmas. You meet the enemy. You exchange chocolates and cigarettes. Yes. And then you go back to war after Christmas. Silly, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, that's just, could never understand that. Wow. How sick is man? Man is sick to do that.
Yeah, Jim.
Brainwash.
Sorry, guys, I've got to chime in on that one, Jim.
Yeah, please.
In World War II, they stopped at Christmas, and like you say, shared chocolates, but then they went back to fighting. But if you remember even further back, the even wiser men at the end of World War I, they just stopped fighting.
Yeah.
I firmly believe a lot of the history that's taught is bullshit. I've ran across some Europa documentaries about 3 months ago, and it totally changed my mind on what I thought I knew about World War II and World War One.
Oh yeah. My mind has been changed completely of what I learned at school. I mean, I learned that in recent years is that it was all planned. It was all just planned. None of these wars needn't have happened. That's all.
Follow the money.
I believe the wars are created so that a certain sect on this planet get richer.
Yes, sir.
And population control.
Every time it's follow the money, but while we're at war, look over there and see what they're not doing or who's paying for the war. Every time.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, that's right, old dude. You got it right down, right on nail on, right on the head. You hit the nail right on the head, man. So yeah, I just couldn't understand why people would do that. Just want to kill each other off. Stupid wars. And the most recent ones, like the Iraqi wars, where the British soldiers were complaining they didn't have good enough equipment in Afghanistan and that, and they're dying like flies, apparently. And then their parents are coming back saying, they murdered my son. I said, no. You allowed your son to go. You allowed him to go. You were proud that he was going to defend the country. The country didn't give a shit about you.
Yep. Well, that's what happens when we end up with war criminals in charge of the country, and then they get to walk away scot-free and become international diplomats, Jim.
Yes, that bloody Blair, scumbag. Yeah. Yeah. No. tried to convince the British public that he really thought that we were in imminent danger. Honestly.
This fear crap, it's so damaging.
Yeah. Not to mention all the money that he made as well. Deaths of the British. Anyway, the British people are now waking up slowly.
I wish there was a simpler way to awaken the masses. It seems like a very slow process.
Yeah, it's a very slow process, definitely. I mean, so many people believe in what's going on right now is real. It's unbelievable.
I guarantee you I've probably got thousands of hours into some research over this last year, and there is no way in hell that I can be convinced that it's real.
Yeah.
I don't see anything in my reality that supports that shit that they put on that TV or on these news channels and shit.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing that gets me is I go out in public and I see all these people wearing masks, and if anybody researched anything, they would know that those masks don't do crap to anything that's, you know, a fraction of a micron. There's no logistics.
Stupid, isn't it? It's
right.
Ridiculous. That's what I said. I've said that to them so many times. I've said, how can this thing survive? How can this thing float in the air, take the heat, take the cold, take the rain? Come on. Wake up, will you, folks? Ridiculous. Oh. And then they're advising you to open your window and be sure to air your homes. All right? And invite the unwanted guest in. Right? And let your kids go and play in the park. It's okay. You know, I mean, come on. When you're going to wake up, folks. Really?
I've seen some old books that explain some things. I don't believe in germ theory anymore.
Yeah, me too. I mean, look, when I stopped
I don't
believing.
think there's a little magical thingy flying around out there that's going to make me sick. I think what makes me sick is the toxins I ingest by living.
Right. Man-made toxins. That's right. This is what, when I heard, you know, back in November last year, there's a, you know, something's happening in China. I go, here we go again. Always China, I said to myself, here we go again. Didn't believe in it 1 second. Not for 1 second did I believe in that. Not once. And then we get the thing that I found rather repulsive was asymptomatic. That means I've got it even though I'm not showing any symptoms. That's crap. I said, you can't be fit and healthy then. They're saying. You're probably spreading it around. Damn cheek.
I don't like to deal with probably, might, maybe.
Damn cheek. You are definitely spreading it around. That's what they're saying. You've got no symptoms, you're not sick, you've got nothing, you're fit. No, you've got it, you're spreading it around. You're what's known as asymptomatic. And you've got to wear that mask, if not for yourself, wear it for somebody else. No, I don't want to do that. Cheek.
I'm not here to make other people comfortable. I'm here to make myself comfortable.
Exactly. You know, I don't mind making other people comfortable, but not in the way of wearing a mask. Sorry. I'll always lend a hand, but I'm not going to be fooled into wearing a bloody mask that is not necessary, that doesn't protect you, and there's nothing out there to worry about. It's a normal process of living on the earth. You know, you catch a cold, your body immune system maps that cold, and then you move on. You get lifetime immunity, and you just move on. That's it. There's no need to panic. No need to worry. You know, except for those who are older than us, perhaps, who are already ill and have some kind of immune compromisation. Maybe they need to be careful. But again, that's like 0.00 something of the world's population that's in that situation. So, you know, they're there, but they're not. It doesn't warrant all this nonsense that's going on. Businesses going to the wall, yeah, handing out all this free money when people want to work for their money. Don't get me wrong, I don't like this economy game anyway. You know, this economy, everybody's trying to fight for the economy. What a crap. If I was in charge, I'd just be printing money for everybody. Everybody's rich now. None of them, your prime minister, your president, prime minister, all of you are going to have money. You're going to have your houses. I'm not playing that monopoly game. I'm giving you the money. There you go and do what you want. But there won't be any chemicals around. It's all going to be hemp and chemically free. That's the law. Fuck the bloody economy. That's the problem.
Well, to me, the problem's money. Fuck money.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm talking about. The GDP and the money of the, you know, the economy. And you got to, you know, what's our economy doing? What a crap. Give people money, they're going to shop. They'll buy what they need, and that's that. Fix all the infrastructures and then everything's fine. Third world countries don't need to be in the third world as such. And then again, the first world is not all that good anyway. Look at the mess we're in. Perhaps this might be lucky, the third world are lucky because they can then prepare themselves better than the first world by doing away with all the unnecessaries. There you go. First world. Still no takers for the heliocentric model. Back in a second. Once. Yeah. Can you imagine going all the way to the moon and not mentioning Earth once? I mean, I still cannot get over that fact. 238,000 miles. You're leaving Earth in the Lunar Command Module together with the Lunar Excursion Module, the LEM, together on the way to the moon, traveling at 18,000 miles per hour, roughly. Okay? and you're on your way there. You're not using a knife and fork, glass. Yeah, you're not spreading butter on your toast and a little bit of marmalade. Washing it down with a glass of orange juice. Sugar water. You're not doing any of that. It's all coming out of plastic pouches with a little opening at the top where you suck through. That's going on for 3 days one way. Pooing in your nappy. Pooing and pissing in your nappy. And you get there and you don't mention Earth once. Did they really go? That's the question. How could that be? How could that discrepancy ever happen? Too busy with the studio shenanigans to remember to you. It's silly. I just can't believe that.
Did they have digital cameras back then, or was it?
No, they had the Hasselblad camera, which was specially, it was designed specially for the astronauts to use because of their supposed cumbersome gloves that they had to have on. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it was like they couldn't use a viewfinder because once they're in the suit, in their space suit, glorified ski wear with the helmet on, they couldn't bend their head down to lift up the camera or even look into a viewfinder. So they had to just, because the camera was mounted on the chest, so it had a big button that they push, click, click, click. That would be it, really. They had a few settings on the aperture, I think, but not much more than that. So everything was a either hit or miss kind of trial and error thing, basically. Not one mistake was made in the photographs that were purportedly taken on the lunar surface. All perfect, picture perfect. Now you have to ask yourself, when you got your little iPhone, how many times have you deleted the shot and retake it? Yeah, or retook it, shall I say, sorry. You do a retake of the shot to make sure. You take a couple. Even with the old cameras, the analog, the amount of times you take about 3 or 4 shots. That's how you learn about your camera. You take shots in different lighting settings and that, and then you bring them home. You develop those, and then you look at the settings, each one, and then you think, yeah, that was the best one. That was that setting. Then you make a note in your book, in your photographic notebook, so you know that when on this kind of day, you know what setting, the light meter, switch up, set, and then you can take a good picture. And again, you're still going to take a couple just to make sure.
In my opinion, if somebody went to space, I'd have all kinds of cameras in there. That way, I could study photography out in space, and there'd be a shitload of things that had to be developed. And I don't see anything like that. The only thing I see is the crap NASA puts out.
Yeah, they took 5,771 photographs. We never got to see all of about 3 photographs from that lot in all the years that I've been looking at this stuff on TV. 5,771, roughly. All missions included.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the logic on what's presented, and I like to question everything. Some people don't like to question nothing, though.
Yeah.
The lobby's crazy. I think I got up too early. What's the weather like where you're at?
Well, okay, here it's coming up for 8:30 p.m. Japan time. Okay, and we had heavy rainstorm during the night, and then it opened out to a nice, beautiful, sunny day during the morning. So the weather's been fantastic here, and it's now just a nice, cool late spring evening.
Well, it's 6:30 here where I'm at, and we had thunderstorms during the night. Sun's shining now. Looks like it's still dripping though. Still a little bit of moisture.
Yeah, we're into the beginning of the rainy season here. So we're coming up towards the end of spring, and then we've got 1 month, all of June, rainy season. So we had a heavy downpour during the night, and then early this morning it gave way. Right, come 4:43, the sun was out, blinding your eyeballs. Full sunshine at 4:43. Would you believe? Blue skies, nice, deep, orangey red sun. I tried to capture it on my iPhone, but it was, I think it was just too much light for the lens to handle it. It wasn't even showing me the circle. I could see the circle with my own eyes, but with the lens, it was just flooded.
Yeah, I want to get me some solar filter material. That way I can take some photos of the sun.
Yeah, I've got to do something about that. Yeah, because that's what I need. It's just overexposed, wasn't it? So, just couldn't get the round shape at all. Just a whole lot of bright lights. They should put these filters on the cameras within the... Don't you think they should? Let me check this. Let me have a good look at this. Maybe I've made an error here.
Yeah. We live in a capitalism environment, so you're going to have to purchase it.
Yeah.
I would love to have a camera that don't have any filter at all. So far, every camera I've tried to modify to remove the filtering damage it, so I can't get any type of image from the sensor. I believe our eyes have been modified so that we only see certain things, and I think there's a whole lot more to see, but I haven't researched imaging technology enough to be able to make my own.
Right.
You have any thoughts on CERN? That Large Hadron Collider thingamajig they got over?
No, not really. No, not really. I haven't really been looking into that much. I looked a little bit into the HARP thing, but again, not too deep. I've always tried to keep things just simple, not get too much into the weeds, as Roger would say. I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, not in the weeds. Weeds are bad.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing somebody invented a lawnmower.
Right.
Just trying to understand what we've got going on now, and let's get everybody on the same page. Get this mess cleared up, and put some value back on back into ourselves. Terrible. Right, guys, I'm going to go get some dinner. I shall be back later. Catch you guys. Nice talking with you, everyone.
Enjoy your meal.
Likewise.
Yeah. Cheers.
Bye.
Meester, laten we even gaan kijken naar het begin van de oefening.
they lie? Why would 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 they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry.
Okay.
I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to arrive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy. Texas.
NASA make you smile. He was only a fool for a while. Now he is broke. Was a big joke. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true what they tell you?
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no wall to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, all sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You point obliterated, finished unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, it's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Is everybody listening to this music?
Sorry,
Am I
hi.
interrupting anything?
Hi, Christy. What's up?
Hi.
Yeah, sorry. It was dead air, so I thought I'd played some music.
Dead air. All
Yeah.
right. I love dead air. I like to
Oh,
come in on dead air because that
go
way
ahead.
I can just like throw out something nice and profound.
Let's go.
You want to hear something I woke up with today?
Yeah, sure.
So last night, me and Becky from Australia, we had like a little Bible study. So like in the morning, like sometimes after that, like you know how your brain will like work during the night and sort of figure things out and calculate and do all this cool stuff, and then you wake up and like you figured something out. Sometimes things are very simple that I figure out, but to me they seem profound. So, do you know anything about the Bible?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you just basically then. Um, okay, so when Jesus came down here from heaven, okay, he said he didn't find it strange to be equal with God. So in other places, he reveals to people that he is God. So anyway, Satan was in heaven. His name was Lucifer up there. And him and a third of the angels kind of conspired against God and got all puffed up. And they were like, I could be God. I could overthrow God's throne. I could be sitting higher than him. I could be higher on the throne than him. So they had a real puffed up ego and, got other people involved, well, angels involved, and tried to overthrow God. So God kicked them out. So Satan fell like lightning, and then a bunch of his angels fell with him. Well, then when Jesus came down here to pay for our sins, because Satan tempted us, and we failed, of course, because we're just human. But then Jesus came down here in the flesh and walked among us. God became flesh and dwelt among us. That's what it says. So Jesus had to be tempted in the same way that we are. So, like the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, the lust of something else. I can't remember. So there's like different areas of his life that had to be tested in order to pretty much walk in our shoes. And so while he's, doing that, he fasts for 40 days in the desert, and he's weak, from not eating, and so the flesh is really weak. And so like a stone, first Satan was like, turn that stone into bread. You can do it. Just go ahead and eat. You can have bread. And he says, well, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. So he's like submitting to the Father's will, which is what we talked about last night, was like giving up our will for God's will, and that it's good for us because God's good. So then he's tempting Jesus again, and he takes him to a high place, and he's like, throw yourself down, and 1,000 angels could come and just bear you up or lift you up, and you wouldn't die. And he says, he uses the word of God again. He says, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. And that was the one. And there was another temptation too. I forget what it was. But that was the temptation I was thinking about, because the angels would bear you up, would save you. So Satan is tempting the God of the creator of the universe while he's a man to let the angels save him. Let the angels save you. And that just blew my mind this morning, because in heaven, they're like trying to overthrow God. They're like, I could be God. Like they're better than God. Like they could save God. And that just blew me away, because Jesus, he knew he was God. He knew he has a kingdom. He knew he would be preparing for all his family, mankind. And so I was just laughing about that, because humans are so, they can be tricked, or, you can manipulate their mind. And so, but Jesus, being God, you can't really manipulate his mind. But I'm sure, being tempted in the wilderness, not having food for 40 days, you'd be, pretty weak. So, but isn't that cool? The angels can save God. So laughable. Anyway, that blew my mind. Everybody's probably asleep and they're like dreaming
No,
about.
I'm just here. I'm here. I'm listening, but yeah, it's difficult for me. I really don't know.
Are you like an atheist?
No. I'm very fairly sure there's a creator, but who or what or when, I don't know. It's very
Hard to believe that all of this really radical stuff is going behind the scenes in another realm that you can't see. So I think what happens is like God was like allowing evil, you know what I'm saying, to penetrate into even our DNA because of what the fallen angels did. You know about that, right? Surely you know about that.
Sorry, the
fallen angels coming
1/3,
down.
33%.
33%?
Yeah, that's 1/3, right?
Oh,
Fallen angels.
well, yeah, the fallen angels. Well, there were some called watchers. There's like different levels. So the levels of the fallen angels, there's like seraphim, and there are cherubim, and Lucifer or Satan, he was a cherubim. The seraphim have 6 wings. Like I'm sure like video games and stuff have taken a lot from the Bible and used it. So it shouldn't seem so outrageous to people that that's based off of some sort of reality. You know what I mean? Like giants, you know? So what happened with the giants is the fallen angels, there was ones called watchers, and they were going to come down here. This is the book of Enoch. They were going to come down here and teach mankind. Well, they came down here, but just like Jesus being in the flesh, they took on flesh to teach men. They were tempted and they failed because they're not God. And God knew that was going to happen, which is the point I was trying to make about earlier. God had to let certain evils take place in order for us to see that there's evil and to see that there's good. So it's very mind-blowing, the book of Enoch. They taught men how to do like women how to put on makeup. They taught men how to make weapons and how to make steel, and it's very detailed, the book of Enoch, of the things that they taught men. One thing I thought was really cool. Have you ever heard of the terracotta China's army? The army called terracotta? Well, they have these statues that they found, and I guess
Yeah, that
there's
was
like
in China,
history.
right? In China,
Yeah.
terracotta army.
Yeah, and they were like, one day this army's going to come back to life. And they did some sort of ritual with all these. I don't know if they were real or not, but they were all different. Well, they did a study on some of the paints, and this was on like Discovery Channel years and years ago. Paints that were in the statues. And one of them, they did like a scan and stuff, and they said that it went into the 4th dimension. I'm not sure exactly the science stuff of it, but it was purple There was one that was purple that did something, and there was something else that was green that did something else. So that was like really freaky because I considered CERN, you know, like if you could do something in another dimension, like CERN is trying to bring the other dimension to life. And they've succeeded partially in that and tearing down the veil, like the veil that keeps us from seeing the demonic realm, the fourth dimension. And they saw like giants and demonic
Yeah.
things
So
in
how, man?
Switzerland.
But the question I then have is how were you there? How would you know that they saw anything? Right?
Well, there were bunches and bunches of phone calls that came in from all over, up and down the coast of Switzerland. There's like record of the phone calls. Well, here in America, it would be called 911. Emergency, somebody help! I see a giant, you know, like
Yeah, we have
people
112. Go ahead.
112.
Yeah, 112.
Yeah, and I think after that, well, when it's time for revelations to be unfolded, those systems will be overwhelmed with the things that people are going to see, because it says that let he who letteth let until he be taken out of the way. It's talking about the Holy Spirit. Is what people believe. Some people believe it's an angel, but I believe it's the Holy Spirit, because the Christians, the people that have accepted Jesus as for what he did on the cross for us, those people that believe that and accept him as Savior, they're going to be taken out of the way, and the Holy Spirit is in them. So I think that's the rapture. When that happens, then the demonic realm, all the stuff that has been held back, like the mark of the beast, and you know they've had that ready for a long time, right? Like their technology is like 50 to 100 years in advance. They've got stuff ready to go. The quantum dot or whatever it is, they have it ready. The luciferase they want to put in your skin. It's ready to go. They just have to wait. And I think they can see Wormwood too. The star that's going to fall. I think they can see that coming. And all of this is just a buildup of biblical proportions. The hail is like increasing. If you look at Texas, it's gigantic. The ball, it's like a bowling ball. And it also happened another place. And then about 6 months ago, I saw it happen once before. So now it's like 2 more have happened like this past week with the hail balls. The hail balls are going to get 70 to 100 pounds. That's what it's talking about in Revelation. This thing went like through, like that would be like a cement bag. If that hits you in the head from falling from the sky, you're going to be buried with the hail. This is, it's building. And I think it's happening quicker too. The whole like volcanoes and stuff are going to start, you're going to start seeing volcanoes go off a lot more, because that's talking about like in Joel, and then the swarms of locusts. There's like Joel chapter 2. It's talking about locusts that there'll be fire before it and fire after it, and then it goes into I think the Red Sea or the Black Sea, one of those two. They end up, being, I guess, killed or something into the sea. But that's like before the great and terrible day of the Lord, which I'm not sure if that's the wrath of God or the beginning of the tribulation, but there's locusts, a lot of locusts in the Middle East. And I think it's because of all the rain. And I think there's scientific explanations for all this. Like some people blame God for the hail. I blame man. I blame the chemtrails that they're doing and the weather manipulation for it. I think man is doing it, but see, I think God allows it. So, like with CERN and all that, God is holding that back too. You know, I don't think there's certain boundaries that they can cross, like trapping a soul or something like that. I don't think they can do that. But with the mark of the beast, I think it's time. Like, then God will allow it because people will be given over to another master, and they have had the opportunity to, you know, go with God, and they chose not to. They refused to love the truth because they like their evil deeds better. And that's all it is. Like, you don't have to do good deeds, which it's good to do good deeds because it only blesses you. But yeah, thanks for letting me get all that out in the dead air. I think I made the air a little electrified. What do you think? Did we electrify the airways?
Yeah, thank you for your contribution. Yeah, I
Did
know this is.
anything set well? Did
Um,
anything pique your interest?
it's difficult, Christy. I mean, I know times are hard these days, and I also know that every every book calls for an end time, right? So, yeah, then it's probably up to when will this be? And I think if this is all true, then it's difficult to know what God's plans are, and then when people say, well, it will be within the next 3 years, then I'm like, how do you know this? Well, why would you know what God's going to do, right? So
the timing of it all is where you're having difficulty, or the believing of it.
the I guess from all ages people would claim an end time, right? And that wouldn't be different now. So what's then the truth? You know what I'm saying?
So the timing of it, or if it's true.
I guess both. I don't know, right?
Because if
I
you
don't
can't
know.
see it, then you can't believe it to be true.
I know, but the thing is with me, I don't know which book holds the most truth, right? I wasn't there, so I can't validate it. I don't know. The only thing I understand is that we have a creator, right? Because couldn't happen any other way. But who did it? Why he did it? When or in which book this is depicted as the most correct, right? Would be for me impossible to know. So I would then yeah.
Well,
It's not. Do you get it?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying because they do this a lot. That's what makes the trick so good. Is that for hundreds and hundreds of years, they've been saying it's the end, it's the end, it's the end because your enemies read the same books. They know what you think. They know what you're going to fall for. So if they can make it look like the end, well, you're never really going to know when it is because they're just going to keep making it appear to be that way. And if they keep crying wolf, you're never going to actually think, okay, is there actually a wolf? Or,
If
If you believe the Bible, it states that no man knoweth the time.
That's what makes the deception so good because they keep crying wolf and, people keep going, oh, there might be a wolf. Oh, there might be a wolf. And they just keep doing it.
If faith is the evidence of things hoped for, and you hope for it to be the end, and you never see it, but yet you're, just constantly expecting the future of this kingdom that Jesus is preparing for us, then you're not going to be dissatisfied if you totally believe that. If you have complete faith in that, it's not going to hurt you till the day you die, because until the day you die, you're constantly believing. You're constantly hopeful of the kingdom that he talked about. And he showed by the miracles that he did that he was true. Even raising from the dead. All the people that saw him after he was alive, he came back and showed himself to thousands of people. And so to me, that's the evidence, is what I hope for, because I can't prove any of it. But yet, to me, it sets well in my soul. And I believe I have a soul. I believe that my consciousness is going to go on, and I'm going to have a new body, a new place to live. Was the testing ground. Like Jesus had to be tempted. We have to be tempted too. We have to, we're going to fail because we're just human beings. We're not God. But that's the whole thing. Like Satan was prideful. All we got to do is be humble and just say, God, like, allow me to be part of that kingdom, part of your family. I see that you've created families. You've made a possibility to understand who you are because of what you've set up down here. You got beautiful things, you've got love, you've got joy, you've got peace, all these fruits of the Spirit, ways to be humble, ways to be meek, and all of that creates an atmosphere of love and hope and stability and all the good things. Now there's opposite things. And if you can see the difference between the good and the evil, and that God is good, and then if you accept God, you have a future of even better. Because to live is to live, you're supposed to be living like Christ, which you can't really do. But in Christ, you're righteous because of his righteousness. So, anyway.
To be like Christ is to love, is
Got a
it not?
hot mic.
Sorry.
That's okay. What is it? To live is to love.
Sorry?
Who
To
said?
be like Christ is to love.
Yes. To love. He made it simple, didn't he? I mean, it's not easy sometimes to love people.
One
But
question.
if you're... Yes?
What is evil
What is
and what is
evil?
good? Yes. Good is
It's a
something.
perspective.
Evil
Yes.
is the opposite of good.
Yes. And what is good then?
God is good. And God is love.
There's no answer to the question.
So anything I do to love you is God.
Okay.
Because of what he showed us, what he told us, and what he created is love. It's like through him, it's all possible.
It's all possible. And what is evil then? Which people are evil?
We
Those
were
who lie and break the
evil.
law.
Mm-hmm. Breaking the law. We've all broke the law.
So who's
So
The
we're
law is that which helps you
If you're
to
speeding, you're evil.
discern between good
What?
and evil.
Gabby, wait.
Yeah,
Somebody's echoing.
yeah. Big
Who's that?
time.
PC, you're echoing. Thank you. Go ahead.
So yeah, did somebody say, Christy, you're evil? Yes, I was evil. Now I have Jesus, so now God doesn't see my evil, he sees Jesus. And I'm learning to be like I'm practicing being like him.
That's not easy.
Mm-mm. It's not, because my
It doesn't
will is
go along with
strong.
the lifestyle of this mankind. These
Flesh is
two
strong.
lifestyles are very different, yeah, from another.
Mm-hmm. And you know, the examples that you have on earth, you know, they kind of manipulate you, you know.
Yeah,
So unless you spend all your time with God, then it's going to be super hard. Like if you stay in the Word though, and you think about Him, and He's always on your mind, it's a lot easier to tell the flesh no. The flesh is strong. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have a strong will. Sometimes it gets in my way, you know, my
To me,
stubbornness.
my grandfather told me, for example, when which his grandfather told him how were the time before, and he said when his grandfather came village and he wanted to build his house, and I mean he got married and then he wanted to start his life to build his house. All his neighbors came and helped him build the house, not for money, not for business interest. His neighbors were helping him, like the whole village.
Yeah.
And nobody asked anything except, just make a good meal. Everybody is eating, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But today, when you get married as a young man, people don't come to help.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we are business based. If you want to get a house, you have to buy it from a real estate or construction company. You have to buy it, to work for it.
Slave for it.
Yeah, to have the right to live, to have a home. It's a business.
That's a very good point, because
Yeah.
this slavery is
Yeah.
getting ready to be complete.
Yeah.
The mark of the beast and all that is going to bring complete slavery. And Jesus came to set us free. And we can be free in Christ, in our mind, you know, like whole in Him and complete in Him. Like He's all you need. But then the physical, you know, the flesh, you know, having a roof over your head, having, you know, food in your belly, that is how they're doing it, how they're making people a slave. They're going to cause so much bad famine next. That's next. Famine and disease. And then that's not even the 4 horsemen that ride, but I think it's really close. If it's not close, I don't know. I don't like seeing what's about to happen. A lot of people are about to die with the vaccine, from what I understand. The mice, it only took 6 weeks. So with humans, it'd be about a year, and I think we'll start seeing it around Christmas. And I'm sorry if anybody's taking it here, but I mean that's just what,
God
you know.
forbid I didn't, and I see
I know
my
a lot of
parents
people
pushing
now.
me. And I said, look, I didn't push you to take it. It was your choice, but for my skin is my choice.
Good for
Nobody else is
you.
gonna choose for me.
Good for
And
you, because
I
this is
tell
an
to people,
experiment.
yeah,
This isn't even like, I mean, they did do some testing
no,
or whatever, but they didn't do it like they were
yeah,
supposed to. And it's gene
I don't
therapy.
even,
It's not
yeah,
even a
I don't
vaccine.
even go that far, you know, I don't even go that far to say it's an experiment. For me, it's simply being cut by the sword. It's a metal which cuts your skin.
Mm-hmm.
Who has the right to do that?
Mm-hmm. And
You
it's
know?
got, I'm sorry, I better not say on here what it's got in it, but it's bad.
Yeah.
Real bad.
we should deflect the subject, yeah, because
Yeah, because that one will get
Yeah,
things.
this is
yeah,
not medical advice. So
yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
terribly sorry.
anybody that wants to go ahead and be a guinea pig, you have that right. That's your will. Free will. But as for me, no, not me. I'd rather go die in a ditch in the woods and starve to death in a hole than to be any part of Bill Gates from hell. And the people that are doing all these atrocities are going to pay big, because
well, their
they're putting
payment
themselves.
their payment actually is not like one day. It's gonna be it's gonna be a payment that will last forever.
Yeah.
Because life from God is eternal. It cannot be destroyed, cannot be ended. Every life is eternal. The problem
Mm-hmm.
is the place you're gonna be, where you will be living life.
Mm-hmm. Where there's weeping and
Yeah,
gnashing of teeth, and where the
yeah.
worm doesn't die. Ugh.
So,
Yeah. And I hope they repent, because they could repent, and that's I hope for their own soul's sake, because Jesus didn't want anybody to go to hell, even Bill Gates.
well,
But he does know
he
who is
been
going
to
to.
hell. He been there, and
He liked it, huh?
uh, he shook the hell. He shocked the hell. You know, like the one who's there. He was very scared. You know, like
He's like,
I'm
oh
pretty
man,
sure
look who moved
he's
into
been.
the neighborhood.
Yeah, when he went down in hell, the one who was there was like more than scared and more than terrified. You know, because it's God of Life who went there.
That
And
evil grin, that weirdo dance that he did. That's probably what shook him.
yeah,
Did you ever see Bill Gates dance? It's so creepy. Oh my gosh. If anybody hasn't seen that, you gotta look it up. It's like, back in the older days, like in the,
mhm,
50s or 60s, um, like, who do I think of? Mr. Neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? Like this kind of, I call it gay, but it's like, happy gay, like
yeah,
rocking back and forth, singing, doing the, with your fingers, dancing back and forth, like da 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 da. That's Bill Gates doing that, dancing. It's like the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Somebody should do a meme or put that in the chat room. They'll be like, what are these people talking about in here? I forget the name of that god that they have in front of CERN. Does anybody know the name of that one?
Oh, Shiva. Shiva.
Shiva. Hmm.
Yeah.
He shook her even. She's like, what is this? I'm the destroyer of worlds. What is this?
They worship the creator and destroyer of the worlds. It's actually like three of them in Hindu religion. One that created, one that is the flow of the world, and the third one is the destruction.
Mm. And these people that are the global people, the corporation people, they really believe that by destroying it all, that it will come up anew, that it'll be revived like the phoenix, and that they'll be a part of that. Somehow they're not going to die. They're going to be like transformed into a computer system or something.
What they want to destroy is this governmental system, which actually forbids you quite many things in regards to laboratory research and like that. We have laws against human experimentation and these things.
Yeah, I
Human
think that
cloning.
one's out the window,
They are
isn't it?
illegal, yeah, stem cell research. They are very, very restrictive into these fields. And if they
Well,
manage
they
to take down the governments, then there will be nobody to hold back all these corporations and big tech to do all this kind of research experiment. And they see it as a progress. We already have, I've read articles where the scientists now in a laboratory can 3D print a steak from human cells, and if you eat it, that's not cannibalism. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might have been doing that along. Maybe that's what's making people sort of crazy or something. Well, you have to admit that like technology and everything has definitely speeded up at a rate that is, I don't know, every so many months or whatever, it like doubles or more in the amount.
Yeah.
I'm being very generous to say.
Well, that's
like,
about computer power, computer processing power. So there's a law of, what's his name?
Who's that guy?
Yeah, I need to search up. I'm busy now. I don't have my hands free. But so this guy stated that there's a doubling
Murphy?
of. No,
Murphy's
was it
law?
Murphy? No.
No.
It was. I don't quote me on this, but he said there's a doubling of processing power every year or 2 years or something.
Yeah.
But there will be an end to that, right? Because I cannot.
We will
continue.
reach the atomic level, so you cannot go beyond the size of the atom. I mean, when they try to make a gold wire, that's the minimum where you can make it, like 1 atom inside diameter.
Did you ever see Lawnmower Man? The movie?
No. Lawnmower?
Uh-huh. Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, I definitely seen it, but it's a long time ago, like 1 or 2
Right.
decades. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was before the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow he got hooked up. He had some sort of chair or something that he would sit in. But like the Matrix, they, pull you out with the red pill or whatever.
Yeah.
And, with the neuro net or whatever it's called, the one that they want to put that, inject that thing into your jugular vein, and they could, download stuff straight to your brain, that I think that is going to be now the quantum dot or whatever. Like that's going to be people. You shall be like gods. You'll
Yeah, there
know
are links.
whatever you want to know, like that. Like that's what they're going to promise. So and the
Actually,
technology.
it is Google getting inside your head,
Mm-hmm.
and
Google is evil.
they don't really need to physically get inside your head. The phones already have technology to read brain waves, like what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I hear people here which say that, hey, I was driving the car and I saw this Jeep and I thought, oh, maybe it will be good. Yeah, this kind of Jeep model will fit in my garage. Looking at it, measuring it with his eyes, The man just gave a thought when he saw that Jeep. And 2 hours later, he gets a text message on his phone with a Jeep offer for sale on internet,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe in coincidence. That's
Right.
just me.
It's probably to the point where, because I know verbally, if you say something, it's it's a sure thing. You're going to get something on your computer that they can sell you.
Yeah.
If they can sell you something, of course,
Yeah.
I talk a lot about, the Lord. So it's funny how nothing comes up about that.
Yeah.
So
But if
there's
you
an
think
agenda.
about the Church of Google,
Yeah, if you start, talking about like some sort of
yeah,
artificial intelligent church, which they have now, you might start getting enticing things about artificial intelligence or some sort of robot lady or something like that. Like, because they'll be selling those before long too. They probably already are. Because they want you to worship the image of the beast. So they're going to make it enticing, And that to me is like super super evil. Because that's the temptation of the lust of the flesh. That one's hard, especially for men.
I would say they kind of show it to you. They make it easy to see with the whole internet thing. And I noticed you mentioned AI. Like we don't need to download a 3-hour movie in 1 minute. No, nobody needs to do that. That's just stupid. It's a 3-hour movie. It could take an hour to download if you're gonna watch it while it's going, or it's gonna buffer, or like you don't need any of that.
yeah,
So they make it look good, even though it's absurd. You don't actually need it. But that technology is that's not for us. That's for them. That's for their purpose. They're going to use something with it that we don't know about. But we're going to want it because they're going to spin it and make it look like, it's going to be better for us. But no, we don't need that.
Yeah.
They train mankind into entertainment. Now that they are addicted to it, they with Netflix, for example, they just monetize entertainment, and with cinema, Hollywood, that's how it started.
They probably all have their own separate movies where they've given us a little taste of things, like I'll just use example Johnny Depp, where he like shrinks the boat and he puts it in a bottle, like a shrinking capability. Like, it seems far-fetched or whatever. But for people that are in the know, maybe they've already seen that at work and they know about something, the next step of that, or other things that they get movies about, things that we're not privy to. You know what I mean? They probably have their own movies about wonderful things that they're promised, but they're never going to get there. They're never going to get all that they want, because it's all going to be stipulations that they're going to owe the devil, for whatever they get, their riches, their yachts, their places in the ocean that Maxwell, what's her face, is selling them in the ocean, and they're not going to get to enjoy it. They're not going to get it for long. I hope it's wrapping up. Because I really don't want to see all these people die, and I think that's my greatest hope, is that it's almost over, because I don't want to see a bunch of people die. But I know it's going to happen because it's prophesied. It's prophesied Jesus would have to shorten the day, or there'd be no flesh saved, and that means left alive. So I think
I believe
we're
in
there.
the prophesied numbers.
The prophesized numbers?
Yeah.
Which numbers are you talking about?
2/3 of mankind destined to perdition, and only 1/3 is on God's side that is going to be saved. So the number is quite small.
Well, just make sure you're one of them.
Yeah.
It's not hard. Just believe.
Yeah.
Everybody's given a measure of faith. So just take whatever measure you got, and then faith comes by hearing the word of God. So if you can listen to the Bible and read it and claim it, as you are part of the kingdom of God, you're royalty, you're the elite. You're the child of the king. You're the family of God. You're a royal priesthood, which I don't understand the fullness of that yet, but that we have an advocate with the God of the universe through Jesus, where we can go straight to the throne and ask the Father anything we want because of what Jesus did. And then now he's going to call us priests. And, when there's the millennial reign, which is like 1,000 years on earth after the Great Tribulation, we'll be helping other people, like to understand things and stuff, people that are being born. for 1,000 years. So like we'll be the ones that are like the priests, the ones that are talking about who Jesus is and what he did for us. And it's going to be a really amazing time because all this evil will be wiped. A lot of the evil, at least. I don't know if there'll be still things going on or not, but it won't be nearly the atrocities that are going on now, and we'll be able to keep a grip on it and rule and reign with Christ. That's I look forward to that day. Right now it's like fear and despair and everything opposite of what it should be. But then there'll be all this hope and life and joy and togetherness and unity and harmony and fixing the wrongs and creating with our creative minds the new, the abilities that we'll have, like flying and building to the tops of the clouds and with things that won't be destroyed, things that will be made, because heaven's going to come down. Heaven's going to come down, and the rivers up there the leaves of the tree of life will restore the nations. I don't know how that's going to work, but I was looking at this picture the other day. You guys have probably seen it. There's a tree, and you see like the whole structure of the tree, and then you look at the placenta, and it looks like a tree, and lungs.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? The lungs. There's other things. So amazing.
That's the creator's signature.
Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait to see everything in micro and macro, like the universe. Like we'll see the very small and we'll see the large things that God created further than what we can imagine here on Earth. So we've never seen it yet. Oh, that's exciting to me. We're so limited here. Can't wait to be. We'll never be unlimited, I don't think, but I think we'll be more unlimited than we are now for sure. Because our bodies will be indestructible. I think about extreme sports. I wonder what extreme sports would be flying.
They must be gold based, not carbon based.
It will be what based instead of carbon?
Gold.
Gold.
Yeah.
Mm. The gold will be on the streets. You just walk on the streets of gold. That's like, the cement paths on Earth. I think it'll be more than that. I think it'll be way more than gold. Because you just walk on it up there.
Well, gold is a superconductor into liquid helium. And
what's that do?
And it's also eternal. Never gets destroyed naturally.
Nice. And it's pure in heaven. Like you can see through it. Transparent.
And
Well,
there
what's
is
the
another
helium?
interesting thing what they say about when they talk about the temperature of the stars. These astrophysicists stuff. They say that the stars have like 6,000 degrees Celsius temperature at their
6,000.
surface or somewhere. Yeah, and 6 is the number of. I see that number very related
6 is the number of what?
of man.
Oh, of man.
Yeah.
Would y'all consider that? What if I'm just putting this out there? If 6 is the number of man, right? What if the whole creation itself, everything that he made, has a certain number? And what if creation is implied or is talked about as a beast, not like the evil way we think of a beast, but like a well or creature, right? As a whole system, a unit or a working system. When God created it, it was a one whole system working in perfect harmony, uh, not against each other in all of its, uh, you know, as a whole. But then when sin came in, the beast itself became corrupt and uh, almost like you think of it as like I don't know, like a maker, somebody who made a computer circuit board, right? Now you can look at it in its
Yeah.
own separate components, but it was created to do a certain thing. So you have the plastic, you have the solder, you have the all the little points, but it's all there to work, together to do one thing. So let's just say God is which he obviously is the great master, and like his work, the earth itself is his masterpiece. But at one point, every note worked together as unified and was pleasing to his ears and to his eyes. And I think that the Bible to me kind of shows that not only the sin of Adam and Eve, but uh, sin itself also meaning to miss the mark, like being out of tune. And what if the earth, goes back to what God originally planned it when he purifies it, and the heaven comes down to earth, but he purifies it with this fire like we do with gold and stuff. So what if when Jesus went into the belly of the earth is like the way Jonah went into the belly of the beast or the well, right? So what if
Yeah.
the earth itself, the way he designed it, and the way he designed man, right, has a certain number, and it's the same number all of creation has. Like it has a certain order. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm trying to.
Like a piano being out of tune, where you have to go back and retune it, like it's off key, like you're saying, like it's like it's been interrupted or disrupted.
Right. Well, I can
That's
imagine.
really cool, man. That resonated with me big time.
Well, I was writing I was saying I
Not
was
to use
writing a
that
book.
pun, resonate. Go ahead.
I was gonna write a book, but I suck at spelling and I hate writing things. So I was kind of recording something, and it was gonna be about this guy who owns a stage or a cathedral, like a place where people go and have plays and stuff, right? And his office is right above, and he has like this glass floor that he can see through, but people can't see up into it. And
Oh,
he
wow.
would write music, and listen to it all day. You know what I mean? And I think about that, how God, wrote this masterpiece, and how Satan, was part of the masterpiece, but came down and took God's original writings and put in, just threw in some chaos. And now it's just, sickening to God to hear what his original masterpiece, is now, and it wants to, completely start over.
Out of
But anyway,
tune. That's funny. God
yeah,
told me one time, if the earth is a record, I'm the needle. Like he's the needle. Which a needle has like a little diamond on it, like, right?
yeah,
And the frequencies.
yeah, yeah. So I'm thinking, like, the man of perdition, this, the one that the Jewish people are saying. Matter of fact, it's been in Israel news that the rabbis there say that their Messiah is here. He's been born, and this is Israeli news. Like, you can look it up right now, saying that
No, I
they have.
know they were all kissing his hand and stuff. But did you notice he was wearing glasses? I thought that was pretty
I haven't
funny.
seen anybody. I was just reading where they were saying that the main rabbi was saying that they've been talking with the Messiah, and he's going to reveal himself, and I haven't heard that
There's
even talked about in my church, and I'm sitting here reading it on the Israeli news,
there's
and I'm like,
yeah,
what?
there's a video. There's a video, and they're all like kissing his hand.
That's freaky. Well, see, I
He's
thought,
got a beard and he's got glasses. I thought that was pretty funny because of the glasses. Because
that's
Jesus healed the
interesting.
blind men, you know?
Yeah, and when I think about it, I think that this man of perdition is going to be a normal dude, he's probably going to be Jewish, but he's going to be a normal guy trying to do good through, I don't know, the United Nations or whatever. He'll be in a position, and he'll write the peace treaty. But I think that he's going to cause chaos through this peace treaty, and certain people are going to blame him for the one who, causes land to be taken away or something, and he'll be assassinated. And I think unto death. And I think that that's when the spirit, this spirit of whatever you want to call it. I hear people say the Babylonian or
Satan.
yeah, satanic spirit, whatever it is, enters into him, and he raises up. And I think that that's when, the
He gets
spirit
the powers.
allows, yeah, that he'll be using his body, but that other dude is gone. I think that this, you know what I mean? Like, everything he was trying to do, like, I think that this man of perdition probably doesn't even know he is going to be the chosen one.
The vessel,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I think that's because I think everybody, everybody is God's calling unto salvation. Even this, but I think God also knows that this dude who who's going to be chosen, because I think that Satan and the demons don't know when Christ is going to return, but only knows the signs of his returning, which is, Israel becoming a nation, the mark of the beast, like the technology to buy and sell and all this stuff. So I think that they know their time is short. So they're looking for this particular person that writes the peace treaty. And what's the last sign? Like, one of the last signs is the third temple being rebuilt. You know what I mean? So all these things are supposed to be taking place. So I think that Satan and the demons are waiting for this dude. They know who he is. And
they've got a lot of the stuff in the peace treaty already, like, in play or whatever, like the China road or whatever that's called, the Silk Road. Like, they're working on it now in the Middle East to have this big long road, where there'll be a lot of rich things happening through there, and these Middle East countries are signing up to you could call it peace and safety, but it's riches. It's the things that are being promised. So the Antichrist is going to be looked at not as this evil. I think that's where the preachers and stuff are dropping the ball, because just to tell the world Antichrist, Jesus promised the kingdom. Jesus promised harmony. Jesus promised these things, evil, but like the whole world is looking for the Antichrist to be evil. He's not going to seem evil. He's going to seem to bring harmony and unity and hope for humanity. So
I
it's
believe that.
different than what the world is expecting. These Christians are calling that the Antichrist is going to be in power and put everybody into slavery. Well, yeah, he is, but it's going to be an enticement slavery.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, I think you're definitely. That's what I hear too. Like this evil dude, but I think that comes after he's gone. I think that stuff where he, is used, like you said, as a vessel, then things get crazy, and people are going to
Once
start
they're
doing.
enslaved, once they've got the mark, they'll see the real evil behind it, but it'll be too late because they'll have taken the mark.
That's why I always thought that it was. I thought that Jared Kushner could play a huge role just because of everything that surrounded him. Playing it, with the peace treaty and all, and his family owning the
Yeah, that guy creeps me
Lucent
out.
technology. Well, and I'm big into Hebrew. What names mean in Hebrew, and I looked it up, and his name means bringing down wrath like a hammer, and also, let's see, Jared. I
Wasn't
can't
that
remember which
Noah's
one.
grandpa or something's name?
I don't know. Noah's grandpa was Methuselah.
Or his dad?
Methuselah
No. I mean,
Methuselah. Yeah,
Noah.
Methuselah means his death shall bring. Right.
No, what's Noah's dad's name? I think it's Jared.
Well, so Kushner, I believe, means dealing with fur or coverings, like fur coverings or something like that. So if you think about that, it's like Christ represented the covering, of sin. He represented he was supposed to be the last of what God provides, which represented the first that God provided, which was, the first animal killed and its skin being used to cover Adam and Eve. So, and also it says that the Antichrist, when he's wounded unto death and raises up, brings in the great tribulation. So like to the whole world. So just his name also just really freaked me out when I looked it up. But I haven't heard much about Jared Kushner lately, except for him writing, Donald Trump praising him for writing the peace treaty.
Son of Methuselah, son of Enoch, son of Jared.
Good morning, Christy.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Long
For a second, I thought you
girl.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say "son of in the B word."
Oh, biscuit eater.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say hi real quick. Go ahead, back to what you were doing.
It's so good to hear your voice.
Oh, well, thank you. You too.
So we got son of Noah, son of Lamech, son of Methuselah, son of Enoch, son of Jared. So it's a couple generations away from Noah, but it says that the days of Noah, that it'll be like the days of Lot and Noah in the end times. I just thought that was funny because when you said Jared, that came to my mind.
Well, there was after I looked up his name, found out, I'm like, I'm in the middle of a church service, when I looked it up.
Enoch's dad. That's okay.
Enoch.
That makes
Oh, okay. So there was you ever heard of a guy named Tom Horn?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, there's a guy that is always on the show with Tom Horn, like all the time. This
Steve
dude
Quayle?
Yes, Steve Quayle. Okay, so after I looked up Jared Kushner's name, I started really getting kind of, freaked out. I'm like, okay, this dude's Jewish. He's writing the peace treaty. Here he is over there when anything Israel does over there, him and his wife, Donald Trump's daughter's over there, like, during these ceremonies and stuff, whatever they got. Well, so I thought, okay, is anybody else talking about this? And I looked it up. I just Googled it, Jared Kushner, Antichrist. And the only thing I found was this radio show with this guy talking about how, I guess he had a dream and the Lord spoke to him or something like that. And it was that Steve Quayle guy. And he said that, the Lord pointed him towards Jared Kushner. And he said that he thinks Jared Kushner is the closest thing he's ever seen to actually.
Au contraire, mon frere. Actually, let me see. Joyce Pugh. Do you guys know her? She collaborated with Zen Garcia quite a while back.
Oh, Zen. No, I
Yeah.
don't know if I heard of her. What's her name again?
Well, the person that I'm going to make a point from her name is Joyce Pugh.
Yeah.
And she heads up the serpent seed theory. I don't know if you contend with that, but I do believe it was her that spoke about, of course, with citations, I think, or at least, I don't know. It's been a really long time, like probably 4 years or more.
Yeah.
But she contended that Prince William is the Antichrist.
Oh, gotcha.
So if you're into that fringe theory, whatever, I can find it for you and send
Well, I
it.
mean, yeah, that'd be cool. My thing is, we know that the man of perdition that stands in the temple, whatever he does, he makes a peace treaty, and so when I see the news and stuff with Jared Kushner, and it's on the front cover of Guardian magazine, with Donald Trump saying that
sure,
if anybody can write the peace treaty, Jared can. And the next thing you know, he writes it, they reject it, he redoes it, now they accept it. The Muslims accept this peace treaty now. So when I looked up his name, I was like, that's pretty much, if you're going by how the Bible, describes a person and what will happen according to his name. And, even from, Israel, or Jacob. And so I just looked up to see if anybody else was talking about this. And I figured, somebody on YouTube or something. But the only person I found was Steve Quayle. He's the only person who said that he thinks Jared Kushner.
He is creepy. You gotta admit, like the guy, he looks like some sort of robot or something.
Well, that's what I said. I said that. That's why I was telling you that I think that let's just say if there's any chance that he could be the chosen one that this spirit enters into, I don't think that he thinks it. I don't think he knows it. I think that he's doing what he thinks is
what if
good.
it is the android?
You know what I mean?
The Antichrist.
Guys,
What if it is an
just before you guys go on, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. What is it that Jared Kushner's name's supposed to mean?
Okay, if you look up, Hebrew, you'll notice that there's like a few different things. Like it means to bring down wrath like a hammer, and then also Kushner. I think Kushner means dealing with like fur coverings or coats or something like that.
Okay, but the first name is most pertinent.
Descent.
Okay,
make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, make
I
sure
get
you
where you're
do.
coming from.
Yeah, in Hebrew.
Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining that for me. Appreciate it. Go ahead with what you were saying. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like when I looked it up, I'm in the middle of the church. My wife's like, "Quit, pay attention." But I've seen a lot of stuff going on in the news, and when I looked it up, I'm like, "Oh, that's crazy." Because in Hebrew, I think names are important. And so I just thought that what if this dude who's writing the peace treaty ends up, and who is Donald Trump's son-in-law, and married to the one that that they're hoping runs for president, whatever her name is, that Donald Trump's daughter, which she's
What? Ivanka Trump?
oh yeah, they want her to run for president bad.
Whoa.
But I thought that I thought Jared Kushner at some point, maybe in 10 years or so, would run for president because he's over there with Israel. The Republicans now love him. The state of Israel
Okay.
loves him.
I've never heard. See, I don't follow politics at all whatsoever unless it's a big headline or something.
Well, look up Israeli news. That's
Yeah, I
where the
probably
key,
won't.
he's all in it. He's over there
I
all the
mean,
time.
that would be me trying to open up a 2-year geography book or something. Not geography, geometry. Sorry, I haven't had my coffee yet. I'm making it right
I
now.
need mine too.
But yeah,
Well,
that would
he
be
said
like
Jared
me trying to
Kushner's.
delve into politics would be like me
Yeah.
getting into a really something. Yeah, it's over my head. But I find it I find it interesting that she's up for, or unofficially, vaguely, loosely up for being president, first woman president.
Yeah, she's well,
I
she
mean,
they she said she's not going to, but I mean,
so did her dad.
yeah.
But see, the thing is nobody's gonna. I hear a really bad echo from somebody.
Yes, somebody's got you leaving.
See, nobody's gonna vote for Hillary. I mean, I think everybody. This is really bad to say, so forgive me, but I think everybody deep in their soul knows that Hillary Clinton is a demon. Nobody's gonna vote for her ass. So it's just like I don't know. I know a lot of people analyze politics and it's a good thing and stuff like that, but a lot of people don't know what they're doing and they just vote because other people tell them to.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of like a high school popularity contest, really.
Yeah.
So for somebody that's like squeaky clean, like Ivanka Trump, to be first woman president, and then to have as her husband Jared really running the show, hello.
Yeah. Well, that's
That to
what
me makes sense.
Jared got in a lot of trouble because that they were saying, like, and this was in the news for a while. They said that Jared, using his company, Lucent Technologies, was doing a black. They didn't say black op. He was doing some type of stuff that he wasn't supposed to be doing when he was working for Donald at the White House. And I never heard anything afterwards. Like, it didn't say that he got in trouble, but it had a lot to do with COVID testing and because his company pretty much.
Sounds fun. It sounds like a fun idea that he was doing something he wasn't supposed to, but I'm pretty sure he was supposed to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you look at they kind of tie both sides together, these Republicans and these Democrats, because they've always been, Ivanka and Jared have been Democrats. Like, I think they just now said that they went.
But does the average American know that? Probably not.
Well, it was I think in the headlines when they did
it?
it. Yeah, because it was a huge thing because all these years Just like, remember, Donald Trump's always been a Democrat, then all of a
Yes.
sudden he flipped.
I did know that.
Well, that's what the whole time
Funny,
they
that
were
didn't
working.
affect me because I almost wanted to vote for Trump. See, I was a blind little sheep, and I just going willy-nilly like everybody else. Sorry, I keep it too simple. I appreciate you guys talking. But I know Christy was wanting to participate in something a little bit ago when I asked you guys a while back about the definition, and then we flew off into other stuff. Christy, I didn't mean to take the floor from you, my dear. Say she's still... Is Christy still here?
Oh, I didn't get to hear what you said. I heard the first part of my name and then it kicked me. Now
Oh,
tell
I
me
said that...
Ariana is not messing.
I said
Messing on me.
I take a different approach than you guys on stuff, more like simpler, big picture, connecting the dots when I hear people talk about stuff, you know what I mean? But I appreciate you guys talking, and I kind of took the floor from you, my dear. So, I mean, I know
Oh
you were wanting
no,
to talk
no,
about...
no. I've been talking a while. I woke
Oh,
up with some profound thing this morning and I had to
really?
tell somebody and I was like,
Wait.
24/7's there, and that I came in and they were listening to some rap music. I was like, "Hey, can I interrupt?"
Yeah, because that could have been a while. So, wait, what was it? Just about Jared or what?
Oh, well, my profound thing I woke up with was that Satan tempted God as a man to see if God would let the angels save him when he was in the wilderness. He
Oh,
was like,
okay.
go up to this
So let's see
pinnacle, this
what...
high place, and cast yourself down. You'll let angels save you. And I just thought that was so profound that Satan was trying to get God to let angels save him when his whole purpose was to come here to save us, his children. And I was just like, wow.
That's cool. I like it when so it was like an aha moment.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And it
Love it
was
when...
funny too because, God is God and, you know, he had a goal to come down here to prepare a place for mankind in his kingdom.
Okay.
And yeah.
So, how did you guys get talking about Jared being the Antichrist? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, it's been let's see, I think I came in here like 8 o'clock, so it's been like an hour and a half ago.
Okay. All right.
It's
So,
gone from
what's the
thing to thing.
implications if he is? If he is, what does that mean, you guys? Because
What if he's an android? I'm just wondering because he's like
that's what
very
you were talking about when
robotic.
I cut you off. An android. Oh, okay. You know who kind of looks like an android too is the Facebook guy, Mark Zuckerberg. He looks like an android.
Yeah,
I
he
think he got
does.
body snatched, dude. I'm telling you.
He's
Okay,
even got the glitch, you know?
I just posted in chat. I actually found the interview of Steve Quell, so I posted it in chat. It's a SoundCloud clip of him being interviewed about
Nice.
what he thinks about Jared Kushner. Why he thinks that.
I love fringy stuff like this. I'll definitely listen to it. And I do have a SoundCloud.
Well, he puts it out it's a very simple explanation. It's nothing where he's just thinks it because he thinks that he's actually, going by what Jared's actually doing and how it lines up with what we're warned that the Antichrist will do. You know what I mean? It's very plain. No, like, imagination has to be used. Like, aliens are living under the White House and they're, guiding, I mean, there's nothing out there. This is just,
I don't
this is
think
what,
the idea of aliens, quote unquote, is out there. I just don't think they came from outer space.
well,
No, really.
you notice now that these orbs, right? These orbs are being talked about, all in the news.
Well, hold on. The reason why I think that aliens would be not from outer space, but they are real. They're from outer lands. I mean, there's a part of the Bible where I believe it was Abel after he killed, Or was it Cain?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Cain.
it
The
was
He
Cain.
brother
killed
that said
Abel.
he didn't want to
Yeah.
go to the city because
Yeah.
somebody would kill him. Like, what are you talking about? It's your mom and dad and your brother. You just killed your brother. Now it's you and your mom and dad. What are you talking about? So it was another land with people on it. So I think there's maybe not other, not just other lands, but like other realms. I'm really fringy
Yeah.
ideas and
Yeah.
beliefs. So to me, the idea of aliens that are more advanced than us, they just were here before us and they're in outer lands, you know, like how they tell us that the universe, quote unquote, is ever expanding. I happen to think wildly speculating that our realm is ever expanding.
We were
So,
talking about Enoch earlier and the fallen angels and stuff. Enoch's dad is Jared, by the way. Like I'm still like absorbing that information because the fallen angels and all the technology that they had back
Yeah.
then and how the fallen angels,
Yeah.
were messing with the DNA.
Yeah.
That's very
I
interesting that
think
you
I
said that
think
to the other
Steve
land
yeah,
because
Steve
that could be some sort of weird creation out there that he was abandoned to.
so my wild speculation is that the people in the know of the who make the decisions of this world, those people at the top of the pyramid, they know about these other lands.
They
That's my
came from there, probably, right?
well, I don't know about I haven't gone that far, but
I think
I mean
I
I
think
suppose
Steve
it's entirely possible.
Well,
Steve
you
Quell
mentioned the
mentions that
serpent seed, so I'm just thinking
You
outside the
what?
box a
Wait,
little.
what? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Who? Who?
Christy, what did you say just now?
Oh, you said the serpent seed, the girl Joyce.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just, thinking outside that box because of what the fallen angels did, with the DNA manipulation with the animals and
No, this
people
is
and
what no, the serpent seed in a nutshell is, and Zen Garcia talked about this as well, is that um Satan in the garden, the snake, the serpent, beguiled Eve and had sex with her. And then also Eve had sex with her husband, and she had twins from two different fathers, which we all know can happen. So that's where you have the
I'm
two
not saying
lineages.
no.
What?
Yeah. I'm not
That's where,
saying no to all. I'm not saying no to all that. I'm
oh,
just,
yeah.
because it's not real clear,
But that is
in
the
the
serpent
Bible.
seed
But
theory.
hmm
And if you
yeah,
are, I think actually Joyce Pugh wrote a book about it. And she also does commentary with Zen Garcia about the book on YouTube.
I think all of our blood is tainted. I think that throughout the generations, some of like say they were abolished or something to another
Well,
land, and then they came back like thousands of years ago, we'd all
possibly.
be tainted by now. But the
Well,
blood
see,
of
the thing
Jesus is impenetrable. So
um,
just so everybody knows that. That was my fear when
just a
I started
disclaimer out
hearing
there.
about that. Yeah.
But Joyce Pugh really goes into citations with her scripture. So it's not just her wafting onto some idea. She actually is a very learned woman in the, I guess you'd consider her a scholar.
Yeah.
She's also an artist, from my understanding. So quite the fascinating individual.
I tried to pull her up and I did see some snake artwork, but I don't know if
Yes.
it had anything to do with
If you
her or
look up
not.
if you look up Zen Garcia dash Joyce Pugh, you hopefully it'll show up their interviews together. Sorry, I'm just on my phone, dear, and I'm outside smoking a square.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
okay.
have a desktop. Maybe by some
Okay,
miracle I
yeah,
can
that one came up.
manifest one.
Zen
Yeah, start
Garcia
there.
Freeman.
I mean, you've listened to Zen before, right?
No.
Oh, Zen Garcia, he's a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that made the put out the challenge with money for anybody who had proof of the globe, and somebody sued him, and I do believe he won in court.
Oh, wow. I didn't know anything about that either.
Yeah, Zen Garcia is pretty big in the flat earth community, at least with the 5 years ago. Before that,
Well, he has a
Zen Garcia.
calming name.
Right after I found flat earth, I was still attending organized religion building meetings. And so I used to listen to Zen Garcia a lot when I first. So I found, let me see, Dave Murphy, about how planes don't curve around a globe and flight paths. And then it was soon after that I found Zen Garcia. And then I came across Robbie Davidson's Scientism Exposed, and my brain just exploded from that one.
Oh, I bet. See,
Mhm.
that penetrates, like, it's real. Like, when you start realizing how evil is, and the plan of, the angels, the bad ones, to make us fall, but then the whole plan that God had, because he knew everything, and to bring it all back around and, present himself as a sacrifice to save us. It's all very beautiful, and I can't wait to understand it in its fullness when I get up there,
So,
because I got questions.
Christy, are you open to speculating different ideas on what the Earth could be, considering it's not a ball? Or,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
so,
like a pizza, or
well, there's a
I'm
guy called
joking.
Martin Kenny.
Yeah.
Martin Kenny. He came up, he's a syncretist. Let me look up that definition. I should have the dang thing memorized by now, but
If
syncretism.
if the Bible says something about it, like that the angels are holding it up, on the corners, I try to, like, imagine what that could be like. Are they just standing there holding it all day, or do they,
That sounds like a tough
take
fate.
a break, or
Okay, so
just
this is
hold it with
what
their each finger at one at a time, or
that would that's a nice imagery, Christy. Um, so, all right. So, syncretism is the amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. So, Martin Kenny researched a lot, and he came up with a model of our, not just our realm, but he proposes that there are other realms in a ring.
think
And
about. Oh, sorry, something popped in my head.
he built this model with his own hands. And
Uh-huh.
then he collaborated with someone and put it into a CGI rendition. And
Mhm.
it's just, I mean, it's really kind of overwhelming, actually. Let me find it.
Okay, while you're looking for that, something popped in my head when you were saying, like, the different things, uh, the imagery and everything of. Isn't there one religion where there's like a turtle holding up the earth?
Yeah, I think the Native Americans or the Asian Indians, like Hinduism, maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, the
But yeah, that
reason
would
why it hit
indicate that
me
there are
funny.
different portions on the shell where there would be different earth ponds.
The reason
That's
why it hit me funny is because we were talking about Enoch. We were talking about, like, the fallen angels coming down here, and messing with the animals, messing with the humans. and they could like turn themselves into whatever they want. So maybe the Indians or whoever saw that imagery as a turtle in the spirit realm, because maybe the angel down there is down there like, I'm an elephant, I'm a turtle. And maybe somebody saw that in the spirit realm with the turtle.
Okay, Christy, I've got the video that I said that Martin Kenny made with his own hands.
Okay.
I will post it in the live stream, and then if you think you might be interested in it, I'll DM it to you.
Oh yeah, please.
And then also I'll find the CGI rendition of the model as well. All right, I should have these saved up.
Pineal Foundation. All right.
Well, now he just recently changed the name of his channel. He has decided to remove himself from this society that we all are forced to live in. And he has decided to move out of the country where he resided. And I think it's like in South America. I don't think it's Australia, but he went really extreme. And so he is definitely going in a different direction. I really haven't been following him since he's made that change. I personally just take the information about his model and just kind of leave it at that. I mean, I think some of the things he says are interesting for me. I would not mind going to live on what essentially would be described as a commune. But that's just me personally. A lot of people think you're a nut job when you do stuff like that, you know?
Shoot, a lot of people want to get away from what's coming. We were
Well,
talking
yeah.
earlier that this is my biggest concern right now, is that a lot of people are about to start dying. That's what I'm, hearing from the V word.
Dude, okay, yesterday I was getting out of my car and I always listen to NPR radio in the car because that's my portion of news because I can't stand to watch the news on the TV or whatever. But I was just about ready to, I was just about to open the door when they said they were reflecting on the history of the virus, and they said total number of cases 33 million. I'm like, you sons of bitches. What the hell? 33 million. Okay. All right, you assholes. It's like, yeah. How coincidental. I mean, that means
33.
nothing.
Oh, okay.
That means nothing to most people. But when you start
Right.
saying 33,000 emails or, 33 dead, that type of thing, sorry, my spidey senses go up.
What if it's levels? Like, okay, so they made a real point to put out there the 33, the 3,300, the 333,000 or whatever. Now they're at 33 million. What if these are like levels or steps? Time to do this,
No,
time to
it's a
do
calling
that.
card. Yeah, it's a calling card. It's like brought to you by your friendly neighborhood Masonic organization. Thank you for your
And it's
participation.
time to give the V to the children, time to
I wouldn't doubt
take
it
care
if
of
they
the
know the
elderly.
direction. Because they start doing stuff like that, people are really gonna act out for
Wonder what
sure.
our number is for the conspiracy theorists. Which 333 million? Time to kill the conspiracy theorists.
I wonder if what's that Anonymous, those hackers, the group, I wonder if they have their number as a signal to other anonymous members.
Probably a
You
whole
know,
nother like language.
like 77 or something. I don't know.
It's getting really crazy, and I do not want to see it. I really, but I feel like it's. I'm gonna have to see some of it. I'm not gonna take the V, but if I did and it was like a quick kind of thing where you just like not suffer, you know, I would probably be tempted because it's being required or something like that. I mean, but I know the truth, so I can't go back to sleep. So it's like,
Right.
I'm not going to roll up my sleeve. I'd rather die in
Oh,
a ditch
right.
and than to be a part of whatever these evil Bill Gates and all these weirdos have
I
in
can
mind.
guarantee you, I can guarantee I will go to be incarcerated before I take the jab.
Yeah.
I'll
But we're
happily,
gonna we're gonna see so many people die
I
in
will
front of you.
happily read books in prison than put that shit in my arm.
Yeah.
Thing is, right, we see these people on the television, right, being fronted like Mr. Gates, but who's to say that they are really in control, right? It's just puppets. They all have strings, right? So
Oh
you can,
yeah.
they want you to focus your anger at this one person, right? Doesn't matter if if he leaves the stage, somebody else enters, right? Doesn't matter.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not one, it's another.
And so
Yeah, we don't fight against flesh and blood, but principalities. So behind Bill Gates, there's this well, I would call it let's see, what kind of demon would it be? A really perverted, like sadistic, F, what is it called? S&M or something? S&M or sadomasochistic demon
A
that likes
sadist.
to do the fruity dance.
A sadomasochist, I think, is the word you were looking for.
Yeah, there you go.
so it
Yeah,
wouldn't be worth your energy to focus on this guy, right? He's just a puppet, just like anybody else on that stage. Wouldn't even
well, it's
matter if
really manifesting in the physical realm with him. You can like see it all over him.
But the thing is, you get these people like they then say, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. Why are you focusing on this guy, right? They want you to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my advice would be not to focus too much on these players you see on the stage. Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, definitely not. So
Yeah, it
yeah,
still
Roger.
angers me though. It angers me that they're giving up my dominion. I have dominion, and my family has dominion, and they're like
Well,
taking things away from me in order to pressure me into doing, what they want.
they have to have your consent. So there's that. I mean, they can't just.
They told us, right? Our health minister told us, we're not going to force you to go to a festival or to a bar, right? So if you don't want to do what we want you to do, then don't. But yeah, chances are you won't be going to a festival. But we're not
Right.
going to force you to go, so don't go, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what they do. They tell you, yes, we need your consent, right? If you don't give us your consent, then yeah, well, you can stay at home, right?
Yep.
This is what they tell you. So
Yep. The illusion of choice.
Right. So we're gonna be, spending more time on Discord.
Well, I mean, I think we haven't seen the end of this yet, and I hate having that thought in my brain to possibly manifest. Even worse, what I'm doing right now, talking about it. I don't think we've seen the end of this.
Oh no, this is the beginning.
I mean, it's like the calm before the storm, you know.
Nothing's going back to normal if anybody still has that illusion that we're going to go back to so-called normal. It's not. It's not going to happen. They've got the foot on the neck. They're not going to take it off.
Right. And then the stories come, right? I call it the what's it called in English? The conspiracies, the wild conspiracies, right? Where people come in and say, well, yeah, they're going to inject you with nanobots and the Lucifer rays and the quantum dot shit. That will be the mark of the beast. But they want divert you from the fact that this mark is already here. It's called your mobile phone, right? The moment it started, they told you cash is dirty. Pay with your phone, right? So what is it you always have in your hand? It's your phone, and you can pay with it.
Just don't be under the illusion that you took the mark because you hold a cell phone in your hand, because a mark of the beast is going to be something inscribed in your hand or put in your hand, like breaking in, sticking it in.
Roger, have you ever heard of Nicholson 1986? Or no, 1968. Nicholson 1968. I do believe he collaborated with ODD on something. I forget right offhand.
Whoever it was that liked the Greek and the Hebrew, look up the mark in Greek.
Well, Nicholson 1968 talks about the mark of the beast and the idea of the transhumanism agenda. That's his thing.
It's all
What?
it's all speculation. You guys, no one knows what the hell it is. It's just speculation.
Yes.
Say that. Somebody translate that. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, speculation. Fraud said it is all speculation, and I agree, right? And I agree. So that is why I call it a wild conspiracy. You have to keep track on what is, because they will when
Wait
you
a minute.
What?
I'm sorry, Roger. Time out. I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Did you say that there's no transhumanism agenda?
I'm not saying that. No.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we need to watch out for these wild conspiracies, right? Where they come in and claim all kinds of wild stuff that then you go out and then tell everybody about, and then after a short while they'll debunk it, right? And then you will be the person that would be telling lies, right? Your family or your friends will come to you. Hey, you told me about this, but look at it. This is fake, right? This is fake. It's the same as there was this video from WikiLeaks, quote unquote, and that came out where they said WikiLeaks had some footages of the fake moon landing, right? And they claimed it was from WikiLeaks that they found some footage from the fake moon landing of a set, yada yada yada. And then a while after that, it came out that it just was a fake video with some movie set footages of a real movie, right? I think it was Capricorn or some other movie where they just took those scenes and put some black and white over it and then made it more ugly, right? So people then they take this as the truth and then spread it around, right? And then come to the conclusion, well, this is fake. I spread fake videos, right? And then everybody else that looked at that and first thought it was real, and then, well, you showed me a fake video. What is this, right? They want this, right? They want you to spread fake conspiracies, fake videos, that they can then debunk, discrediting you. So just be cautious with those things, is my advice.
I put a link in there. It says for a mark, it's charagma in Greek, and it says a stamp, impress, sculpture, engraving, a stamp, a sign. You know how the Bible
Yeah, but that's
says
subject. That's subject to interpretation. I mean,
okay, but
the mark. All right, here's the thing, right?
yeah,
So
hold on.
if you
Can I
hold on, let me
finish?
finish.
I'm just gonna read.
Let me
I
finish. Let
got
me
one
finish.
more one more
Let me
sentence
explain
to
what I'm
read.
trying to talk about. Because we all
Well,
heard
I
about the
have
mark, the
one more
stamp.
thing
Yes,
that I
we
was
know
gonna
that.
say. If you
We've
wanted to
heard
let
this a
me
million
finish, that would
times.
be
We've heard
really
this a
great.
million times, though, when it comes to the mark.
But you're just
It's always the
interrupting on
same.
purpose. So that was really rude.
All right, go ahead, man. It's just the same thing. It's a mark in your hand. Here we go. Let's go.
Well, I was just going to read the rest of it. It says an
Yeah, but we've heard
engraving,
it
an
before. I mean,
etching,
that's nothing new.
an undeniable identification, like a symbol, giving irrefutable connection between parties, like an impression on a coin or a seal.
Okay, all right, we get it. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's something physical. It could be in your heart, it could be in your mind, it could be anywhere, right? You don't necessarily have to see it for it to be a mark.
An
All right,
identification marker.
right. It could be within your body, it could be within your pocket, it could be in your wallet, it could be in your phone. You don't know what it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be on your body, on your person, for it to be a mark, right?
A branding, from a branding iron, something engraved on you.
Yeah, people are gonna walk around with a tattoo saying, no, this is not gonna happen. It's not gonna be like that. I mean, the government's very subtle with the way they do things. You understand? Look at the coronavirus. Look how subtle they trick you into believing that something's going on, that you're gonna die. It's fear mongering, right? So they get everybody to tag along and do this, right? So it's basically like it's a training exercise. Even what's his name said that Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that the coronavirus was a training activity. It was an exercise. That's what he said, right? It's an exercise. That was his words on what was it, the one with Stephen Colbert. He was on Stephen Colbert and he said that, right? So, but anyway, if you got to figure out who you belong to in this scheme of things when it comes to the Bible, right? Do you belong to the children of Israel, or are you somebody else, right? Because God only talked to one people, His people, right? So they were in Egypt at one time, right? Remember when he was trying to get them out of Egypt? What was the last sign he used before he got them out of Egypt? Do you remember?
Anybody
Where
could
you're
be a
supposed to mark
child
your
of
door.
God.
Right, exactly. Doesn't matter. But you were supposed to mark your door with blood, right? Because the angels was going to come by, and the firstborn of every child was going to be killed. So that mark was basically the Passover, right? So the angel would pass over your door and know that you are safe, right? So even some Egyptians went into the homes of some of the Israelites so that they would be saved and their children would be saved, right? So that was God's mark, the Passover, right?
Yeah,
So
Jesus.
Satan has his own way. Satan has his own way of doing it. So when that mark comes in, unless you're following down the fast fulfilling prophecy that God reveals to his people, right? Not everybody else, his people. God only talked to his people. He didn't talk to anybody else. If you watch the trend in the Bible, what was God always doing? Leading his people to the promised land. He wasn't messing around with all the other people. He wasn't talking to them. You know why? Because they worshiped false gods. He wasn't dealing with them. He only dealt with one people. So that's how you know what you belong to. If you believe that you're a part of those people, then yes, then you should understand.
So Jesus dealt with everyone, even
Yes, he
the
did.
bad
But
people,
you
but
know, but
he
what I'm saying
taught
is,
to
am I
his
finished?
children, the ones that he knew would listen, those ones would listen.
Right. So
But he talks
when
to everybody.
when his own people, his own children crucified him, then the word went to everybody else, right? But regardless of the fact, all
You're breaking up.
I mean, you just have to know which side you belong to. That's all it comes down to. So when everybody has all these different interpretations of things, that's not how it is. If you've read the Bible and you've read how Christ talked to his disciples, they didn't all teach 10 different things. They all taught one thing. They all taught the same thing, right? So now you have all these different religions teaching all kinds of different craziness. There's only one way to serve God and to spread the word. So I'm saying, so someone has to be right somewhere, right? There has to be one right way. There's only one path to eternal life, right? It's not 18 different ones. So
Jesus is the only
with all
way.
the, yeah, but what I'm saying is, with all these different interpretations of how things are, see, that's when things get screwed up. You know, when people start talking about prophecy and they don't understand it, and you have 18 different interpretations of prophecy that hasn't been revealed to anybody.
Well, you're going to get that even with flat Earth and everything. Different interpretations of what things mean. But that doesn't mean
In the
everybody's
Bible,
right. It just
so
means
someone
that
has. What you
God
understand?
is
Someone.
true
There
and
has
every
to
man's
be
a liar.
one right path. There has to be one, just one.
Right.
So if the prophecies need to be understood, there has to be some group of people who understand these
Why?
things.
Why?
Because that's how it's been from the beginning.
No, I don't think so. I don't
Well,
think
obviously you
anybody
haven't read the Bible
understood
then, all right? So who was
the myth.
Elijah? Who was Elisha? Who was Moses? Who was Abraham? All these were prophets. These were all prophets, right? They were all prophets.
Mm-hmm. And
Every
who
last
gave
one of
them
them.
the prophecy? Who gave them the prophecy? Did they understand the prophecy,
Of
or were
course
they
they
just
did.
speaking the prophecy because
Noah,
the
Noah
Holy
was Noah
Spirit
was a
gave it to
prophet too.
them?
Noah was the
I
first
don't.
prophet, right? You
I
had
think
Enoch, and you had Noah, right? These were the
I
first
think
prophets.
they had visions and they saw things, but they didn't actually understand them all.
For their time, they did,
I don't
because
think so.
they weren't living in the time of the end, right?
They
Enoch didn't
actually
live.
got interpretations from the angels, so it had to be explained to them.
Okay, I'm talking about in Noah's time. What was Noah supposed to do?
What do you mean, like build an ark, or?
Right. So what did he do for that time? He was building an ark and preaching and teaching, right? And they thought he was crazy. Everybody. They
It
didn't
had
want to
never
believe him.
rained before.
Didn't matter. They weren't believing what he was telling them, because they were backslidden. They were wicked people.
They were like, "What are you talking about? The rain's coming up from the ground. It's not gonna fall from the sky."
All right, this is going nowhere. All I'm trying to get you to understand is, when it comes to interpretations, there's one way God does it. Okay, and that's your job is to read and find out how He does that.
I think he
That's
reveals
all
it
He
in
does.
his time. I don't think it's time yet to understand it all. I guess that's where we disagree.
No, where we disagree is how it's interpreted and how it's delivered. It just gets confusing when everyone has different ideas of how certain prophecies are interpreted, and no one ever agrees. It's always something
Well,
that
back
just
in
sounds silly.
1986, I thought it could be a barcode. And today they have changed it into a QR code, which is still a barcode, but now your property. You're going to be owned. You're going to have a mark. So it actually still is a barcode. I think it could be. I mean, I'm like pretty sure
What if I
That's
told
what
you
it's
that?
gonna be.
What if I told you that it's false religion? What if I told you that?
That what's a false religion? The mark of the beast?
Yeah, it's false religion. What if I told you that's
Well,
what
the
it is?
Bible. Well, then you'd be wrong because the Bible says that it's this. There's a mark of the beast. I believe the Bible.
Yeah, certain things are literal and certain things are symbolic, right? So you have to know how God is speaking in the certain in the scripture that you're reading. Is it symbolical? Is it literal? Right? This is what you
So
have to.
symbolically, what would the mark be that could be on your hand or your forehead, both having the same goal?
Like I said, just because it says hand and forehead does not mean it's a physical mark. Right? If it's symbolical, then
Okay,
it's
well,
not literal. If it's symbolical, then it's not literal. Right? I'm telling you
I don't
that
think you're looking at the Greek.
it's understood to be symbolic. Greek. Why would you look at Greeks anyway? They're not Hebrew.
The Greek? Well, the
Why would you
Greek
look at
is the
Greek
New
to understand
Testament
the Bible? Like,
because the
that's
I
like
believe
going
in the New Testament.
right. But so if you're going into the Greek, you have to go into the Hebrew first, the Hebrew language,
No, you
right?
don't. No. Try to find me a Hebrew New Testament. That would be great. I think
Right.
you can for Matthew, possibly, but not for Revelation. But I would love to see the Revelation in Hebrew because then I could do Bible codes on that. So I think you got to start looking at the Greek if you want to know more about, their
No,
origin.
I don't. Because
Do
see,
you know? Do you not read the New Testament at all, or what?
oh yeah, I've read it. Trust me, I've read it. I read it. Okay, but
Do you look at it as the same
all right,
book, or do you separate it?
all right. So where are you with the Ten Commandments? Then let's start there.
Well, that's the Old Testament. We're talking about the New Testament.
So the Ten Commandments is not part of the New Testament.
Well, some people separate the Old Testament and the New Testament,
That's not
giving
what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
credit to the
I
Old
asked you
Testament, but
is the
not
Ten
the New
Commandments
Testament.
is the Ten Commandments part of the New Testament and the Old Testament, or is it not part of anything anymore?
Well, God's love fulfilled all of the law.
How do
So,
you fulfill all of the law? Well, how does that work? What does that mean?
because my righteousness is through Jesus Christ, not my
Okay,
own righteousness.
so did, did Christ adhere to the Ten Commandments?
Of course, he's God.
Okay, so should you adhere to the Ten Commandments then?
Well, I can practice, I can try, and I do try,
Okay.
but I don't do
Okay,
it.
that's all right. So
I don't do it the exact way I should. I don't follow God's will exactly like Jesus did, because he did it in everything he said, everything he did, and even the way he did it. And if I could meet somebody like that, they'd be God. So nobody's like that. So we need Jesus. We need his covering of righteousness.
okay, but do you need to follow the Ten Commandments?
Do I need to? I need to love people in the best way that I know how to love them, the way that Jesus would love them. And then I fulfilled the law because Jesus is love. And I don't want
Okay.
anybody to go to
No,
hell. And you have to believe in Jesus.
God is love. So
That's
what is the Ten Commandments? What's the purpose of the Ten Commandments then?
to be blessed.
What is the purpose of the Ten?
If I steal, I go to jail or get my hand cut off. If I'm in a Muslim country, you could get your hand cut off. That's cursed.
Okay.
That's a bad thing.
What does the Ten Commandments mean to you?
The 10 Commandments to me is the fulfillment of all that is good, which Jesus did for me.
No, Jesus shed his blood for you, right?
Yes.
That
And
he
he
didn't
fulfilled the law so that I'm not
so
bound. I'm
all
not
right, so he
bound to death and the law.
okay, but do you still have to follow the Ten Commandments?
If I want to be blessed.
Okay. So what are the Ten Commandments? Do you know them?
Yeah, I do.
Do you try to follow them?
Yeah, I do. But I fail like daily.
Yeah, we all do, right? But
Yeah.
there's law that we must abide by, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know what the fourth commandment is?
Why don't you remind me?
Okay. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But on the seventh day the Lord rested, right? So, what day is the Sabbath?
Depends on when you have to watch the moon.
You have to watch the what?
The moon.
The moon, okay.
So it's a different day of the week all the time. So if you can keep up with that, that's great. And if you feel like your faith needs that, then do that. But my faith is in Jesus Christ, who fulfilled the Sabbath, because he is my rest, and I rest in him daily. And when I labor, it's out of love and joy to labor in love, not work, not penance. No, because that is not sacrifice. Sacrifice is love. Jesus fulfilled love. So it's not a duty to keep the Sabbath. It's love to honor Jesus for what he did, to give us peace and rest. And his yoke is easy, his burden is light. And if you rest in him, you're daily keeping the Sabbath. So when you wash the dishes, bless people. Whoever eats off of this plate, be blessed and get health and shalom, life and peace and joy and nutrition. Let it be whole eating off of this plate as you're washing. Instead of somebody left this plate all day, everything's hardened on it. I have to soak it now. Like, you can complain or whatever, or you can bless, you can bless people. That's a labor of love. You get up in your hurting body and you go and wash a plate. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is. If it's done in love and you're resting in Jesus, that they're going to bless that person because of your duty, your joy of working and your sacrifice. That's love. That fulfills the law. Does that make sense? What mercy, grace, free gift. Thank you all for listening. I bless all of you your whole day. I ask that the Lord show you his kindness and his mercy and his grace and his goodness. And something that you see today remind you of who he is and what he did for you and that he's coming for you. And you're a part of the family of God and the kingdom that he's preparing for us. And I think it would be so great if he came today. And don't forget, the earth is flat. Sealed with a stamp. Pressed, engraved. Ownership. Creator owns it all. Yeah, these people, they think they're going to own it all. They're going to take all the land. They're going to take all the money. They're going to crash the economy. They're going to take it all. They think they own it. But God says it's his. Every bit of it is his, and he made it. And he's going to bring it back into harmony. Thank you all for listening. That was better than rap music. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I see we have 2 live streams going.
Hey,
That's awesome
Jenny.
as hell.
was
So what up?
thinking.
Oh, I can. Your volume's really low. I don't know if you're far away from your
I
mic.
was talking also low. Is it better?
That
So
is so much better. Thank you.
yeah,
So,
I was thinking on this kind of view. Like the world was before the flood. I think the whole world fell from the heavens. This is the
fell
garden,
outward from
and
the
it was
center.
one. It was
It,
one with
dude,
the ocean. Yeah,
you should look up Martin Kenny's model. Because you know how
Mark.
in the propaganda they give us like half
Yeah,
truths. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So
I know.
instead of the ever expanding universe, we
Hmm.
have a realm that's moving outward like a drop in the water in the
Yeah,
ocean, the great deep.
I
So
see it
yeah,
very
so when you
much
talk
like
about
flames.
earlier, I had to go really fast. Somebody was at my door, but I was talking earlier with Christy,
Yeah.
and we were talking about that aliens are from outer, not from outer space, they're from outer lands.
Mm, I'm not sure about those outer
Well,
lands.
sure, yeah.
For
I
me,
mean,
why I
but
why I
but
can't
the
see
point
them?
I was trying to make
Hmm.
was is that
Yeah,
the things that they tell us, sometimes there's like half truths, like an Easter egg kind of thing in the things
yeah.
that they tell us. So instead of outer space, we have outer lands. That's how I see it.
Outer
And I'm not trying
plane.
to challenge you in what you contend with.
Yeah.
I just find
Uh,
it interesting. It's coincidence.
you see, it's not. You're not far from truth. I mean, it's just. I think it's just details that you just didn't got to see. Uh, I don't know if you heard that view of mine with the liquid helium. Um, so when the
Liquid
liquid helium
helium. I think I heard
has
you talk about that.
yeah, it has two superfluid states. But what do you think you will see if you were next to an ocean or lake of liquid helium?
Say that again one more time.
Yeah, what do you think you will see if you were next to a liquid helium lake?
If I was sitting on the shore,
Yeah.
okay. I would think as I looked out to the quote unquote horizon, I would see like a very soft wave, maybe a big soft
No.
wave. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you
I'm not
what it.
describing it very well, but
Yeah. Um, if you were next to a liquid helium lake, you will see a valley.
really?
Yeah. You will barely see the lake. It has a very, very low
Oh, I know what
refraction
you're saying.
index.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
almost like air, like clear air.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how it is. So you will not see it, you know. And you know,
Yeah.
um, if
Interesting. I
you
like.
if you go in water, for example, uh, when you swim, I mean, you move your legs and arms faster than you do it when you're on the ground, and you move much slower in comparison to when you're on the ground. Like when you walk, you obviously walk faster than you can swim, much easier. But in a liquid helium lake, if you were to walk submerge beneath in it, you will encounter no friction, no drag. Like you will be moving much easier than you move through air. Yeah, it's very interesting. So that's why I think this is the waters of life from above, and they were here, and we perceive it as air, but it was a liquid, and we've been separated from it. So,
Well, if we breathed helium, we'd all have very different voices, wouldn't we?
oh, my higher tone pitch, yeah, but yeah.
Well, what makes you think about this? This what you're talking about? What brings you to it, or what does it correlate with?
Well, I see an ocean up there of liquid helium, and it's at the South Pole. It's flowing in a dome shape. It's flowing down, and because it's very, very, very
You mean like in a
cold.
donut, like in a donut shape,
No,
like a
I can
toroidal
search.
field?
I can search a picture of a fountain and show you how it
That would be
will look.
helpful.
Yeah, one moment. Done. Posted. Do you see
Okay.
it?
Yeah, let me look. Hold on. Oh, wow. All right. Let me look at this a little more
Yeah.
closely. All right. So this is a real world example.
Yes.
Oh, very
With water.
interesting.
Yeah.
So you're not suggesting that this is the firmament idea, are you?
I kinda am.
That is, I'm on board with that idea because I happen to think, um, have ideas that it can't be a solid as we know its structure.
Yeah. Actually, it's
That's amazing, dude.
much more complicated than a solid. Liquid
Right.
helium is so cold that its coldness, uh, we are like burning fire for it. And it's so cold that it repels, like there is a repulsion. When we come near this liquid helium, we feel that freezing cold, but you have to very gradually come closer because our body heat and everything is like you put hot iron in water. When
Yes.
you stink it, it starts bubble the water like very, very
Yes.
fast, violent. And
Yes.
uh, when you check, um, that water actually never comes into physical contact with the hot red iron until the iron is not its temperature falls down.
Do you have a video of this demonstration?
Uh, yeah, when they harden iron, you can search these processes. Uh, you can see these guys who run forgeries when they make knives or so, and they want to harden the iron. They sink it in a maybe liquid salt or
Hey, Skippy,
water, salty water. Yeah,
your picture that you posted, do you have a video
yeah.
showing, demonstrating that?
Um, uh, about the hardening of metal.
Well, no, the picture. Okay.
Yeah. With
So,
the dome.
yes.
Ah, no, you see, I just have it in my mind, and you see how this is a fountain. You have water
Well, maybe
below,
you can
right?
do, maybe you can do a demonstration.
Yeah, when I get a computer, I could make a simulation of it.
No, I said demonstration. You can demonstrate it. Do this yourself with the, real world example.
Uh, yeah,
Practical
I
example.
really thought of making like a light bulb, but to get this technology like to to have liquid helium to store it, it's
Well,
kind of expensive.
in your picture that you posted, that's water, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even though your idea is with helium, I mean, so the picture doesn't really have
Well,
anything.
you see,
I think
in
I
that
get where you're coming from.
representation, yeah, you see in that representation there is a water jet stream in the middle beneath,
Yeah.
which is flowing upwards, and then it spreads 360 degrees all around. Um, this will be the North Pole, where the helium is rising from beneath the Earth through the Earth as a gas. Very, very deep below, it's in liquid state, but when it's coming up, it starts boiling in contact with matter, and it turns gas. And from the north, it's rising as a gas very high
Okay,
in the
so.
sky. Yeah.
Oh, keep going. Sorry, I thought you were done.
And like, let's say 100 kilometers, it rises as a gas. But at that altitude, then it's so cold up there that this gas helium starts condensate, and it will rain on that dome, like um, upside down rain,
Oh,
because
hey, now
the
we're
element,
talking.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Upside down
and
rain.
yeah, because it's
Upside
the
down
element
rain, you're
that,
talking about in the middle, right? Going upwards.
yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe that rain will take the shape like an onion is, It's all
Dude.
YouTube
Well,
about
what about sulfur
them.
hexafluoride? That
Oh,
gas behaves like water. I'm sure there's
yeah.
other gases that could do the same, I would imagine. I
Well,
think that's
with that
crazy.
gas, I encounter quite a few globers in here. Um, talking about that gas that behaves like water and stuff. But there is a funny thing about it. Uh, when you tell these globers that you take a bucket with water and you spin it around your head, above your head, and the water doesn't fall because of centrifugal force, right?
Oh, no. Let's go way off
Yeah, but
topic where we were, though.
no, when you spin it,
Yeah.
when you spin it fast, the water will not leak out from the bucket.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
So,
so sulfur
but
hexafluoride is a more of a dense gas that acts like a liquid. But helium, as you're kind of describing it, would be like the opposite. It would be light.
helium is liquid. Is liquid, yeah. And you
Wait,
know, if you
liquid?
put,
Wait. You mean
yeah,
liquid helium, not
yeah,
like invisible. Well, I mean, it would be look like quote unquote sulfur hexafluoride, correct? But it would be
no,
lighter.
it's
No?
no.
Okay. I'm
Uh,
trying.
the gas in the helium balloons is gas, so
Right.
it behaves exactly like a gas. But
Mhm.
you see,
At different
the
temperatures
normal,
is what you were saying.
yeah, the normal air we breathe, when you put it in a tank at the bottom, you have high pressure, and at the
Yes.
top, you have lower pressure. There will be a gas pressure gradient, very, very small, but there
If it's
will be.
unmanipulated.
Yeah,
If you shake
yeah,
it up,
and it's
then
measurable.
yeah.
That difference is measurable, the gradient.
Well,
Now,
that would be if
if
you have
you,
different. Wait, okay, you're
yeah,
saying a gradient of the helium itself, only in the
yes,
container.
when
Okay.
when you
All
take a
right.
tank with
But if you shake
helium
it up,
gas,
then that's if you shake up the container,
well,
then that would that do
here is
anything?
the funny thing about helium is that when you put it in a tank in a gaseous state, yeah, and you measure that gradient, you will find that helium gas is exactly upside down in
Yes.
comparison to the air we breathe. The higher
Yes.
pressure will be at the top of the tank and the lower pressure
Okay.
at the bottom,
That makes
you
sense.
know?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I was thinking in my head. I just wasn't being articulate enough.
yeah. And oh, I was about to say something. Yeah, the liquid helium has four states. Uh, Two of them are like uh, liquid, but it has a lambda point somewhere at 2.6 degrees Kelvin. That's like minus 260 degrees Celsius. Very cold.
And
When
that's
you
the only
drop
time it's in the
below,
liquid
yeah,
state, is what you're saying.
when you drop below that lambda point, the liquid helium becomes a superfluid, and this one have all these superpowers, supernatural behavior. You know,
Never heard of that before.
yeah, it does very, it does very funny things. It has like zero viscosity, super flow, frictionless flow. Like that you encounter any object that's moving inside that liquid encounters no friction, nothing. It's like free, you know.
So you're saying that type of thing is in our upper atmosphere. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah,
Or excuse me, I stand corrected, in our upper atmos.
yeah. And they
So
also
that would
show
make
in that.
sense. That would make sense on how the quote unquote aliens can travel so fast that high up. No
Yeah,
question.
I think those things that they show us like orbs or UFOs or whatever, you know, and those are technologies which are based on um, this electrostatic and electromagnetic charge.
Right.
Like, yeah, they um, above us there is a positive plane and the ground is negative. So we are positive matter, we are attracted to the ground. But if you make yourself of negative matter like helium, then you will be attracted upwards. And if you make like a mix balance, you play with these charges, then yeah, you can uh, float, like those orbs or UFOs. And also, you will not feel any acceleration or deceleration, no matter what kind of speeds you are traveling, moving. But I believe they come from a realm which is beneath the earth, the ground. It's a different kind of plane beneath us. Mic check.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I'm just sending an email. My apologies. I'll be back here shortly.
No problem. Take your time, Jenny. Yeah, some sort of experiments I want to see or research is about sound wave propagation through superfluid helium, because we have some studies about whales, the way they communicate very long distances in the oceans. They found that at certain depth in the water, the water at a certain pressure, it becomes very, very good sound wave conduct. And if you are at that depth and make a noise, that noise can be heard like in all the ocean, very long distances. Yeah.
And I'm back. Man, everybody's like not here recovering from the holiday. Isn't there usually more
Welcome back.
people around at this time or no?
They are at work,
Yeah, but we have
and the
people
globals
here
are out
from
there
all
in
over the earth.
the
There
field
should be.
searching for
What time is it by you?
almost 6 p.m., 10 minutes to 6.
Interesting. So, what portion of the earth realm are you in?
Romania, Eastern
Oh,
Europe.
wonderful. That is way cool. Do people ask you questions all the time, like us pesky Americans, about vampires and stuff?
Yeah, they do. And
It's kind of a stereotype.
yeah, the funny thing, grandfather of my grandfather was related to one Romanian ruler, which
Wow.
was cousin with this
So distant
guy,
relative.
Dracula, with Vlad. Yeah.
Wow. That's so fascinating.
But
Very interesting. Yeah.
I don't see them as like those sci-fi stories, you know.
Those sci-fi stories. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, do you believe vampires exist though, for reals?
No.
Not
Not
how they
the
say.
way.
Not how
Yeah.
they say, but in a different way. Do you believe they exist?
Some sort of negative people which are mentally ill and they become like some sort of energy suckers, consumers, you know.
Right, I've heard that aspect of it, sure. But I mean like with blood.
Yeah. Like the blood, well, that will be cannibalism, literally. Yeah.
Well, no, I think it from a biology standpoint, people speculate that it's some sort of genetic iron deficiency and that's why they have to consume blood. I mean, I don't know if I go along with that. I guess I'd have to be refreshed on the information for that claim, but um yeah, I mean, I think the stuff that's put out and onto the world stage, there is, there's always a half truth in there somewhere.
Well, to be honest, I see this blood donation thing like cannibalism.
Not cannibalism, that's eating flesh. There's another
Yeah.
word for drinking blood. I guess I could Google it. The Oracle. We can consult the Oracle. Oh,
Yeah.
let me see. Let me see. Consulting the Oracle. What?
Have you seen monoatomic gold or colloid gold solutions?
Okay, let's see what Wikipedia says about clinical vampirism. Oh, here we go. It's more commonly known as Renfield syndrome. That's not what I was looking for, but yeah. No, I was kind of looking like more of a word to compare like with cannibalism. I mean, it is a ism, clinical
Yeah,
vampirism,
definitely.
but yeah, I was thinking something a little more technical. Let's see what healthline.com says.
You know
They
who?
would contend it's a disorder.
You know who claims to be Transylvanian is Prince Charles.
Right? I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
It's like
He bought himself a village here, like a
Oh,
house in a village.
I think I got
And
it. Okay. Sanguinarian, or that's getting closer to the word I was looking for. I'll post it. Sorry to interrupt you if I did.
sanguine blood related.
he claims to be a descendant of that guy, the bloodsucker. What's his name?
Dracula, Vlad Tepes.
Vladimir. Yeah, Vlad or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Vlad the Impaler.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, here we go, you guys. Look at this really technical medical terminology, erythropoietic protopor. It's EPP for short. Is a rare disorder that causes the skin to become incredibly sensitive to light. So there's another thing I know. Oh, here's what I'm looking for. Okay, healthy human blood is rich in iron. Our bodies have a hard time getting rid of excess iron. If you drink more than what you might consume when eating a raw steak, you're at risk for iron overload. This condition is called hemochromatosis. So yeah, cannibalism, I don't know. Hemophiliac, would that be something to do with blood?
Well,
Maybe
don't
I'll come
believe what
across it later.
Wikipedia says
No, I'm
because
not on Wikipedia right now.
I'm 100% that human blood contains no iron at all.
Oh, well,
Not
wait.
even a
Human
trace.
blood contains that one substance portrayed in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. What was that vial
Oh
of
yeah, ether or
what's that
which
stuff?
one?
What?
Ether or ether?
No.
Then
If there were more people in here, somebody would guess, but it has like super natural powers or something like that, that substance in our blood. So for the idea of vampires actually existing, I mean, it's probably not what we're told, but to me, in my eyes, there's definitely an interest in obtaining human blood. I mean,
well, these are different kind of beings. They are not human anymore. I mean, someone who starts eating other humans or drinking their blood becomes the predator of human being. So he's transcending to a higher state. They are literally, by natural laws, they are superior to us because we are the prey for these beings, you know. And when I say
speaking of
beings,
beings,
yeah,
speaking of
yeah.
beings, look at the live stream voice text. What's up? He just posted a video by Michael Jackson and his sister Janet Jackson. And so have you ever seen this video? It's been a long time since I've seen it, but they're basically portraying themselves as fallen angels. Okay, this is what What's Up says.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he says, Jackson was the one whom got beaten by the media again and again and again with the whitening of his skin, which it actually vitiligo. The whole Michael Jackson thing was just such a fiasco. I mean, I felt I think he really did do something, but I still couldn't help but have empathy for him because he suffered trauma at the hands of his father. And I don't know if that was really true or if there's, something else at play. But for the media to hang on to that storyline for so long, I mean, this is like the new John Benet Ramsey thing. They still talk about that. That's like 3.5 decades old. that storyline, and they still talk about it.
Well, the way I perceive Michael Jackson is he was a very intelligent man. And
Well, he was very
the
much in the
problem is
know, I would say. That's what my thought.
the problem is he was the legal owner of Sony Corporation. He should have been. Not should have been. I mean, his work uh, is like, I don't know, more than 60% of what Sony Corporation became. It was his work, and so that and these people like
Okay,
behind
get.
the corporation, yeah.
Look at the picture that What's Up just posted. The one, the last post, but the top picture. Okay, I hate to break it to you, but that is not vitiligo. Your whole body in its entirety doesn't turn white. So,
Yeah,
I
I did
mean,
see these experiments on melanin, like they are doing experiments on black people to destroy them. So yeah,
didn't
it's
Oprah Winfrey used to be more black?
yeah. Back in the days, those videos, she had a different skin tint
Isn't
color.
it crazy? That's
Yeah.
crazy to me, man.
And I think this is something which the food industry is doing, you know.
Yeah, I just think it's really important for people to connect the dots that,
Yeah,
it's just not one coincidence after another. All
yeah.
this, there's no coincidences. And if you're not if you think conspiracy theorists are crazy, then that makes you, by definition, a coincidence theorist.
Yeah.
You just live in the land of make believe and whatever anybody tells you. Just, oh man, I'm glad I'm not living like that anymore.
Well, Michael Jackson was sending these messages out there very deep. They hated that because they didn't want people to know.
He was telling
A lot
people
of
that history is a lie.
yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
The Michael
these
Jackson
kind of
thing is such a huge topic. I mean, to
mm,
me anyway.
He said they're
and
teaching
that
the
thing,
wrong thing in history school in the class. They're just falsifying everything. The money isn't real. He owns Sony,
I
and
yeah,
remember that speech he did.
yeah,
It was like before a tour or something, correct? It was like a red background and
he died shortly after.
yes.
yeah.
Yes, he did. So he probably saw it coming that they were going to take him out if that's what was
They
really
killed him.
happening.
He said,
Or, his he could be at Celebrity Island entertaining everybody. There's that too. You never know. How would we
yeah,
know?
Yeah.
yeah, him and Prince, they might still be alive. Notice that even Prince died shortly after he talked about chemtrails on PBS.
Oh, no. He was talking about that decades before.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, that wasn't anything right before his death. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection of that. I mean,
Yeah,
did
no,
right
I
before
never
his
heard him
death
say
was he talking
anything.
about?
I never heard him say anything about chemtrails before. That was the first time I heard him say that. But I do remember something like back in 1999 or something. He said in one of his shows, Osama bin Laden is going to bomb the world or something like that, right? But
Yeah,
that
he
was
did
just
some
in his show. But he
interview.
never did. Oh,
Oh,
yeah?
Prince doing interviews was a very rare thing. He really stayed out of the media. I can just imagine he had an entire team of people to make things easier for Prince. You know what I'm saying? That man was so filthy rich. Definitely comfortable, if anything else. But yeah, I believe it. I know it's crazy, wild, fringe conspiracy theory, but I totally believe in Celebrity Island, whatever that means. I mean, maybe not for the comedian, the old Joan Rivers. Maybe she got to go to Celebrity Island, or I don't know. It's just actors on the world stage to me. And
Epstein's there.
I mean, because some stuff like that is not what I experience in my immediate reality. It's like it's supposed to be real life, but it's kind of like a movie. You know? If I'm being weird. But yeah, Joan Rivers calls the President of the United States gay. Next thing you know, days later, she's dead. Like
I
that,
heard
that
she's
ain't
alive
fucked
too,
up.
though. I heard she's still alive though. Hanging out with that musical mogul. What's his name?
Oh, you know what? I did hear about that. You're right. She got recasted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that happens. Like, what's his name? Klein, Kevin Klein, he got recasted. You know who that's supposed to be, right? Kevin Klein. I don't think I have a picture. Let me find one. I think I did download it. Let me look here. Let's see. Yep, I found it. All right, here we go. I'm going to share it. I'm pretty sure you recognize Kevin Klein when you see his face. I mean, he's a notable actor. I can't think of anything by him movie-wise.
What?
Oh, no way. Bill Gates' wife?
Dude, look. Find an independent picture of her and an independent picture of him. It's a little uncanny.
Yeah.
It's a stage. They're entertaining themselves, fooling the masses for their own amusement.
Everything is messed up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Melinda Gates thing, that's pretty fringy. Really fringy.
They divorced.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to look up an independent picture of Melinda Gates on the Oracle and see shoes side by side rather than just, somebody could have slapped on some features or manipulated that image. Let's see. To be fair. Melinda Gates, American philanthropist. Let's see. Kevin Klein. American actor. Okay, really, to do that right, you have to look up like birth dates and stuff like that, correct? I mean, unless we're dealing with time travel here or something crazy. That's just, yeah, that's crazy talk. I could be wrong, but it looks like Kevin Kline has been married to Phoebe Cates. That I did not know.
Hi, guys.
Hello, hello.
I heard you looking for a word out on YouTube, Jenny. Wouldn't be adrenochrome, would it?
Yes, adrenochrome. Okay, what I was thinking of originally is I wanted a similar word as cannibalism would be to quote unquote vampires drinking blood. What would be a
Yeah.
technical name for blood drinking? That's what I was trying to think of earlier.
I can't remember. Is hemophilia a want for blood or a fear of blood? I can never remember. I'll have to look.
Yeah. If you could look that up, I'm trying to find a decent current picture of Mr. Kevin Kline. I mean, it looks like he's getting pretty old and doesn't look like the picture. Imagine that. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to save myself some time and say that maybe it's some sort of, maybe they were twins split at birth or something, who knows, but it doesn't look like the age is the same. So that's a problem. Even though I love that that idea. Know what I'm saying, you guys? Am I making sense?
Yep.
So in order for that meme to be true, there'd have to be some sort of crazy, unfathomable time travel happening where there are two Kevin Klines existing on the same plane of, yeah. Maybe that could make a good movie or animated short. Who knows? So I guess it would make sense for me to not post that picture anymore. To cut the shit, I just saw your message. Sorry, dude. So yeah, that would be Kevin Kline. I mean, who knows? I mean, it could have came from the same fertilized egg batch or something, and she was inseminated. What do we know about Melinda Gates's parents? Probably nothing. I mean, super crazy thought ideas, you know, that there's secret transgender people on the world stage. That's insane. Right, you guys? Okay, great picture, Geppy Get. I like that. The sky column. All right. Hmm. The only thing about that, Geppy Get, is, you know, you have the separating of the waters above from the waters below. That's what I think of when I looked at that last picture. Mic check, you guys.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I was just clicking off as you said that.
Oh, just saying we heard you.
Yeah, I posted the link with that helium, superfluid helium, and in that state, a weird phenomena is happening. It becomes a perpetual fountain, continuously flowing, a fountain that never stops.
Really?
Yeah, it
That's
has this
amazing.
property. Helium has this, the liquid helium has this property. When you put it in a glass, it will climb the walls and it will leak out. It flows upward, unlike any other liquids.
I did see something like that, but did it equate to perpetual motion in your experience? Yeah. Well, then we have
Helium
perpetual
does
motion.
that. It's the only element that does that. Yeah. Perpetual motion. And that sky column is actually the jet stream of this helium. But when we go at the North Pole, it's gas coming from the ground, rising up. And it has this property to very cool that area. It makes it very, very cold. And when the sun is in the summer, it's coming closer towards the north. This stream gets like squeezed by the presence of the sun, and it's shooting probably faster upwards. But in the winter, when the sun goes further away, then this jet stream expands and it cools a wider land area all the way up to our continents.
What you talking about, Willis? Meaning you, Gippy Get.
Oh, sorry, what? Yeah, this view of the sky column, how it will look like, because I've seen it mentioned in Greek mythology, and actually the Greek
I can
ancient
barely
Greek
hear you,
writers,
just to let you know. Sorry.
the ancient Greek writers, they were talking about a sky column which is on the top of a mountain, and I know of one Romanian academician who studied the ancient Dacian gold artifacts and ceramics and stuff. And
Okay.
he found temples which, like in Croatia, for example, there is some very ancient temple where they depict a mountain with like three columns, and they are they symbolize some sort of altar of the gods, or God's altar.
Wow.
And
Sounds
yeah,
fascinating.
this mountain, this academician traces this mountain to a mountain here in
Well, you know what it makes
Romania.
me think of? That makes me think
What?
of the no trees on flat Earth idea.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too. It was different, and uh, it's the highest mountain which we find in Romania, and it has this sort of three columns, which in some literature they are called an altar or sky columns, or yeah, they have all these names.
Did it look like Devil's Tower? Or does it look like Devil's
No,
Tower in the United
no, no,
States?
no,
Okay.
no.
Does it look like a broken off tree stump?
Um, the mountain looks like a
Do you have a
normal
picture of it?
mountain, you know, like sharp.
Well, quote
And
unquote
at the,
normal, sure.
yeah. The thing is,
Do you have a picture of it
I
though?
think, oh yes, I can show you. Yeah, give me a minute.
Wow, Google is straight up effed up, man. The Google logo, what's up with that? All right, here we got the picture. Very okay. That's a very interesting angle that picture was taken. Wow. All right. To me, that doesn't look naturally made. That doesn't look like it's not naturally made to me. Get. Okay, there's another photo. Cool. Dude.
Yeah, the second one is from behind, and yeah,
Dude,
it is
that looks
considered
like a pot
a
and it looks like it
simulacrum.
used to be a hand
Yeah,
holding it underneath or to the side.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
bizarre as fuck.
And from behind, it
That's
looks
not
just
natural.
like an altar.
Dude, you are, oh my gosh. Ooh. And it looks like the first one looks like definitely the other side has like a face.
Yeah, the
I
head of a
mean,
man. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. It's like, is that coincidence? Is everybody just imagining things
The
in their
name,
head?
the name of the
Pareidolia.
mountain,
I think what people call seeing faces in mountains or structures or whatever, pareidolia.
the name of the mountain today is Omu, and the word Omu means the man
Where is this?
in Romanian language.
Where is the
In
structure?
Romania,
Okay,
Romania.
wow. Whew. I wonder if it's on a ley line. Cross
Uh,
cross of a ley line. I
yeah,
bet
I
you that would
think
make
it
sense.
is. Yeah.
That would make sense to me, right?
Mm.
I mean, how that
And
works on a
you
flat Earth,
know,
I don't know, but I think, even if it's proposed on the globe, it would still somehow
yeah,
be on a flat Earth because we are in fact on a flat Earth.
we also have a mountain in Romania which there is no grass growing, nothing grows on it. And this mountain is mentioned also in Greek mythology, where Zeus strikes with the thunder, I think Prometheus or someone, and it burns the whole mountain and him with it.
Dude, you know what? That is so bizarre you say that because I follow like John Levy and stuff like that, and he looks at like the tops of mountains by the imagery from Google Maps and stuff. And from a bird's eye view, you can see like veins in a mountain type of thing where
Yeah,
it kind of looks like it's an electrical charge. It's so
yeah,
effing bizarre when you look at it. It's like, so what
yeah,
you're saying, I mean, I find this type of stuff fascinating for sure.
yeah. And then we have like a few hundred kilometers away from that, we have different mountains where we call Herculane. And these are the baths where Hercules was bathing himself. Then we have a river where you can see Hercules' footprint in the stones. Like, yeah.
Oh, righty then. Yeah, I think I've come across that before, seeing an image of that.
Yeah.
Well, I recently came about knowing, I forget where I heard it from, but there has been discovered giant ancient books. I don't
Yeah.
know why I thought of that just after what you said, but um yeah, I love talking about fringe stuff. Like was history
Even
rewritten type
today
of
we
thing.
have these remote villages in the mountains where people transmit their knowledge, stories, and culture and education through oral speech.
Yeah, I
They,
envy that.
yeah, and they pass these stories about the ancient Dacians, like they say that there were giants back in the days, and these people were so big, like they were taking in one hand
I think
a
like
rock, like two cubic meters rock they were taking in their hands,
yeah,
which for
I
us
think
they look like big boulders. Yeah.
yeah, that's just so bizarre. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, good crazy, not bad crazy.
Yeah. And then we have another village where these guys are living on the top of the mountain, and in their culture, they say, "Oh, don't go away from the village, because when you go away, it means that you're going down from the mountain." And they say that you're going in the world where there are beings that look like man, but they are dumb. They are not intelligent, and they consider themselves the only people which are intelligent because they live in the sky. So living on the top of the mountain, for them, it means that they are living in the sky, because often when you have these rain clouds and stuff, um, the clouds are beneath your feet when you're on top of the mountain, so you see above the sky the clouds. Yeah. It's a very funny, interesting story, but yeah.
I agree. Hmm.
Uh,
But those
that
those
that
pictures
was
are just
yeah.
those
That
pictures are
was the
just
meaning.
fascinating.
Mm.
Oh, yeah,
For
yeah.
them, that was the meaning of calling themselves like the sky people.
Hmm.
Yeah. So when we read in this Greek mythology, like people living in the sky or stuff like that, we think of, like people literally
Well,
walking on air. No.
weren't there aren't there depictions in different religions like the sizes of giants? like in the Bible
Yeah.
or other religious texts of different religions? Isn't there accounts of giants in other religions besides Christianity? Do you know?
Well, if you look into Zamolkism, which was the religion of the Dacians, but it's actually a Greek mythology points to the Hyperboreans and the Pelagian people,
Oh,
which
wait, the
were lost,
Hyperboreans?
lost ancient civilization, culture, and
Well,
stuff.
in the idea of cosmic egg, that civilization still exists and it's in the outer lands of the realm.
Yeah, it's all of us, you know.
Did you
We all
ever
come
watch
from them.
the videos that I posted about cosmic egg? Let me look here.
Oh,
Here, I'll post them both. Okay, so that's the collaboration with the CGI, but the second one,
yeah,
it's going to be Martin Kenny made the model with his own hands and explained it. There's a second part on his channel all the way down at the very bottom of the videos. So if you sort his channel by oldest videos first, you'll see the second part if it's not underneath the video. But so it would be not an expanding universe out in space, but it would
yeah,
be an expanding realm. So, that kind of to me says that, what we're told is only a half truth.
yeah.
So I don't know. That's really, I don't know. I just find it interesting to speculate about these types of things. And Martin Kenny's a syncretist. Um, it's where I should super remember or memorize this word because I say it, I bring it up so
And you
much.
know,
It's where
the
it's and
Hyperboreans,
it's, but he mentions that culture in the video, the first one that I posted. There's different
yeah,
for every realm that is created, it moves outward, and then the next creation begins. So everybody comes from quote unquote paradise.
yeah.
And we were banished out
When you
of
look
the Garden
about
of Eden.
when you look about Hyperboreans in the Greek mythology, they tell you a lot of stuff about them, but you will find that they are the ones who wrote. Um, they held the golden scriptures, the golden book, the book written in solid gold. And when you study the ancient Dacians, like about 2000 years ago, uh, these were only the descendants of those people and the keepers of the book. And actually, the Roman Emperor Trajan, Tra, Tra, Trajan, I think Trajan, you call it in English too. In the year 105, 106 AD, he conquered Dacia, the Roman Empire. But they conquered only 14% of its territory. And next day, uh, this whole nation were speaking a Latin language. Like they taught them the Latin language. And what they took from these people was 15,000 ton in solid gold artifacts and tablets. These
Well,
tablets were like one page of a book, but was weighing 10 kilogram of gold.
Well,
far
that's how,
more.
so there's the emerald tablets as well. I find that
Mhm.
interesting. There's
Yeah,
gold.
yeah. Those were, I know for a fact that the Eritrean Sibel, uh, she was an oracle from
Wow.
Romania, and she got to King Solomon because she heard of his wisdom, and she brought him like many treasures, like gold and sapphires, rare gems and stones. Yeah. And then she went to Ethiopia and she established there, and she never came back to Europe.
What's your
Yeah, the
opinion of
history.
what's your opinion about what I bring up all the time about the mainstream narrative, what we're told that there is a half truth and stuff like that?
Well, they have to give us a little bit of truth all the time. I mean, in everything they do, they are bound from God's curse. That's how God cursed these snake people. They can never do anything without exposing themselves. And despite their hard work to disguise everything, to conceal and hide from us. Yeah. So that's why they have to give us half truth. It's not that they want to, you know. It's just that there is no other way for them to do it. Mic check. Mic check.
We hear you.
Yeah, for example, I understand very well what you're saying, and I can give you an example. Yeah, I was looking at this artificial intelligence dominion and governing over the world stock market, doing all these wonders, um, saving the waste, reducing waste of natural resources and stuff like that. So then I saw that the US Police and Justice Department, the Supreme Commander, is a tiny sub program from this Google NASA AI. And in 2017 summer, I saw a post in The Guardian in England. The British police was thinking of handing full authority and command to this to this US artificial intelligence program. And it was a very small news article story in the newspaper, The Guardian. And in 2018, January, uh, they handed their authority to this AI. They adopted the system and they published it in the newspaper, like officially. Yeah, our whole UK police, British police, supreme commander is now Pred Paul, the US artificial intelligence program. So to people, to ordinary people, it looks like, oh, this is a program we adopt, accept. It's very good for us, for the police, but they have no idea what actually is.
What did I miss?
Um, Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy do.
I'm fine. And you?
Wunderbar. I'm listening to the birds sing. Were you here for how long have you been here this morning? I missed a good chunk of that helium conversation, the liquid helium, because I got a phone call. But I liked where it was going.
What were you reading about the helium?
I
By
was
Chuck?
listening. I was listening to the conversation about it.
Yeah.
And then I got
I'm
a
glad you
phone
liked
call.
it.
I like it. Because
Me
in
too.
Genesis in Genesis the interpretation can be one of a handful of fluids. And any one of those fluids could have been a gas.
Well, it's actually literally liquid with supernatural powers.
Right. I can get that. But Genesis 1, he separates the waters above from the waters below.
Yes. And the water, which what we call today water, like the water from the oceans and lake, this is the waters from below which came into the world. They were not before that, before the flood. They were below the world, and those waters which are above, like the liquid helium, they were actually flowing right here. But I think also the world plane, the ground, actually somehow fell. It lowered down. So that ocean of helium, it kept its position like that place, and when we fell down, yeah, it became our sky, the way we see it today, and like that.
Right. Well, I looked into the stuff I could find on Antarctica, the military testing, the
Yeah.
scientific testing, and one of the most interesting videos talks about the firmament, that it is made
Mm-hmm.
out of a super cooled oxygen type compound.
Well,
And they say super cooled because we use liquid nitrogen, and that's still not cold enough for it to
yeah,
stay a solid.
yeah,
It
true.
it evaporates into nothingness.
Well, in 2006, no, in 1990, they discovered the metallic state of oxygen, and it is actually, I think, it's the only super metal which we have discovered. Uh, they say it is a when oxygen turns into when it takes its metallic state, it becomes a dark, transparent solid. And I think this metal you cannot cut, scratch, or break. You know, it's a super solid. And to get to this kind of metal, I mean, you have to uh, freeze the liquid oxygen, bring it to a ice state. Then this frozen oxygen, you further cool it down. It becomes octa-oxygen, which is red color, and further cooling it down, but also increasing pressure, then it turns into its metallic state. And I think it has to do something with the helium lambda point. I think there is a transition. If there is like octa-oxygen present in next to this helium superfluid, it will transition to its metallic state.
Right, but you're talking excess of negative 325 degrees.
Yeah, it's extreme low temperatures. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I got from the video, and that's what I'm kind of.
Yeah.
Because in order to have it, liquid nitrogen only goes so far.
Yeah.
And that's it. It has its limit.
Well, liquid nitrogen is like our atmosphere, liquefied. Yeah, minus 173 Celsius, something like that.
Right,
And
right.
it is
Well,
very, very cold for us. Yeah.
it
If
would
you
be
put your hand
interesting though to
inside.
test this. Like just seeing what the different gases do.
Yeah.
But they don't teach that in
If you, yeah. They don't teach this because, yeah, it's science, real stuff. You might get to understand how the world functions.
right on a macro level.
Yeah.
I mean, I get how it works, but that does open up a whole new explanation for how it works.
And for example, another very, very interesting element is helium-3, superfluid helium-3. That one is one of the rarest elements out there, and in the military they use it as the most powerful explosive. Like they make the biggest bombs with that one.
Yeah.
So if you try to get some technology like to store helium, you will find yourself like you need to get special authorizations and stuff like that. It's technology which is like weaponry technology.
I get what you're saying.
Mm.
That's something me and Iggs were talking.
Yeah.
because there is a way, and there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yes.
There is a very quick way, and there's a very slow way, and there are many ways in between.
Yeah.
I think all those authorizations are the slowest possible way.
Yeah, I think that's the way when you make it like a business, yeah.
Oh, heck no, this is my man cave. You're gonna see test tubes everywhere. You're gonna see beakers everywhere. You're gonna see tanks everywhere. This is my man cave.
And it's funny, when you play with liquid helium, I mean, even the presence of a battery in that room, it's a big problem. It can cause it to make a big boom. Or if you have a mobile phone, like that's s- like this the fuse, that's how it behaves.
Right. Well, it's like having a taser in a room full
Yeah.
of gasoline.
Yeah, yeah,
As soon as that taser goes off, that's it. Boom.
yeah. It goes on. When you spark it, then boom.
So then the expansion rate's greater than 600.
Yeah.
Jeepers. Because ammonia 600 to 1 expansion rate. So I'm told.
What is very, very hard is to shield helium from infrared light. It absorbs energy like from literally anything, and it builds up energy very, very quickly. And yeah, that's why when they all these liquid helium storage tanks, they have these condensers, refrigerator. Like you have to continuously cool it down. Other way. It will absorb energy from the environment through the tank walls until it builds enough energy to explode.
Well, I wasn't looking forward to starting off with explosives first. I mean, there are other gases.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm very curious, for example, like sound propagation through this superfluid, but I can't find interesting research on this. Hello, someone's hot micing.
Yeah. I was thinking about sound, frequency, metals. But liquid gases sound interesting. I could probably come up with an energy project or something. Hello, hot mic. Jake the Finn. Gracias.
We are under a perpetual fountain.
It could be. Could definitely be. Or it just could be what we would consider an ocean of helium-3. That's why they describe it as water, because that's what liquid gas all looks like.
True, yeah, and that's how I see it too. Like the liquid helium in all its four states, and at the north, actually, this helium pushes through the ground from below. It takes gaseous state, freezes all that region area, and when it's in our atmosphere, it's already a gas. It rises up like a jet stream, and once high enough, it will be so cold above where there is no more air, the air that we breathe, but there is helium atmosphere, and it will start condense and precipitate rain into that sea, and it will make like some sort of stream which will flow the dome on top of the world, covering.
Right, which is their flying ceiling.
Yeah. And at the Antarctic, yeah, we have this, the oxygen from the atmosphere becomes that liquid ice, liquid oxygen and frozen oxygen and octa-oxygen and dark metal oxygen. When we send a balloon very high above the atmosphere that we breathe, we see that the sky changes to black color from the blue. And that must be the cause of metallic oxygen. This flowing helium, I think it keeps that oxygen in its metallic state. So it's a very solid. We are in a metal prison, you know. There's no escape from it.
Well, I
And
wouldn't
even
call it
if you
That's the
manage,
consensus.
yeah, even if you might manage to punch a hole, you are encountering a medium which is extreme cold, so extreme that it actually you are very hot in comparison, and it repels you even electrically and magnetically, like it's from all the point of views planes, you are opposite to that, you know.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's I guess in a way, no such thing as cold. There's only the lack of heat, and then heat from
Yeah.
that point going a degree forward.
If you look, for example, like the effect of magnetic flux, when you throw a magnet at a big chunk of copper, when the magnet gets closer to the copper, it will decelerate and stop. It will never hit the copper, like an invisible force. It is actually an invisible force.
I do wonder what state would liquid oxygen be? Because O3 is still a gaseous state, unless I'm missing refrigerant.
Well, liquid oxygen. There will be all sorts of molecules, O2, O3, O4, and
Right.
even, like when you talk about ice, I'm not sure how many shapes, arrangements can the oxygen take, but I know, for example, octa-oxygen, one molecule of octa-oxygen is 8 oxygen atoms, which are bounded together like, two squares on top of each other. Parallelogram shape. Almost like a cube, but squashed. I have to go. See you later, guys.
Later, get beget. Nice talking to you.
He dipped. Is anybody else on Discord?
He's doing what's going on this day.
Hey, Dave.
How's my mic?
What?
How's my mic? I'm at a fast food restaurant right
Oh,
now. It's background noise.
you're coming in kind of low, but I'm driving, so it might be me.
Well, be careful and obey all traffic laws, speed limits, and everything.
I know. I'm in a bad mood because I had a little meltdown at the U.S. post office. They're ridiculous.
What happened? They make you put a face paper on?
Yes.
Oh my
And
God.
I was just like, then just provide me one. And this bitch was power tripping so hard. Like, I don't even know why they obsess if they're only getting like $7 an hour. Like, you don't have to put in that much energy to be a bitch. Like,
Generally gets flipped like 90% are not wearing masks. Good. Different out there on the left coast, but not.
I know. Well, she was like, it's a federal building.
Yeah,
It's a federal building.
Not much happening in here. There's just like 12 people and everybody just sitting around. Well, there's one Glober, but he's deaf and crypto. And I shouldn't even say that because he's deaf, and so there's no reason to even say that.
I saw Pringles jump in here. He's a Glober, but I think he saw I was in here and he ran away.
Put on your SoundCloud and let it play when somebody starts talking if you want. Oh, you're driving, never mind.
Yeah.
I don't think we even got a DJ in here right now.
Man, I can
Feel
barely
free to
hear
be in or bring it. Somebody else needs to talk there if they want to. Go ahead.
I was just saying I could barely hear you, man.
Yeah, I told you I got background noise right now. I was just greeting Kyle, letting her know that somebody was in here. Mrs. Musk.
Are you a Glober Cuddle Shudda Cowboy?
Cuddles.
Cuddles the
Cuddles
Cowboys.
Cowboy.
Oh,
Cuddles.
okay. I'm just gonna call you Cowboy.
Okay, Cowboy Cuddles, whatever. On one of my other profiles, it's my friends call me Cuddles.
You live on a ball.
It's a court thing.
Oh, I was like, what kind of? How'd you get
When
that
somebody
nickname?
asks you your name, what do you tell them?
Somebody asks me my name.
My friends call me Cuddles. My enemies call me. I got a short list. Those who love me call me. Like, what do you want? Who are you to me that I should tell you something about me?
Okay, well, we won't have to go in depth on that. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Well, I mean, we have mountains and plains, so I mean, there's Earth and it has many shapes, but water is flat. There is no curves on.
Okay, good.
Oh, bless him. That cracks me up. Curves on. It's not called the curves on for a reason.
That's true.
I have a question.
Sure.
Does anyone know about this guy, Professor Dave?
Of course.
Yes. Do
He's
you
an
know
idiot.
if there? So he has made some videos. Do you know
I have
someone
a lot of
has
hate comments I've written on him.
made response videos to him?
Yes.
Where can I find them?
Let me
It's
find
hard
you
to
one.
find. Thank
Taboo
you.
Conspiracy has some addressing him.
Sorry, where?
The YouTube account is called Taboo Conspiracy.
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming you're a globe earther, Clint.
I'm let's just say I'm a truth seeker.
Hey, that's good. That's a good
yeah.
position to be in.
Yeah. I'm a truth seeker. That's where I am. So
you're looking for like a fair flat earth debate?
I mean, yeah, I would like to see I would love to see the Neil deGrasse Tyson versus Eric Dubay, but
oh yeah,
that won't happen since Neil thinks that the Earth is a pear, and he doesn't want to. I don't know why he doesn't want to debate or.
Why Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't want to debate? It's because he has the losing argument.
Probably. I mean, because I mean, he did. I mean, because I've been following Flat Earth for I don't know a couple of months, and I think it's very interesting. And then I watched like this Professor Dave, and of course he comes. I mean, when I hear something, I would like to hear the other side, and then again the others. You get what I'm saying?
You hear a flat earth argument, but then you hear a rebuttal, and so then you're like, well, hey, maybe this is a fair rebuttal, like refraction. Like they'll say like, oh, we can't see curve, and then the globe side will say, oh, it's refraction, and then you're trying to see, okay, well, what's the rebuttal to the rebuttal?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I don't know any specific videos off the top of my head addressing Professor Dave, but Taboo Conspiracy is really good. I think he mentions Professor Dave in there. Let me see if anyone else. I wonder if Witsit Gets It might have specific videos addressing Professor Dave.
What is interesting is would be if Professor Dave took up the fact that NASA was founded by Nazis, and how many videos NASA has faked, and how many. I mean, whenever I look, there's countless of documents from NASA that says that we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. So, yeah.
Say one thing about Professor Dave, if you insist on watching that clown, pay attention to how many practical demonstrations he presents or real world facts that can be verified. That's all I want to say about it. Go ahead, Kyle.
I would say, what I would say, take notes of the particular subjects that you have a question of and bring it here and ask us, because we have the largest number of actual flat earthers are right here in this server.
Of course. There is, so I watched the documentary that Eric Dubay put out, Level. I watched it about 3 times, I think.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I really liked it. What is he does rebuttal with the map, and how the seasons work, and how in the flat Earth model, so to speak, how the seasons work, and then how he like rebuttals it and says, no, this can't work. Anyway,
have you seen his other work? Have you watched like 200 Proofs? By Eric DeBay, 200 Proofs. Okay, probably not, because you would have answered by now. So I suggest you look at that, because that's those arguments that are presented on there are like the foundations of it. And not to say, but if you go try to disprove, just start at the very beginning and try to disprove any of what is presented. See if you can disprove anything he says. Now, some of them are in areas that we can't go out and test, right? Because they're talking about objects in the sky and so forth, right?
Mm.
So you can't measure things based on things that are in the sky above us, right? Because they're undeterminable. Nobody's measured how far they are, how large they are, or what they actually are in essence. But on the other hand, what we can do right here on the surface, for instance, people that, like you mentioned, NASA provides documents that state, so does the FAA, McDonnell Douglas, like all these other people that are building and flying aircraft are all flying them over a flat stationary Earth. Why do you think that is? Clint? Hello?
The Glober answer is that when it's local, you treat it as flat and stationary. And then gravity.
Well, here's what I'm going to posit.
Hello? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. No
My
problem.
laptop died.
Okay, no big deal.
I see I see the 200 Proofs.
Yep. So what I was saying is those are like the foundational claims. And so what I was saying real briefly is like some of the claims when we're talking about looking at the lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, or the wandering stars, we can't determine anything about the Earth based on those things. Do you understand that part? Like, in other words, looking up in the sky doesn't tell us anything about where we're standing. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so.
And the reason why? Why would you think that we can't determine from those things?
Well, yeah, it doesn't tell me anything.
Well, there's a reason why they can't tell us anything, though. That's what I'm getting at. So I'll just tell you. It's because those things are undeterminable. Nobody's measured the distance to the sun or the distance to the moon or the sizes of those or the distance or sizes of any of the other lights in the sky. What we can tell about those things is the cyclical nature of them, but that doesn't tell us the surface. So the point I was getting at is all these aircraft manufacturers and also like FAA and NASA and all these people why do you think they're writing all their documents flying actual aircraft over the surface as a flat stationary Earth? Why do you think they do that?
Why I think they write their documents in that manner, I think it's because if they would write it in any other manner, they couldn't fly their aircrafts.
Right, and you're right, and it's not about writing it. How they write it is one thing, but how they actually do it is what I'm getting at. The actuality of it is they're flying real physical objects in reality over a real physical surface.
Mm-hmm.
So can you see how if in 30 miles you had 400 feet of sagitta, in other words, a geometric hump of Earth in the way, you would have to fly an aircraft completely different. Now, not only that, I can get really deep into this, but not only that, you would have to design every single thing that has wheels differently than the way they are now. If you were riding a bicycle down a continuous hump, 8 inches per mile, do you realize that you would be speeding down in any direction you went? You would be speeding down a hill, sometimes even though it were uphill. You see how the globe would have to work? So on the globe, you could be going downhill. It would look like you're going uphill to you, but you would actually still be going downhill.
I really don't think I understand, but there is this he did bring up what I think is interesting is the vacuum. And
right, the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that space is a vacuum.
Right.
And he said, and his rebuttal is vacuum doesn't suck.
Yeah, who said that?
Professor Dave.
Okay, great. Well, just have Professor Dave show a demonstration of gas pressure or a vacuum, either one of those, without a container. Because that's the key. If you wanted a rebuttal to gas pressure, that's not saying anything. Like, is he serious? That sounds like a kindergartner. Do you realize that? An adult that sounds like a kindergartner, as far as intellect and logic.
I mean,
a vacuum doesn't suck. Like, what does that statement mean? What does that statement mean? So the whole thing is, they're avoiding the context of the entire subject. Is we have gas pressure here. That's indisputable, irrefutable evidence of a container.
Did Professor Dave prove that that space was a vacuum, or is that just a claim that everyone just believes because we were taught that we can't verify ourselves?
Probably the last mentioned. Let's see. I do think this is very, very interesting, and I'm, as I said, searching for the truth. So I really want to know. Let's see.
You're in the right place. Just keep digging.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think I can help you in your quest. Continue to look for an actual measurement of the radius claim that they are the claim that they made about the radius. So see if you can actually go find any historic measurement of curvature before they went to space. So let's say before 1967, we need an actual measurement of the curvature of Earth, namely on the surface that would amount to a drop over distance. You can easily do this over water.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go search for an actual official documented scientific measurement of this curvature, how, when, and where, how did they do it? Where did they do it? When did they do it? What was the method? So if you go look for that and then do the same for any detection of axial rotation that Earth is moving, try to find anything at all, an observation, some way of detecting. It's just supposed to be a physical object, right? Earth is just a physical object. According to them, I don't think it's an object. It's not an object to me. But to them, they're saying it's an object. So it's a physical object with physical attributes and properties. So one of them is supposed to be it's spinning. So curvature and then the detection of rotation. Find anything where they scientifically measured this, because it's easily this day and age, we're 2021. They have ways of measuring physical objects that are in motion with high-tech equipment, right?
Yeah, it should be should be doable.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but I know they know how to measure speeds and direction of physical objects in motion. I don't understand why this is so hard. So you look for those two things first, and then try to find anyone that has provided any demonstration of gas pressure without a container, because you cannot have pressure of gas without it being contained. You can't even measure pressure without a container.
No, I found one. If you would like to look at this, I put it. I will put it here in the voice text chat. But yeah, it involves the.
Do you know we had a PhD here a little while, just like a week ago or so?
No.
An astronomy, a PhD professor in astronomy with a PhD from Princeton.
Oh.
And that was in the arena. That was in the arena here, where there was just one topic. The only topic is what natural science is, and basically, what the bottom line was. This person was the PhD in astronomy, so they're an expert. So they were asked to provide a valid hypothesis in the history of any of these three fields: astronomy, astrophysics, or cosmology. And all of a sudden, there was a technical difficulty, and he was no longer able to connect when that question was asked, and has not been back since.
Interesting.
What's the thing you just posted? I see it's like some DIY experiment to prove. What is it? What does it say to do? Sorry, I'm just glancing over.
As the Earth rotates, the view from the top of the pink stick changes to reveal the sun or make the sun disappear, depending upon which way the Earth is rotating.
Where's proof that the Earth is rotating? That's what we're looking for.
No, I know. I'm just wondering what they're trying to say. They're trying to say if you observe the sunset with your friend, this is like proving the Earth is spinning.
Yeah. So you got to stop, because remember what I said about things in the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You can tell diddly squat. You could see, all we see is that the sun is moving over us, just like the moon and the stars are moving over us. They're always above us. They're never below us. You never even see them making lines. See, listen, you never even see like the star trails. You would see star trails, the lines would be coming up from the horizon, going straight up vertically and all different directions, up and down across the horizon. Do you get that? But they never are. They're rotating above us. They never go down and go straight down, and disappear into the horizon. They never do that. We never have asteroids or comets going up from the horizon. Anyway, so no measurement of curvature. So like people like building railroads and canals, they don't factor in curvature. I dare somebody to go try to find a canal builder or railroad engineer that's using curvature.
What I do think is this is just how should you say, observational proof, but I saw some video about people asking airplane pilots about the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
How if they have to take curvature into account when they're flying. Yeah, and you all know the answer to that one. I thought that was quite.
Here's the problem with this this thing though. Just glancing at it for 2 minutes. Here's a quick experiment designed to show you that the Earth is round and to calculate its circumference. But the problem is in the calculations at the bottom, it shows you taking into account Earth's radius value. 2 times the radius of Earth times the height of your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already assuming it's a sphere. It's already assuming that the radius is true. So it's not actually, it's just confirmation bias. Does that make sense? It's not actually confirming to you that it's not verifying the circumference of the Earth because they're already assuming that it's a sphere by the radius value that they're having in the formula.
And what they're completely avoiding is that all of these things, you have to deny all of your senses at the very start. You have to assume that you're not feeling what you're feeling, you're not seeing what you're seeing, and that level is curved. You don't know what level is. So they totally are bypassing the vestibular system in our inner ear. There's the counter to that. Okay, so you're saying it's spinning because you see the sun going overhead. Why don't you feel this motion?
Where that's the thing. One of 2 things are happening. Sky is moving and we're stationary, or the sky is stationary and we are moving. When was it ever verified that one or the other is happening?
I don't know, has it?
No, it hasn't ever been verified. It's just people look at the sky, assume that we're moving because reasons. But it doesn't work like that. You can't look at the sky and say, well, clearly you have to verify which one is moving. Otherwise, both can be true, right? And just by observation alone, you can't quite tell per se, right? So where was it ever validated? Because this is the assumption. The assumption is that the sky or the Earth is moving. So your thing that you posted is saying,
I can barely hear you.
Okay,
there's
Fuzzy Roboto. Fuzzy Roboto.
Earth is moving.
He's not getting anything, Fuzzy. You can't hear you. You're roboting.
Fuzzy will be right.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I couldn't hear one thing.
Basically,
yeah.
The basic assumption is the Earth isn't moving. The stuff in the sky is. Go ahead, son.
Yeah, so we have 2 things going on. There's something moving above us in the sky, and the other thing is we don't feel any motion. So right there puts the burden of proof on the people that are saying it's moving. They have to be able to counter what I just said. Those two items, something moving over me and I don't feel it.
What he did say about the Earth, I'm just gonna link to this video, and it's the title is 10 things that all flat earthers say.
Yeah, what a numpty. Anyway,
the time around 4:48 or 4:35.
Yeah, hold up. Clint, do you know that Simon Dan comes in here and sits in the lobby and listens and I believe I'm correct, is this the right dude that said he doesn't debate Earth, but yet he sits there and makes hours and hours and hours of content anti-flat Earth. Isn't Earth in that sentence? His whole job is to make anti-flat Earth. He's not going to debate it. He's not going to talk about it. He won't discuss it with us.
If you can hear me at all any better,
yeah.
Affirming the consequent. Someone explain affirming the consequent to him.
Yeah, I think we just did. I think Kai just did, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, does he understand?
Yeah. I think you understand that, Clint? How, like, when they have this article, it presupposes the radius in the very beginning.
Yes. Yeah. I understand. It's just that they have already decided, so to say, that the Earth is round or that the Earth is a sphere.
There it is.
Well, in this, the video that I linked to is around the 435 mark. There is I shouldn't the claim from the flat earthers side is I shouldn't be able to see this thing because 8 inch per mile squared. That's I think that one is interesting.
See, but the whole thing right there in the first statement is he's reversing the burden of proof before he even starts speaking. He's saying it's our claim. It's not our claim, bro. It's his claim. So they have to prove the claim. We didn't make any claim. We don't have a model. He's got a model. They have the model to prove. They need to prove the foundations of the model, and they get taken aback because that's the very foundation of everything they're presupposing is this radius value. They just go, in their mind, they won't say it up front, but in their mind, the radius value is true and the Earth is curved. Now let's have a conversation. But I'm not backing off from my stance that it's curved. And then they go 10 steps down the road, skipping down the road, and they haven't validated the initial claim, the foundational claim. They haven't proven. They haven't shown a measurement of this radius value. Or I mean, it goes on and on and on. They haven't showed evidence of a core. This idea of a core. They haven't shown any proof of any of those things. It's all made up shit.
And it's worse than that because then they'll come back and say, where's the scientific proof that it's flat? Well, no, you can't. That's like saying, I claim that unicorns are real. And if you say I'm wrong, well, prove to me unicorns are fake.
Right.
I can't even do that. And that's what they dig in. That's their stance that, well, you have to prove to me that unicorns are fake. Well, that's just dumb, you know?
So I don't really know why we even care. I mean, it's good to have a conversation with those people to find out what their psychological disorder is like, because that's what we're truly investigating here. The people that cannot see things logically, cannot see reality as it is, and have to make up all these stories about it, like being something that it couldn't possibly be, that is not measurable to be, that nobody experiences it like that.
There is one thing that he included in this video is not quite. I mean, whether he is right or wrong it doesn't matter because it doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, but it is about that moonlight is colder. That one was quite interesting, and I do think that he might be right in this typical that one.
But I guarantee you. But see, I guarantee you, the whole thing is though. Every single thing is only about like what's wrong with flat earthers. That's what's wrong with the flat earthers argument, right? That's all he does.
Yeah.
He never, none of them do. None of them look at the actual topic, the subject at hand. None of them do that. They don't actually show, okay, I'm going to counter these flat earthers with actual experimental data that has some foundations in science or that is an actual measurement. They never bring any of that.
It would be very interesting if he would get invited to the server.
He is invited.
I'm
He won't
telling you,
come
man.
because he knows he
He's
doesn't have a
been
left.
here. He's been here sitting in the lobby. He doesn't come in. He won't discuss it.
The only thing they do is repeat the
Sorry, you disappeared.
Yeah, you would have to ask him why.
All they do is repeat the same stuff that we all learned in school, and thinking that that's gonna, if we hear it one more time repeated back to us, then we'll finally believe it. Even though we did believe it for 30 years of our life, looked into it, and it's like, oh, they don't have any proof of these claims. It's like, if you're trying to prove that Santa Claus doesn't exist to a kid, they're like, well, no, they're just going to repeat all the stuff that we already know as if it's true without proving any of it. And just repeat. That's all Simon, all these guys, Professor Day, they simply repeat what we all were taught in school as if that is the answer. And we just are dumb because we forgot it in school. Even though both my parents are teachers, and I just forgot all of this information. It's like, tell me something I don't know.
I mean, I do think it's there is still, I mean, I've seen videos about stars coming through the moon. I mean, yeah, I would love to see him explain some of those things, and because, but I don't think he has one. I don't think he has an
They don't.
explanation.
He won't even talk about that.
No,
they won't even talk about stuff because they can't. They have no actual. They can't verify anything they say. I mean, that's why they don't come in here, because then they would actually have to be held to task. The actual guy who created the Earth curve calculator came in here and had no idea what a scientific experiment was, or didn't know what a dependent or independent variable was. It's insanity.
Yeah, and it's just very strange that the debate would still be going on if there really was no debate.
yeah.
Like just that fact alone, that there's still a huge debate going on, whether you believe whatever shape you think the Earth is. That right there should show you there is so much more to the story.
There is something that I would like to show you guys, and I would like to just talk about. And this is the link. Now I know this is a map over supposed satellites. But if you just look at the map, if you go to what is it on the globe, and then you press on any of the satellites, you can see the satellites. Don't know the English word for this.
The different angles, the different real-time satellites at any point in time, kind of thing.
No, the path that the satellites take.
The trajectory.
Yeah, the trajectory, exactly. That's what I was looking for.
But that's cool. Can you prove that that's the trajectory, or are you just going to have to take their word for it? Can you?
No. If you just listen to what I'm gonna say, if you go to Antarctica on the map, or on the globe map, whatever, if you press on any of the satellites, there is one specific area that none of the satellites has gone to, and I'm trying to also, as you guys do, disprove or question globalists with their own science or with their own logic.
Their own claim.
Yeah, exactly, with their own claim.
What a joke. Oh my God. I bet you could find every single balloon program that goes along with the names of, I bet, every single one. And how come these Globers aren't up here saying, look, I see all these satellites, here's proof. Like if they want to say, oh, I saw the freaking ISS going in front of the moon. Where's the 15,000 freaking satellites that are up there? They should be going by all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong?
Anyway.
So they're not going over a certain spot in Antarctica?
Yeah.
That's very sus. That's very, very suspicious.
That's really suspicious, isn't it?
Well, how could they... Is it the 66th parallel?
Isn't
Is
it
that the
interesting?
part?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
I thought so as well.
And north too. 60 degrees south, 60 degrees north. No-go zones.
Yeah, if there's nothing to see there and it's just wasteland, why won't you show us the... Why won't you fly a satellite over the wasteland? It seems much more safe to have them have tons of satellites over Antarctica since nobody's there, rather than satellites over big cities where it could kill somebody if it fell back to Earth, right?
No, they'll just say we don't want to waste taxpayers' money on just ice. You know.
And in the same breath, charge the American government $100 million for a toilet.
That's funny.
I would like to. I don't know if it would ever be possible, but I would like to question this. Why this? Because if you press on any of the satellites, it's just this specific area. None of their satellites has crossed.
Teacher, I have a question. Why? I see satellites over the desert here in the Southwest, yet no one in the Southwest in these remote desert areas gets any coverage until they put a cell phone tower. Even in the mountains too. That's closer to a satellite, right? No coverage until they put a tower in. Deserts and mountains completely open to the sky with nothing blocking the horizon for miles and miles and miles.
You see, the 99% of all communication is by ground, by cables.
Yes.
Undersea fiber optics, huge cables.
Yeah.
That's so funny because I was debating my grandpa over the weekend, who is a chemist, and I was asking him about the vacuum of space, and I was winning the debate. He might not have even realized because he was just so in shock that we were even able to have this conversation. But yeah, one of the things he said was, well, your cell phone would only work if there were satellites in the vacuum of space. And I was like, oh, really?
Did you tell him to stick to chemistry?
It was so, at one point he was like, how can I even have a debate with you? You have such a narrow idea of what science is. And I was like, well, with natural science, You have to use the scientific method, or you're just observing correlation and not actually causation.
Imagine.
He was so perplexed. He was just like, "Where did this come from this girl?" Like,
wow.
Imagine, Mrs. You're going to a neurosurgeon because you have like headaches that won't go away or something, and someone criticizes you and says you're too narrow. You need to include a foot doctor in neurosurgery. Because physical science, the moment that you broaden it, it's no longer physical science.
yeah, it was hilarious. Like, I even at one point, I didn't tell him the Earth was flat. I was like, let's just go with the second law of thermodynamics, see where we go, because he's like super indoctrinated in the academic system. So I'm asking him about gas pressure without containment, and he's like, "Oh, you don't need a container of gas pressure, the atmosphere." And I'm like, "Let me read out the definition." So I read like 2 definitions, like credible ones from chemistry textbooks, and then he says, "Well, I know what I'm talking about. We don't have to go off of the textbook definition."
We don't have to use the definition. What?
And then I said, "Okay, let's get one of the textbooks out that you wrote. Let's get one of them out." And he's like, "No."
No, we don't have to use my textbook. No.
And he got kind of heated because I was winning, and he likes to debate too. So he was probably just like, how is this 20-something chick like beating me? Like, I'm a professor, I've written books, like blah, blah, blah.
How dare this little whippersnapper
I know.
ask me about science. He probably didn't want to bring out the textbook. He probably knew he would lose hands down. He couldn't bear that.
Especially if it's one that he like co-wrote. Like, so
Jesus.
But it just shows, like, what made me really happy though is I should not be able to even have a debate with him for 2 hours and keep up if what we're saying is just a bunch of crap, right? Like, what we have actually has, like, truth to it, because you would think that this is an expert here, somebody who understands chemistry, understands gases, and he can't answer the question of why is it if entropy, high pressure, goes to low pressure, we know that gas is not affected by gravity, and even if it was, somehow it's not affected where gravity is strongest at the surface of the Earth and continues to rise up, and then you're at the edge of the atmosphere, the vacuum is the strongest it's going to be because you're right by it, and the gravity's the weakest. Somehow the gas stops right there. There's no way, and they have no answer for that. So.
Have you seen the, now I forgot which one it was, but it was the, I think SpaceX was supposed to do, what was it called? Falcon launch to the ISS, and all of a sudden there was some kind of rat on the on the rocket.
Yeah, the space rat, exactly. Big old floppy ear rat.
Yeah, that one was quite.
Yeah, that stuff's kind of old, actually. But I was gonna say everybody ought to watch this Lost History FE that I put the link for. It's a playlist. It's about, the whole thing is like 5 hours long. So take your time.
Oh.
I put it in the voice text at 40 minutes after The hour.
It's a playlist.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna save this.
It's by a channel called Veki VP.
Mm-hmm. It's so. I mean,
You know a lot of stuff about this, Clint. I feel like you're still in the
you
oven.
think so? I think I'm very green in this area, but thank you.
Well, it seems like you've been trying though to have a fair, unbiased look on it, but you're starting to see like the flatter side, the brownie points are stacking up on our side. So I think,
yes,
maybe just more time. You're still cooking in the oven, but I think.
Yeah, he's basically like it's. I love Dave Weiss, like 3 buckets, right? All the different claims that are out there about this topic, they can be put into 3 buckets. One that works only on flat Earth, one that only works on a globe, and one that could work on both or either. And you'll find. Have you found in all your talking to us? Have you found anything that could fit into the globe only bucket?
Crickets, please.
Yeah, and
Let me see if I can find
there is the biggest problem, right? Like all of these things that could work on both and all these different things. If we've had 1,000 years to prove this and NASA's been actually doing their job, this conversation shouldn't even be a conversation. Because if we looked into it, we would easily prove. Oh yeah, it's a ball spinning.
What I can say this. What I don't like is that when I don't like when flat Earth researchers doesn't do their job and take things out of context.
Stuff jazz.
The video with Buzz Aldrin, for example, where he says that
I like that one either.
That we didn't go to the moon.
Hold on, let me interrupt you. Yeah, that is taken out of context. I don't think people should use that either.
No, that one bothered me quite a bit, and that it was good that it bothered me as well, because I looked into it and I was like, well, wait a minute. So and also it doesn't make sense for someone like him to just admit to when he's lied to billions of people. Why can't he lie to a little girl? Like, I mean.
Well, it's when someone gets to the point where they can't tell another lie to an innocent child. That aside, if Buzz Aldrin really did go to the moon, he would be he should be, if taxpayers are paying it, he should be on school tours. He and Neil Armstrong should be traveling the world, explaining to the world what it's like to be one of only a dozen people to have done something that no one else in the world has.
Yeah.
There would be books. He would have live streams. People could ask him questions. People could do all these things. He should be giving a daily a class to everyone at NASA and JPL and all these different things. And that nothing happened. Neil Armstrong has done 2 interviews in the entirety of his life after the moon. Get right out of town, bro.
Should have been up with blackboards with scientists showing how these things actually work, like educating humanity with all this great knowledge. No. So we
would have gone back to the moon.
So all we got instead was we got this instead. One moment.
How is it out of context?
Sorry.
No, sorry, I didn't know. Go ahead.
I was just going to say he allegedly auctioned off a 1985 quarter he had in his pocket in 1969. So do the math on that one.
I didn't follow. He what?
No, I'm kidding.
It's a stupid thing. It's probably just a rumor. He supposedly sold a 1985 quarter to somebody telling him that he took it to the moon with him. But
Okay.
Total distraction. Y'all go ahead. I'll shut up.
I also thought it was funny. I didn't know this until yesterday. That Buzz Aldrin says he only got paid $33 for going to the moon. I thought that was such an interesting number for him to say.
What? 30.
Yes.
Yeah, $33 and a quarter, apparently.
And a quarter.
But that's what I also
$33.
don't understand. I thought every ounce of weight is accounted for when you're sending stuff up, and somehow he's able to get coins, and they got golf clubs up there one time.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Very cool
wait a minute.
story.
The 30 they had to allow the room for the 33 and change also.
Well, that makes sense.
Just like, dang, you can't even make this stuff up. Like, they're all 33rd ranked Masons. And they're telling everybody they got paid $33 to go there. I was trying to explain to my brother, I was like, the Apollo mission is like the Castaways of Gilligan's Island, which hopefully people get this reference because Gilligan's Island is the freaking best show. But the idea that like these 6 people could live on this island and survive, and they have all of these crazy contraptions they supposedly made, like a washing machine out of bamboo, and they have this little radio that never seems to die and always works, although they're supposedly on a freaking desert island. Like, you know, that's how it is with the Apollo missions. It's like they say they have all of these little gadgets and gizmos and all of these things, but in reality they actually don't work. And I just was watching a bunch of Gilligan's Island over the weekend, and I was noticing that the episodes came out in like the late 60s, and I was like, I swear they copied the same kind of, you know, just Hollywood vibe when they did these Apollo missions, because it was like the same kind of thing, just like six astronauts on a journey to this magical place that they actually couldn't survive in. So,
You know, Kai, I remember asking my mom when I was watching Gilligan's Island when I was a child, if the professor can make a washing machine out of bamboo, why can't he make a damn boat, get them off the island?
I know, exactly, right? Exactly. It's just like so obviously, like it's cute and all, but it actually makes no sense. Or their outfits are all like on Gilligan's Island, the ginger girl's like her dress is always clean and gorgeous, though she's supposedly on an island. Same with like the astronauts. I'm like, these women are looking great. Like they don't have bags under their eyes. They don't have pimples. They don't have little shit stains on their suits from vomiting, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it makes no sense.
Imagine three grown men living in a van for how many days or weeks at a time?
Mm-hmm.
Without, like, they can't even stand up for many, many days.
Yeah, you're telling me you're gonna keep your shit together while you're on the ISS and you're having your period? No freaking way, ladies. I don't buy it at all. There will be a mess everywhere. It's impossible. There's no way.
Yeah, why aren't they showing real life? Come on, man.
Their hair always looks like it's kind of, even though it's like everywhere, it looks brushed. You would have dreadlocks.
To be like,
hair was just waving around like that for 2 days. Like
the woman that was in for 666 days in space and didn't have any dreadlocks because they can wash their hair so well.
Yeah.
Oh, I think actually no, you're right. In space, because of zero gravity, you get zero dreadlocks because of the reasons.
Well, the makeup crew is weightless too, so that's how they do it, I guess.
Plus a whole lot of hairspray.
I know, it's part of They'll be like, makeup, need a touch up over here.
You know what? I need to go back and look at the blonde one because I don't think she's naturally blonde. And if she's getting highlights, she should have root growth.
Yeah.
And if we don't see any root growth, the proof is in the pudding. Like you can I love that you can debunk space even just from like a girly cosmetic approach.
But don't you know that in zero gravity, your hair doesn't grow at the same rate? So prove me
Really?
wrong.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
But that's all they have to say is, well, because of gravity works. No roots. How do you prove that wrong? But I like that though. Yeah, if they did dye their hair and there's no roots, that's good. No, I mean they could bring hair dye up there. It's important to look good on camera for the whole world.
Yeah, how are they going to dye their hair? Like it just there's no way. It would smell disgusting. It would.
Oh my God, the
People
smell would be
there should be throw up
unbelievable.
everywhere. There should be throw up everywhere. Like as gross as that is, like that actually should be real. Like you wouldn't be able to function.
I love how like whenever they're walking around or moving around the ISS, they're holding on. They're using the edges of the ship to like pull themselves across the different, like in a pool. Like if you're in a pool and you're pulling yourself along the side of the pool, but in zero G, you're going to be pulling the ship towards you at the same rate. Like you're going to be knocking it off course every time you touch the walls or push off the walls.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a very
good point.
Yeah,
Equal and opposite.
Decide to, like move it.
Equal and opposite actions, right? Yeah.
You guys are talking bollocks. They're doing all kinds of science up there. They've grown lettuce and other various things. So
Bubble gum, bubbles, tennis balls. Let's see what other science they're doing.
They got some science over here, some science over there. They got mice and stuff.
They got toothpaste science. I know that I saw that science program. That was very scientific about the toothpaste.
They would have got away with it if it had been for them pesky flat earth.
And our meddling dog. Also, there's like no relationship drama either, which is, I know that's like so low on the totem pole of like proofs, but you would think that there would be like love triangles and drama like that. Like if they're, you know, just like Survivor, like anytime you put people on like a desert island, like people fall in love and there's drama and you don't hear anything about that, like people coming back and getting married or I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the most boring non-reality show they got going on.
Yeah, they're like not even friends after. They don't all hang out.
It never shows them like after they were in the slide and came down to the rec area down below the rocket, you know, and the lunchroom down there, or the rec room where they probably have video games and stuff, no doubt, flight simulators. I never hear them just having a casual conversation after they've slid down, you know, before the launch.
Yeah, we should hear them in the break room going chugga, chugga, chugga when they're making their coffee, right?
I know.
Or at least see them cry. Like, you'll see more tears on the Kardashians. Like, if I was in space, I would have, like, I don't care who these girls are. You're going to cry at some point. You're going to be like, I've lost my damn mind. I'm so tired. I miss gravity. Like, you're going to have an emotional breakdown at some point, and they never show any of that. Like, that would make it seem somewhat real, like it's actually difficult. They're always just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
That's why they go through such a selection process, and they only have the best and the brightest and the most adept people to go there. You understand, Kyle? Come on, man.
Yeah, you just
Can
think
can
though that they
some
would add like that theatric element to it since they do it so well with these other like survival type TV shows.
I know. Why aren't they? Yeah, they're missing the dramatic part of a reality series. Like, I don't know why they haven't
Yes.
caught on yet.
And nobody's died. Like they should have like a death, you know? Like
Mhm.
make it seem
Yeah.
believable.
The Challenger, the Apollo 13, all of these things
Yeah.
are drama that they put into the story.
Yeah, they need to sacrifice a character every now and then and show it live on TV. We got to see all that, man. Come on. All the best soap operas had that kind of drama.
Yeah, that's why every once in a while you got to blow something up. It's good for theatrics, and it's people, because wow, it's dangerous, and therefore you got to take all these precautions, and only the professionals can do it.
Yeah, have some of the women crying because they're up in space, locked down with a bunch of really freaking weird fellows.
can some admin allow me to post pictures in the chat?
Who is it?
I can't post pictures in the chat.
Clint Hurting.
Yes.
It's not gonna be gay porn, is
it? No.
Okay.
Unless they're wearing astronaut suits.
You laugh,
Yeah.
but it happens.
Just kidding.
It does happen, and it's kind of abusive.
Yeah, no, I promise.
That's funny. Hair stands up, skirt stays down. That's who's wearing a skirt on the ISS. That is the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen.
See, you can debunk the globe with just fashion.
Can you
I
look at
love
the
it.
picture that I just posted? This is from Professor Dave.
Yeah, if you and I are in the same room, and I painted, and you're on one side of the room and I'm on the other side of the room, and in the middle of us on the ceiling, I painted a smiley face. To me, it's going to look like a smiley face, but to you, what is it going to look like?
Sad face. Or
There it
wait,
is.
no. Yeah. Or it's
Well,
gonna
that's
look
that
like an
face,
upside
yeah,
down.
upside down,
It's gonna look like an upside down smiley face.
Or if I write a 6 or a 9 or something, that's going to be a 6 to me or a 9 to you. Or there it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
So there it is. And until someone can tell us what the moon actually is, observations are just that.
Yeah.
But see, this is what Simon Dan and those guys do, is that they literally take an assumption of the opposite and say that, it's they just assume one way is correct and that anything else is wrong, even though the same observation can be explained on both models. That's one of the options where it'll work on both buckets, flat, globe, and both. This is an example of both. It's just an example that, you can't determine it actually one way or the other, which we don't even use as as ammunition for our side, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We should.
Because, it doesn't prove it one way or the other.
There should be like a collection of I don't know, called like the 3 buckets, and all the models that will work on both, and the models that will only work on the
I've been trying to fill that bucket. I mean, there's no. Yeah, you're right. If there was a library that said it all, but I heard him talk about that bucket scenario years ago, and have yet to find something that works on a ball only. I mean, the best they can do is come up with an example that works on both models. That's it. That's the best they can do, and assume that that is the correct way, because that's what we were all taught.
Buzzy, I got one thing that works on a globe only: gravity. There you go.
Well, no, because if it is the Flat Earth Society disk going up at 9.8 meters per second, that's technically a model that it could be working on both per se, even though it's nonsense. But I think that's why they had to create that model, because they needed to keep gravity alive as well as space. So you could argue all day about the flat Earth disk in space because you're still in space and you're still admitting that gravity is a thing.
Whoa, I love that idea. Wait, I love that idea of debunking the globe with their own controlled opposition group, Flat Earth Society, versus the globe model. So all we have to do is a comparison of the Flat Earth Society and the globe, and it works on both. Yeah, that goes in the both bucket.
I mean, for over 3 years now, not a single thing is in the globe only bucket, and that is telling.
It's all so funny now. Once you know, you can't unsee. There's CGI and
You can't help but laugh out loud.
Even the freaking Bible, like I don't know how you can think the Bible is true and think heliocentrism is true. It's just so obvious. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it.
It's like Santa Claus, right? Is there anything that someone can say to make you believe in Santa Claus again once you've already figured it out? There's nothing anybody can say. You can have as many YouTube videos thrown in your face and as many advertisements for elves and whatever in your news feed of your Facebook feed and all these different things. It doesn't. You just laugh because it's like these. It's so hysterical.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Did you hear the guy yesterday? Did you hear how incredulous, or not incredulous, how amazed he was when he found out that all of us believed the same thing, and these people come here acting like they're educating us on how the globe works, and they find out when they come in here, we know far more about the globe than they do.
I've forgotten more about quasars and red dwarfs and pulsar, whatever the fuck. I've forgotten more about that than most people have actually even know. Come into this conversation.
I agree. Especially when you like start. I started reading things like Hugh Ross, you know, and like the numpty sock puppet. What was his name? Hawkins. And you know, with like freaking black holes and freaking time. The numpty sock puppet. Yeah, that's what.
Oh my god! How dare
for
you?
sure. Like literally, was he even alive? I mean, come on.
Hey guys.
What's up?
I got a treat for you, Sonny.
Oh, all right. Oh yeah.
Just for Sonny.
What?
Yeah. Hey, Elijah.
Hi, Elijah.
And Kai.
Did you bring enough to share for everybody?
And Fuzzy.
I bet he did.
See, this is why I got the lunch special. More to go around.
Oh, let's hear it.
I'll post it in the chat. Sonny, could you read it out for us? I mean, it's just the simple things in life.
Yeah,
you know
sorry,
what I mean?
sorry, I just got lost scrolling around a little bit here.
I just posted it.
Let me bring the original up.
I didn't even know. Like, we're steady talking about how much water covers the surface. I mean,
so it says West Siberian Plain, alternative title Zapadno Zibirskaya Ravnina. West Siberian, how do you like that Russian? I speak pretty good, eh? West Siberian Plain, Russian Zapadno-Sibirskaya Ravnina, one of the world's largest regions of continuous flat land. Central Russia. It occupies an area of nearly 1,200,000 square miles, or 3 million square kilometers, between the Ural Mountains in the west and the Yenisei River Valley in the east. On the northwest, Siberian Plain is bounded by the Kara Sea, and the south by the Torgay Plateau. The Kazakh uplands, Saryarka, and Altai Mountains. I'm sorry, I messed that up. On the north, the West Siberian Plain is bound by the Kara Sea, and in the south by the Torgay Plateau, the Kazakh uplands, and the Altai Mountains. The plain is drained by the Irtysh, and Yenisei rivers on their tributaries. It is a region of the Earth's crust that has undergone prolonged subsidence and is composed of horizontal deposits from as much as 65 million years ago. Glacier deposits extend as far south as Irtysh confluence, forming occasional low hills and ridges, but otherwise the plain is exceedingly flat and featureless and has very poor drainage. Much of it lies within the zone of coniferous boreal forest taiga. Part of the lowland are underlain by an extensive oil field that is also a large natural gas deposit. That's just the first one.
I got lost at 65 million years ago.
Yeah, don't they always bring that up? That always does. It's like a hypnotic trance, that 65 million years ago. Okay, sorry. Continuing on.
That's just another flat piece that fits on a ball, right? What's the big deal?
Wait a minute. And continuing, occupying slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface, plains are found on all continents except Antarctica. What? They occur north of the Arctic Circle in the tropics and in the middle latitudes. Corresponding to their broad geographical distribution, the plains of the world show considerable variation in vegetation. Some are tree-covered and others are grassy. Still others support scrub brush and bunch grass, while a few, which are nearly waterless deserts, have only most sparse and scanty plant life. Okay. Plains. Yeah, think of it. Check it out. That brings me to my next point I was trying to bring up a little earlier about the plains that are under the ocean. The sea floor are some of the flattest areas and largest flat areas on Earth. So when they're laying undersea cables, let's say 1,000 miles, which is moderate. Let's say it's at 0 feet above the plain. So in 1,000 miles, here's how much extra cable you would require. 656,556 feet of extra cable would be required. You got that? 656,000 feet.
So wait, 1/3 of the surface of the Earth is flat land.
Yeah, a little over 1/3.
Wow.
To be pedantic.
And the other 2/3 is the other 2/3 of Earth is water, though, right?
Water, yeah.
It's level. So if you have
That's true.
So we basically got a ball that's 90% flat, right?
Bingo.
No, I'd say 98, 99%.
Let's not forget the salt flat.
The salt flats, yep. All over Earth,
Kansas,
salt flats.
Australia.
Actually, large parts of Nevada, Arizona, all those plateau states are all
Texas?
plateaus. Long distances, yeah. Big flat areas. Hundreds of miles.
This is
Kansas?
Siberian plain is like, what it was like. Did it say 200 million or 1.2 square miles, which I think is like 4,000 miles or something left to right.
Just an area roughly the size of the United States, something like that.
That whole thing is level, bro.
What? Yeah.
But wait, just because it says it's a flat land doesn't mean it's flat, guys. Got to read between the lines.
There's still a curve
Yeah.
there.
Level is curved.
It's still a curve there. It's impossible to measure.
Yeah, it's too big.
Curved
Y'all just
bits.
don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All because
Note,
of grading and stuff.
note that in the article it says that it has poor drainage. Now, if you build buildings or whatever, they usually put drains in like the depression of that they create
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
the water can drain into the drain. Because if it's level, it's just, you know what I mean?
Exactly. They have to grate those areas so they'll drain. Yeah, they have to make those.
I don't know what people are smoking. I mean, I don't know
I
how
like
much.
some good shit they're smoking, I guess. I don't know. We
I,
haven't heard of that kind yet.
I would like to know the picture that was in your first image, how far they are seeing, right? The picture over that plane.
Oh, I was hoping you wasn't talking about my porn tabs.
Oh, how far are they seeing in your point? Yeah. This is the wrong chat, man.
Let me see. They're probably not gonna say. Well,
Okay. That looks like quite a distance in that photo there.
I like how though at the end of the Britannica article they have like a sphere. Oh, I guess it's maybe the moon, but it's just funny how they're saying it's flat and then they gotta have like a sphere picture at the bottom to just like make you still think that the earth is a ball or like
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
just throw that in there.
So didn't it say 1/3? I don't want to miss that part. 1/3 of the Earth's surface. So do you think I think it'd be safe. We could give them even 5%. I would say give them 5%. They got to make up for all the Earth's curvature in that last 5%. That's pretty freaking funny looking.
I
It's
don't know
1/3 of
how people. I don't know what they do with this information. They go, yeah, but that's not what they mean. Like, come on.
Yeah, level is curved. Level is curved. There's no straight line on the ball.
You're taking it out of context.
Yeah.
So
It shouldn't have problems draining if it's on a curved surface, right? Because of gravity, the water would just drain out. Like snow off of a mountaintop, just drain downwards.
From everywhere.
The fact that
You're
it's
on top.
not draining actually just reiterates that it's flat AF.
Actually, gravity makes water stay in a ball, right? That's their story, and they're sticking to it.
See, but we do have water that drains, like from the rivers and all these other places right into the oceans. Why? Because it's not on level ground. So if that's the case, you can't have it both ways. It's
Yeah,
like,
how does
oh
a
well, this
waterfall
water
work?
is just
How does a waterfall work with gravity? Shouldn't
right
actually.
when you're on the way up, right, from below the equator, right?
Yeah.
On its way up the Nile. Ah, it's insane. I can't believe it. Every day I'm like, I don't know how. I don't know. But I told the story about how I was one. I can't be too explicit because yeah, right now. My abrupt silence should tell you that I can't say much.
think we have a newcomer, Tommy Gobblers.
Oh, before we engage, well, you guys, because I'm probably gonna just listen. But so the whole reason I even thought about that was because I was reading the Bible, of course, you know, and when Sodom and Gomorrah came up, they talked about them as part of the plain cities, and I'm like, well, how big was this area? And then this and this is what made me go into it, because I'm like, come on, bruh, like over 2/3, over 1/3 that's insane. And then you go to the definition, and it's like, screw the definition, there's obviously something you guys are missing, and it's called science. Am I right? Anyway, go ahead.
No, that's great. It's so funny how, I was looking at the Bible the other day and I like the New International Version. Like, it makes more sense to me than trying to read the King James Version. I'm like, I can't understand this, like, grammar. And it's so interesting. They called the firmament the vault. And it's like, it's so obvious that we have a container. It's they're using the word vault. And then it says God set the stars in the vault. Like, what do you think that means, guys? Like,
You must not have spent any time at the Renaissance Fair, because otherwise you would have learned Elizabethan and understand the King James Version much better. There used to be a great party at the freaking Renaissance Fair, man.
well, see, I think this is where I think some of these, and I'm not even going to attack them, but these people that read the Bible and they're like, well, it's just interpretation. They love the old school version because it allows them to have this flexibility. Well, it does. You can't take it literally, but when you're reading like a new age version where it's like in plain, 21st century English, then it's like you can't actually fight with it as much. It says what it says. But the old English, they have more like leeway. So they can be like, well, it says the sun and the moon were created on the fourth day, but we can't take it literally. Like they just, I don't know. It's just
Fourth
funny.
day could be anywhere between 4 days and 4 million. Am I right?
Yes. Yes. Well, and also I just thought it was funny. Again, it's just like he doesn't say planets, because what are stars supposed to be? Stars are supposed to be other suns or other planets in outer space. But he specifically says on the fourth day he created two great lights, greater light to rule the day, lesser light to rule the night. And then he put the stars in the firmament. At no point is there any discussion about these being other worlds, because that's what they could be in the heliocentric models. These could be other, like, Earths.
Yeah, exactly.
Creation. And
Yeah.
they just get completely passed over. Like, bleh.
Don't you think the creator or whatever, would have like mentioned that little tidbit of them being other worlds?
Exactly. And the word chosen is stars. And then setting them in the vault of the sky. Again, what do you mean? How could they just be set in the vault of the sky if they should be there before, right? Like, the Earth should be, one of the later stars to be formed, because we had to have the sun first, and the sun had to come from somewhere else according to the heliocentric model. So I don't know, it's just so obvious.
Check it out. Isn't a vault solid?
Exactly. What is a vault? It's for locking things in. So you can't break into them.
They also want to call it an expanse, but if you look for the definition of expanse, it's still a surface.
Right. I like expanse better. I ain't gonna lie, because vault is like an archway, like in a cathedral, which obviously is a solid or some type of material. Expanse is like a footstool. It reminds me of that way, like because heaven is supposed to be like the roof for us, but it's supposed to be where they're dwelling at.
If you think about it, he also said he hanged it like a tent. Back in the day, it's how was the tents,
Yeah, the sun had as a tabernacle.
right? But the tents are always at the. They're not flat out top. They're always curved.
Stretch it across like a tent.
Well, there's many parts of it that are flat that equal the whole. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
At some point, it has to come down and touch the length, the ends of.
Yeah, the ends of, right? And that's common terminology too. I mean, maybe not right now, but not too long ago, that was a common term. The ends of the earth. So an end, yeah, that means it's gotta be finite.
They won't let us go there. We can tell you if there is one, but part of out of our reach, I guess. I mean, one of the reasons I think they will hide it. I think there will be a lot of religious war.
No, maybe not.
Well, think about it. I mean, there's religious wars. Like, who's my God? It's my God, my creator. My religion is true. My religion is true.
Yeah, but I think those points of contention between human beings has been socially engineered in us. I don't think there was originally that kind of thing. I think there were places where people would gather and travel and trade with each other and all different kinds of people. I don't think that's something naturally that we do until people tell us that we have boundaries and that we're different from these people and that, whatever. Now I know that they have something we need and we're going to go take it. Is what's been happening. So those
Or they try to make it seem like one group is only going to be saved, or I don't know. Like, that's another divide with religion. It's like, oh, only if you believe this will you go to heaven. Makes so much sense. Like, it kind of reminds me of the Finding Nemo movie, where they're like freaked out over the 6-year-old that's like in charge of the fish tank. And I'm not trying to compare the creator to the 6-year-old with the braces, but they do like these like seances, like in the fish tank with like the big puffer fish, and like they just are observing what's going on outside of them, and they are trying to make sense of it, but they don't understand like the tank that they're in necessarily. And I don't know. I was explaining it to my brother that way, that we're just like finding Nemo fish.
Check it out. That's a perfect analogy to Plato's cave. The analogy of the cave and the shadows.
Oh, what does he say?
You never heard that one? Okay, so I'll just break it down. I'll break it down real briefly. So you have these prisoners. They're in a cave and they're chained, so they can only face one direction. And behind them is like the opening of the cave that they don't know about that because they can't face that direction. But on the wall in front of them, there's a light shining and a bunch of scary shadows are appearing. So they're monsters to them. So they're in the cave and they believe that there's monsters in there behind them, right? So the only knowledge they have is, and then if they're let out of the cave, they don't understand because they thought there were monsters the whole time, right? And they were only shadows on the wall. So the same thing with the fish in the tank. They can only see what's available for them to see.
Yeah, like imagine if the owner is gonna clean the fish tank and they gotta like do all this stuff. The fish are gonna be like traumatized. And if they could write, they would write on the 4th day of the month. The demon came down with the wand and scrubbed the container. Like
I know. Our whole world was turned upside down. All the sand was shoveled around and flying in the whatever we're in, the water.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
And that's what religion is. They're just trying to explain these events that probably make logical sense to the creator, you know, like maintenance and keeping up with the system that he built. But to us, little goldfish, like we just don't get it, you know.
Yeah, trying to make a story of something that they didn't understand in the first place.
Yes.
So it's been so far removed from us that how could we possibly know what they were actually experiencing? But I think we get clues about what we're looking into here about the creator. And I think that it's possible, in my mind, I'm thinking that there's actions taking place here that could have been similar to everything being stirred up and liquefied and flooded and all kinds of weird stuff happening because we're seeing, you know, like buried architecture that makes no sense in horse and buggy Victorian times. So there's something really odd went on.
Well, that makes sense what like the Greek mythology was trying to kind of do the same thing, trying to explain these things that they see happening. You know, they see the sun. What do they say? Like Apollo has the carriage and he's pulling the sun with him or whatever. Like, you know, definitely, it all makes sense now. The history and the history of religion makes so much more sense when you add the element of, oh yeah, we're living in a created system and people are trying to document what the heck is going on, you know.
Now, Kai, I guess we've been talking about it for 2 days now, because I brought it up yesterday because I couldn't remember who exactly brought it up. But now there's some conflicting events going on based on the timelines, right? Now, how long would you say we've known that we live on a sphere? How long do they give us? How long do most people tell us?
Maybe
Like
500 years.
500 years, yeah. So it's
Oh, it's not thousands.
I hear Glover saying 2,000 years all the time. That you know they invoke Eratosthenes.
Uh-huh.
Well,
yeah,
because I'm setting it up, we'll go with that.
mm-hmm.
But at the same time, wouldn't the largest peninsula for trading like have known this information? Say when Christopher was doing his thing, wouldn't they have already known that they wouldn't have? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the sailors or the navigators are a big key because there's nobody that can convince me that that dude sailed across horizontally on that ocean and supposedly reached these shores that we're told he did, that he didn't know, that he believed he was sailing along on a spherical surface? Are you freaking kidding me?
Well, doesn't he debunk it because he thought he was on a sphere and he ended up in India instead? Or no, not he. Well, he thought he was on a sphere and he was going to go to
Yeah,
India, but he ended up in the Americas instead. Like I
West
always
Indies.
thought,
Yeah, they call it. Yeah.
I always thought that like actually supported the flat Earth.
I like to hit people. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was done.
I like to hit people with who came up with the system of having 360 degrees and then 60 minutes and 60 seconds in a circle.
Is that like Pythagoras or something?
Some people say it was the Greeks, but actually it was the Babylonians came up with that convention. And so then I asked people, well, what shape did they think it was? And they thought it was flat.
Yes, that's what I heard. And they were the Chaldeans. That's like the same group. That they had the astrolabe. They laid out the city of Babylon, like Baghdad. They laid out the city of Baghdad with an astrolabe that still works today. Flat earthers.
Yeah, to predict it, they're amazing eclipse predictions that they say, oh, only our model can predict that.
So they're using ancient flat earthers, Saros cycles. Good job, NASA.
Oh, I was going to share this. I just remembered it. Sorry to kind of switch topics, but another proof that we have a container is thunder echoes. Thunder echoes, but in the definition of an echo is a sound that is repeated because the sound waves are reflected back. Sound waves can bounce off smooth, hard objects in the same way as rubber balls bounce off the ground. So that would infer that we have to have some kind of like an echo works when you're in like a cave because the sound waves are bouncing off of the cave. So if we don't have a physical hard atmosphere, then how would we have sound echoes like this?
It's refracting.
That's good. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Like,
So
they
an
can't
echo.
say it's like
Sorry.
reflecting off of the surface where we are, because I mean, why would we hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
I always thought it was bouncing off mountains.
It's a finite distance away from us. If you just had mountains and there was no container above, you would not get an echo like you do in a room, like an echo is of a lightning.
Even like the sonic booms, I'm like, that to me seems like, I don't know, that would just, you would have to have some kind of container for the sound to travel continuously, just like,
Actually, any kind of large explosion that we've heard goes boom, boom. You always hear that.
Well, yeah, you would need a container to hold whatever volume it is we're talking about of material, water, atmosphere, whatever. Medium was the word I was looking for.
You can even hear like echoes of fireworks, like 4th of July. The fireworks kind of echo, but that only works if you have a container.
So far this morning, we've debunked the other 29% of the Earth's supposed sphericity with the plateaus, meaning with the water. We're at about 99%. I'll give you a couple percent. You can work all your curvature into that last couple of percents. Then
there possibly could be.
And then Kai so brilliantly brought up the other idea of sound echoing inside of some container and what is included in that. So we have more proof of the container. 99% of the the non-curved flat Earth we live on.
Well, and I just posted they try to say what causes thunder to echo. They say the nearby air rapidly expands and contracts. This causes the column to vibrate like a tubular drum head and produce a tremendous crack. But it kind of debunks, but the actual definition of echoes kind of debunks that, because it infers it has to have something, just like gas pressure, it has to have something to bounce off of. That's physical.
Say tubular, that's hilarious. Totally tubular.
Totally
Uh-oh, that's a big problem there. Super duper big.
How does that work though? Because it says, okay, the nearby air rapidly expands and contracts. This causes the column to vibrate like a tubular drum head and produce a tremendous crack. But can they show any example of something like echoing and vibrating without some kind of wall? Like, I'm trying to think of like a musical instrument, right? Like a flute. Like the air has to go through like the chambers of the flute to like produce this kind of sound. Like you can't really just, or like the guitar has like the bass in it, like the hole in it, you know,
acoustics.
Yeah, like I feel like you always have to have some kind of like chamber for the sound in order to make it vibrate like that and actually resonate out. No? Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know, because I honestly I don't know what it is. But as far as what you're saying, I wonder, because whenever I've seen any shows and you get the echoes, it's because you're in some sort of valley and you're like, hello there, and you're surrounded by all of these, because you're in a valley. But I don't remember anything like that for planes. Like, say if they're on a safari or something, like I don't remember anything like that for that.
Oh, I just realized something. I wonder, what if there's some proof that we also live in a container because we have sound here? Like, how would we, like on the moon, there's supposedly no sound, right? Because there's no
There's no medium to,
Yeah, it relates to the gas pressure we have, like at the surface, like that pressure. That's what the medium that the sound waves can go through.
But I wonder if for us to even have sound, like if that also means we have to have a container. Because I'm just trying to think, like.
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it totally does.
Yeah, because in space, no one can hear you scream, right? That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
And then so you need some sort of medium for the sound waves to travel through.
So sound ties into the gas pressure argument too, that we have pressure container. Another proof of the container is sound waves.
Yeah.
So it's like slam dunk.
Yeah, how would you be able to hear NASA's rocket launch from miles and miles away without a physical barrier for the sound waves to continue to perpetuate off of? Like a stone in the lake. Like it ripples outwards.
The rockets hardly made any noise when they're on the fake actors pretending they were going to the moon. There was like they were talking to people while they're right above the rocket engines.
Oh wow.
And they're right,
Maybe that's
they're
what they got
talking with control, and I'm like, Houston, okay, yeah, they're talking with him back and forth. So what happened to the rocket sound? They were in the atmos still.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's the same for, well, maybe, I'm sure. Okay, so now I'm thinking about sound vibrations. I'm like, well, what about earthquakes? But that might be different because I guess it's taking place underground.
Yeah, but they cause an echo too. You can hear them far off, like I've heard them before. Where they go like crack, crack, I can hear them moving.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard them move.
But any explosion, I mean, that for sure echoes, like bombs, gunshots, those have some kind of echo to them.
And part of that is off of houses and mountains and stuff.
Right.
But yeah.
True. Yeah. Yes.
But the
I
sound
guess
wave
the
has
big
to
ones.
travel through something in order to hit your ears. Like a wave. You can't have a wave of water without water, right?
Or bounce off a canyon, a far off canyon where you hear echo there too. That has to travel through a medium to get to that place before it can come back.
Unless they're refracted sound waves, then it's all good. Gravitic sound waves.
Sound waves bounce off themselves, just like gases contain gases contain gases. It's like
Exactly.
they just bounce off themselves. They don't need
Sound
anything.
waves reverberating against sound waves. Yep. That's
Yeah, they reverberate from themselves, from nothing, from a center of the source. Holy shit.
But yeah, that's literally how they do. They'll just make up some excuse and say, prove it's wrong. Just because that excuse is in a textbook.
I'm just thinking about this now. I'm just thinking about instruments. They all, like a bell, for example, like for you to hear the sound of the bell, it has to have like a kind of encasing over it for the thing to like bounce off of. Sorry, I'm just like, this is just a whole other level. I'm like, ooh. How can we show Globers that sound like debunks the globe? Because I feel like I mean, maybe like a harp though doesn't have a container.
They'd have to be willing to listen first.
It probably could just go to the definition of sound wave or frequency. Like what is the antecedent for a sound wave?
It's a pressure wave.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's a pressure wave. So sound is the movement of the air pressure. It's a wave that passes through the air, so you need gas pressure. So
Well, Globers like to say
it's a
that
derivative,
flat
so it might
earthers,
not be a great argument.
sorry. Flat earthers like to say that Globers are just an echo chamber, but that also requires a container.
It's so obvious. I cannot. I really every day I say I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't know what else to say.
They call it, let's see here, here's a couple. This is from dictionary.com, not that I trust them. But it says a sensation produced by stimulation of the organs of hearing by vibrations transmitted through the air or other medium. 2. Mechanical vibrations transmitted through an elastic medium traveling in air at a speed of approximately 1,087 feet per second at sea level. Ta-da! Sea level's a key. That speed, because the medium is that way at that area. So check this out. So the sound comes into our ear and our ear picks it up first mechanically, then electronically to the nerve systems where it creates what we think of as sound.
How fast do you have to travel to break the sound barrier?
It depends on your altitude, but roughly 700 miles an hour.
700 miles an hour, okay.
So the Earth, the spin of the Earth is constantly breaking the sound barrier.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Sometimes almost double.
Yeah, that means things are whizzing by you so fast they should actually be making like a sonic boom almost.
Or it should
Yeah,
be
the
behind. It should
equator.
be delayed.
If
Like
you-
we should
if
all
you-
talk like robots on
If you
Discord.
leave the, yeah.
Oh, yeah, think about that at the equator. The equator is literally going faster than the speed of sound at all times.
Yeah, 15,000 feet a second.
So your speech would be delayed. Like you would say something and then it would only be heard.
Well, theoretically,
2 minutes later.
How would you even conduct society at that area? And if that was true, all of the water of the world would be collected at the equator.
Mm-hmm.
Like Saturn, if that was true. Like there'd be like a ring of water at the equator.
Yeah, exactly. There'd be no dry land at the equator at all. End of story.
Yeah, and the water would be probably half a mile tall. It would be huge, huge hump.
Not to mention tidal waves moving that fast with water slushing around, billions of tons of water. Can you imagine how much they'd slush around at 480 yards per second? Please. You'd have 30-mile tall like tidal waves out of nowhere, randomly.
Wait, I really want to know now, like, what is their Glober excuse of why the sound is able to catch up to this? The speed of sound is somehow able to catch up to the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And then you
How
can
is
turn the
that?
opposite. Listen, you can turn the opposite direction from the spin, and if the wind is blowing, you can yell at somebody that's downwind from you in the opposite direction of the spin, and they can hear you.
I can sum up the Glober excuse: Velcro atmosphere. There you go.
Hold up. You guys just accidentally stepped into a whole thing. So you
Mm-hmm.
know how we say, where's the Coriolis effect? Well, where's the Doppler effect?
Yeah.
The effect where, you know, you're the police siren goes past you. It's like because of it coming and going. Where's that effect for sound since we're moving?
Yes.
Because Velcroed atmosphere, that's why. Neil
Yeah,
deGrasse
but
Tyson was wrong.
they're going to have to show how frequency is attached to an atmosphere then.
Yeah, it's gravitational refraction with a Velcro atmosphere.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with frequency. That's a freaking excellent point here, man. Wait, we have to make this concise.
Oh,
So if they're gonna say Coriolis effect
I'm
is
okay. I
real,
just feel good still. I mean,
if they're gonna say Coriolis effect is a thing, then we have to also see it with sound waves.
Yep. So show how frequency is attached to Atmo.
Yeah, me too.
Let's see him try that one. Why would they try? Why would they try?
I just need some rest.
Here's how
Yeah.
you could use it as a line of reasoning.
Did you?
Is what's the necessary existing condition to have sound? Atmospheric pressure,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And you can work them backwards from that.
Exactly. No, that's an excellent line of questioning because they have nowhere to go with this.
Yeah, you guys forgot that it has to bend around the curve, right?
Well, they need to show that too. I
Yeah.
want to see that measurement of frequency bending around the curve as it goes further away. They're in the same problem with that with that point as they are with saying that your eyesight is bending around a curve. That you can zoom in and it's going around a curve.
Oh, this is super interesting. Okay, so in simplest situations, sound also travels in straight lines. In oceans, however, interactions between the sound and the water make the transmission of sound much more complicated. These effects include reflection, bending, refraction, and scattering. So if they're going to try to say that light is being refracted, then shouldn't sound waves also be refracted as well?
Good rocking your hot micing, man. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I was just saying, apparently sound waves are
Yeah.
affected by refraction. So if sound waves are affected by refraction.
Nice coughing there.
Yeah, I got him.
Alrighty then.
Trying to spread his brainwash bugs.
I know.
Just when I thought that I had thought of most of the globe absurdities, y'all point out another one. Good job.
Yeah, and nowhere in the definition of what you said about sound waves go straight, nowhere in there does it say that straight means curving.
Well, it says that they're affected by refraction. So if these globers are claiming refraction all the time, then we should see this with sound as well.
Zijn er poepen?
Hey, if you guys have been feeling dizzy lately, that's because the Earth is now spinning even faster than it was before. Wixit broke that news to Jim Panda's server earlier today.
Cracker.
Here they took it well.
Yeah, they were spiraling pretty hard about that.
Awesome.
Is Joe Biden a good president?
What's a president? You mean a selectee?
Is Joe
Question it.
Biden a good president?
Who's Joe
question
Biden?
is Joe
I
Biden
don't.
alive?
Who is that? You have to tell us what a president is. I don't understand.
Yeah. So he's some actor on TV.
My first question is Joe Biden alive? I have no proof of life.
Is he alive, or is that a
define
robot?
alive.
Is that a robot or a clone? If it's a clone or a robot, that's the shittiest clone or robot they've ever made in all of history.
Who asked the Joe Biden question? Is that a new person? On already? I will.
No. Yeah. Anybody want to come in and talk about the remaining 30% of Earth that's flat? We'd be glad to discuss that with you. You have about 1 or 2% of all of Earth to make up the entire curvature. So we want to hear about that.
ScienceTrek.org says sound waves must have some object to bounce off. The bigger, the better. So the walls of a canyon make a great surface for the waves to hit and return a few minutes later to be heard as an echo. So what walls is the thunderstorm hitting against?
Yep.
Yep. I can make a thunderstorm sound in my room just by making a clap. So, yep. Thunderclap, the name of my new rock group. No, just kidding. That's funny. The little gummy bear cloud wearing skis blocking out the entire sun. Yeah.
I think I heard you say that a couple days ago. I'm just wondering because if you were on a ship, I would think you would know when it stopped. Like, because bloggers try to say, like, when you're on something really big, you can't tell when it stops or if you're going. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear, even when you're on a ship or something really large, you know when you're moving or not.
Yeah, you know when you're horizontal as well.
Yeah. Those arguments just don't work.
Yeah, so the thing is, here's the thing about navigating. The compasses, no matter what type of compass you're using, is relying on a horizontal set location and uses fluid inside to float whatever object is going to delineate magnetically to north, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So on a ball, the needle would be pointing down towards the ground. Or down towards the center through the sagitta. Or beneath it.
For me, the sound thing is the biggest thing because, like with the Doppler effect, if we're going, I don't know how fast it is per second, but 88,000 feet per minute. And then you break that down into seconds, whatever that is. That's a lot faster than how fast a blaring emergency vehicle would move past you. And you can hear the difference when it goes past. So now if I'm looking at cars going traveling east, like shouldn't it make a sound? Like that same Doppler effect?
Yeah, it's moving at like
Anyone traveling from that direction?
1,000 feet per second.
Okay, it
we
says
even hear
sound
each other?
moves at 760 miles per hour.
Well, so I guess they got that covered.
In the opposite direction as the spin of the Earth. Well, and this is the thing, is sound waves are not attached to the surface of the Earth. So
Yeah,
they play
yeah,
by the same rules, so
yeah, and they're not attached to Atmos.
no, it's its own thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, as we're
So
spinning, my voice should go up higher and lower and higher.
yeah, like if you were passing by someone saying hi to them, it would sound like that. Hey.
So when like a 13-year-old boy is going through like the voice changes, it's really just proof of the spin of the Earth, I guess.
There we go. Okay, we'll give them another one of those. We'll give them
That's
that.
because the taller they are, the farther off the ground they are, and therefore their voice has to travel further. So the taller you get, that's what causes that.
I know. Where's Justin with that sound machine when you need him to make the sound effects for that?
Have you lot been huffing the nitrous?
Well, the sonic boom should at least experience the Doppler effect, right? Like they should sound higher and lower.
What I want to know is why does the rocket launches that we see all the time never make a sonic boom? Never.
Yeah, we know because they never go fast enough. They're rising up just like a balloon. They're like going slow.
I know it's not, and they try to tell you it's reaching 17,000 miles an hour. Da 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 da.
Now we're gonna switch to cartoon mode. Switching to cartoon mode.
Jeez, I mean, how can people be so gullible? I mean, travel 17,000 miles an hour and watched it go across the sky.
Yeah, they got inside the capsule. They have a shifter, like a Hearst shifter. They shift it into cartoon mode.
Yeah, well,
cartoon mode.
If we're going that fast, it would travel from horizon to horizon in about 5 seconds. Because a shooting star comes in at 45,000 miles an hour on average, so they say. And what does it do? It's little tiny streaks. It's gone. Okay, so you're talking about a little less than half of that. So if the ISS was, or if the rockets were actually going 17,500 miles an hour, they would go across the whole sky in just a matter of like 10 seconds.
Yeah, like 8 seconds. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
We sit and watch it for like what, 5 minutes before it disappears? Yeah,
Well,
it's going.
If the
Yeah,
sonic
it's going
boom,
about 400 miles an hour max, maybe 3.
what's crazy though is, okay, so planes that actually break the sonic barrier are traveling vertical. And I wonder if there was anything in the way, like a flock of birds or something, what would happen to them if they hit into that sonic boom? Like would they just
What do you mean
disperse?
vertical?
What?
What did you mean by vertical? I'm not sure if I understood.
Like they're traveling horizontal in the air when they are doing these sonic booms. So if the rocket is going horizontal and they're supposedly traveling faster than the speed of sound, there should be some kind of boom that should like have an effect on the ground beneath it, like a big jerk.
Yeah, there would be a wave. There would be a sound wave. You would hear it. It would go boom. There's
Yeah.
no way around that. But I've never heard of anybody saying when they do these parabolic flights that they ever hear a sonic boom.
No, they don't, because they don't go faster than probably
Then,
300 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're never going that fast. There's no way. They're not even going to 1,000 miles an hour. They're not. Yeah, not even close.
No.
But if they did at all, and they were traveling horizontally, then you should see some kind of effect back on. Like everybody that's watching should feel like a rush of wind or something if they ever actually hit that speed.
No, when I was a kid living close to the airport in the Midwest there was sonic booms. It shook the entire schoolroom, a brick schoolroom. The windows would rattle through like all near you.
Yeah.
Boom! It was super loud.
I live real close to Hillfield, where all of a whole bunch of fighter jets are.
Yeah.
And
it scared the crap out of you, man. And then it was the same time when they were saying like, you could get hit by a nuclear bomb today.
Yeah.
Kids, get ready to hide under your desk. So then you'd have a sonic boom.
Yeah, we used to hear them. We used to hear them every now and then, but then everybody would complain. They would write the news. They would call the Hill Air Force Base.
It's illegal now.
They would whine and bitch and moan about how
it's illegal now.
It was trauma-based mind control. That's what it was.
And so
it's
now
illegal.
It's
illegal now.
Out over the desert before they do it.
Yeah,
So
it's illegal to sonic boom towns or even below a certain altitude now.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Didn't used to be though, because they used to happen all the time here when I was a kid, but not anymore. You don't hear a damn one.
Why is it illegal?
Because it breaks windows and everything else.
It breaks windows. It disturbs people. It frightens animals.
People getting car accidents, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
That was one of the major issues with the Concorde. I mean, on top of the fact that people kept dying.
Yeah, they couldn't have us flying the Concorde either because it flew above 60,000.
Right.
People would be like, "Hey, I'm at 60,000 feet." Oh, yeah.
But you know, it's all a what's the thing?
Yeah.
It's all a distraction because they already got past the sonic boom issue because they can travel way faster than that without dealing with the sound. But then that goes into the speculation zone, so I'll leave it there. Because I can't prove any of it.
On a flat Earth, how does gravity work?
What's gravity?
How does gravity work?
What's gravity? It wasn't a rhetorical question.
And what do you mean work?
How do things fall?
What do you mean? How do things fall? Things fall. It's
That's
an
a separate
observation. What do you mean? How?
Most of the time, things fall because someone picked it up.
Yes, and you've removed something from rest, and then it goes back to rest. What do you mean? How? Why do things float? Why do things rise?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's whole density.
Yeah, but I want dude to think about it.
How is the curve disproved when I can see it?
What curve?
He just left. Just drive by numpty.
Yeah, so I'd like to see what curve you're talking about. Please provide any curve. We want to see. I know. I like discussing after they leave. It's parting comments.
It's your sound being delayed because of the spin of the earth. That's what it is. You didn't even.
why didn't the Doppler effect when he left? Why didn't I hear that? Just
Yeah,
kidding.
should have gone. Actually, that if we can go back to what we were talking about before he interrupted, I can't prove the whole faster than sound flight without, all that kind of technology that the military have. But I wonder if anyone here or if anyone knows of anyone who can point to evidence, who can point to observations to kind of back that stuff up.
What, the way sound works?
No, see, because again, I'm talking in a speculative manner right now because I can't really present anything. But I am of the opinion that they have ways of traveling in the skies way faster than any of these speed records that they talk about, using some, let's just give it like a broad term like Tesla tech, right? But I wonder if anyone has stuff that they can point to more readily, because the only stuff that I'm familiar with is like the really out there stuff. But I was thinking if maybe someone has something.
I don't think they do have that. I think they may have some kind of technology that's possible. I mean, I wouldn't outrule it.
My guess, if there is no sonic boom, they're able to counteract the sound with another sound and neutralize it. That's my only guess.
That seems, I suppose it's possible, but I think it seems not counterproductive, but just too much effort, not efficient if you're thinking military, right? Because as far as I'm aware, I'm sure there are other ways, but something to the effect of vortex. What's the word? Vortex rings, right? So has anyone ever seen those experiments or no, those demonstrations? Sorry, where they get like a colored gas or a colored liquid underwater, and they just think, and it's like a bubble ring or a smoke ring. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's like the base principle behind the technology, right? Or at least one of the things. And they use that to be able to travel through it works both in water and in air, but they're able to travel through the medium without basically having any wake. So I don't know how that would apply to sound per se, but I'm sure because you have no wake, then that probably counteracts the fact that you would otherwise have a boom going that speed, right? But that's the general gist. Hopefully I'm not speaking over anyone's head because I'm not showing any pictures, but let me just stop there and see if anyone knows what I'm talking about. Does that make sense at least?
Yes, it does.
What about everyone else? Because if it's too whatever, then I can just leave it for another time.
It actually comes out from certain mountains and structures, and hits like an omega point.
Do you have a video of this?
Well, I can show you the base principle. I just posted a GIF of the vortex rings, so you can kind of have a visual. But what ends up happening with stuff like this is really, I mean, the air travel stuff is really quite extreme, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get any proof of or to even talk about because you're in the air, right? But it's really, really effective for the military. I've even heard people in the Navy talk about this. So they have I don't know how they term it, but it's basically just wakeless drive. And what's really good about it is the way these submarine guys work. The way they're able to track the enemy is by tracking the wake, because they can't get radar on the thing because the thing is radar protected, especially if they're in quiet mode, right? I'm talking very general, so please don't nitpick on my terms if you know more, right? But basically, the newest stuff, at least that they talk about, so I'm sure they have even better, is that they now can disguise their wake. So they use things like this, so that there's not even a wake for them to detect. Because previously they were able to follow the wake of the craft, and they would know which craft they're following or which craft they're detecting by the wake alone. So obviously then the next thing is to, okay, now we have to mask that. So that's kind of the basic principle of how it works. And I think that perhaps, and I'm sure if I studied more I could make a better presentation of it, but I'm thinking that's probably how they're able to avoid the sonic boom issue with faster than sound travel.
But in this thing, it's like they're shooting two things together at the same time, and they're kind of like equalizing each other out, right? Is that what?
Yeah, it was just the first one that came up, but just so that you know what I mean by a vortex ring, right? So because of the way it travels, it like collapses in on itself.
I see.
So because the vortex, have you ever gone underwater and just blown a bubble ring for fun, or have you seen like dolphins do that?
Yeah.
Right. So I think if they can use that, because if you're taking away the wake, and you're taking away the impact of your speed on the medium that you're traveling through, in this case sound, right? If we're talking about this sonic boom.
Look how fish they create a vortex behind them. They're using the same kind of properties, I think. Victor Schauberger was talking about with water vortex.
So maybe I'll try and see if I can do a bit more of a coherent presentation on it. But I would assume, at least from my understanding, that that's probably how you would actually get by the sonic boom issue, so that you can easily travel faster than sound, and then you wouldn't have the sonic boom.
And diffuse it somehow. That's an interesting.
Nobody's giving me any rebuttal, and I don't want to just own the floor like that. So I'll just leave it there and see what you guys think about it in your own time.
No, you're right, Elisha. If you have that, what coming out of it's bigger. So as you say, like it's compressing and it's an implosion. So whatever sound is meant to come out the back, just say if it's whatever kind of engine, and you're traveling, and you're meant to hear the sound. If that's in the right spot, it captures all of it and just sort of goes. It will go slower.
Right.
So
I can try and find the more out there video if anyone's interested. But this is I mean, you can already tell what I mean by out there. But if anyone wants it, I can post that, and that will kind of give you a broader idea. But it might take me a while because I can't remember these guys' names, these old geezers from back in the day.
so people can visualize it. It's good that you brought up these kind of thing. Most people don't talk about it, but yeah, it's very interesting. Like what the public sees, the civilians, whatever we want to call ourselves.
And it might help explain some of these more strange things that people observe. Oh, pardon me. I think I must have a delay.
Yeah. Technology were like at least 50, probably 100 years behind or what they have.
Right, I'm not gonna post the video that I'm talking about because of the title. It's too bait. But if anyone wants it, just DM me. Because I'm not having that discussion right now.
Were you here earlier, Elisha?
No.
So we started the
I don't think
conversation
so.
on we started the conversation on planes. You there for that?
No, I came in kind of the tail end with I think highest guy was kind of joking about the spin of the Earth. That's about where I came in.
Oh yeah, I heard you. You said, "What are we on?"
Right.
Well, I mean, think about it. Just like the Coriolis effect, right? Just like we don't experience that. Well, if it were truly moving, we would experience the Doppler effect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you
That's
mean.
what we were talking about. Yep. Makes sense, right?
That's true.
But before that, look what we were. So you know how the oceans make up 2/3 of the of the of the surface we live on.
Mhm.
Well, and the second thing I just posted in the chat, you can read the whole thing, but the plains occupy slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface. So if you have 2/3 water and 1/3 plains, what's left for the Kirk?
A very small amount of mountains.
Yeah.
If you get 2/3 and 1/3, that's a whole.
Well, it's 1/3 of a third.
Yeah.
That is plains.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Yeah, that all of that curvature needs to be in those mountainous areas. So what I'm saying is they would have to be the bubble mountains. When the mountains started, it would have to be one big ball.
Well, you know, probably another third of the third is valleys. Because a lot of the earth there's a ton of valleys everywhere.
It's
Well, there's no valleys at sea level though, except maybe Death Valley.
But of the terrestrial 1/3 slice, 1/3 is plains. Probably 1/3 is mountains and
1/3
1/3 is valley.
topography. That's it. What's more to comprehend? 2/3 water, flat, 1/3 topography. Which
That's
is
it, right? It's over. Like,
from. Oh no, like I'm glad you're getting me, bro.
Saying the simplest shit. It's like, okay, like, you know, the void of the vacuum, but there's stuff inside. Then there's like, okay, you have 2/3 water, 1/3 plain. It's like, what else needs to be? Why are we even here?
Yeah,
I know.
Elijah.
Wait a minute. I want to clarify that. Hold on a second. So the 1/3 they're talking about that is plain. That they are talking about everything that's on Earth, the ground, right? Not
yes. So
underwater. 1/3 of what's
No.
above sea level.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's just mountains and hills or whatever.
So it's 1/3 of the surface that isn't covered in water. Then. Okay, all right, we'll give you that. We'll give you that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Elijah, I want to try something. I want to be a Glober for a second. You said the Doppler effect. It like if you're yelling to the east, it should sound a little bit different than if you're like yelling to the west, right?
Well, whoever's the listener.
Right. To the listener. So it should be a higher frequency to the west and a lower frequency coming to your ears to the east. So the siren's going away, wee, 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 or the siren's coming towards you, wee, 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 wee. Siren's going away, woo, 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 woo. Right?
Right.
Okay. So if they're traveling through the atmosphere and they require the pressure of the atmosphere, then they will travel normally, as if normally through the atmosphere. Because it's not the movement they're reacting to, it's the gas pressure that they're traveling in. There's my Glober response.
Yeah, but I mean, that would mean that you're saying that the Atmos is also static. But then where would the Coriolis be?
Well, Elijah,
Right.
imagine that you're in a train, right?
Well,
And
that's
you're
what I'm
traveling.
saying.
That's
Yeah,
containment.
yeah. When you say imagine you're on the train, then that automatically cancels out this Coriolis that we would see
Right.
if all of the individual particles that make up the Atmos, like if they weren't connected to the non-inertial reference frame, then they wouldn't be moving with the non-inertial reference frame.
Well, since they're gravitationally connected to the reference frame, they're part of the reference frame because of
Wait
gravity.
a minute. Wait, I have a rebuttal. You would have to show how frequency is attached to Atmo.
Because in order for sound to exist, you have to first have Atmo. Sound does not exist otherwise.
Yeah, nothing can exist without Atmos.
Sound absolutely needs a medium to travel through.
Right, exactly. But you're going to have to show me how it's attached to it so that it cannot.
Well, it just travels through it at a wavelength, and so
Mhm.
because it originates on Earth, it's going to be traveling with the Earth, with the atmosphere that's already traveling. There's my Glober. That's my Glober attack on the argument.
Well, you're begging the question that the Earth is a ball. So.
But you're
Well, we
saying
know the
it's
Earth is a ball.
traveling with
No.
the Earth?
The simple answer is you can propagate the sound in any direction you want, not going with the so-called Earth.
So let's say you're standing in the middle of a train that's traveling, and you're talking in one direction, and you talk in the other direction. Is the person behind you or in front of you going to hear you talk any differently, or going to hear your sound waves with the Doppler effect?
Yeah, but you're in an enclosed area on a train.
So
Well,
would
and
the
then there's
proof
no.
be
So
that
is there
it's
no
enclosed?
Coriolis effect? Is there no Coriolis?
Right.
Well, if you're on a moving train and it's a closed system, I'm sorry,
Well, then you're saying there's no Coriolis with that
it's a
example.
closed open system. So because air is the containment type.
No, it
Air is
isn't.
the
The
containment.
second they bring up the train, though, there's no Coriolis. And
Yeah,
if you're
and a
going to say
train-
that there's Coriolis affecting a bullet, then it's also going to affect the sound, or what's that called? The
it's gonna
railgun.
affect
If you're going to
your
say
sight too.
Coriolis is going to impact the railgun, then it's also going to affect the sound waves that are coming
Yeah,
from
you
the
would
device.
you would still have to show that frequency would travel with a physical moving body. I haven't seen that yet.
No.
Well,
First step would be
so it
curvature.
happens in the air, so it must happen.
And that's because we are not moving.
Or you could just say I'm begging the question.
Right. Of the Earth being a sphere.
Because my proof that sound travels with the moving Earth is that sound is traveling with the moving Earth, which I've already presupposed. So I was begging the question. You don't have to explain anything. Just call me out for bad reasoning.
But if they say the Coriolis is, if they say the Coriolis is real, then you should hit them with the Doppler effect, because that would have to be a thing. If
Doppler
Coriolis
effect
is a thing.
is a good argument. It's a good argument. It needs some refining, and I would. It's something I would use as a gotcha, like
Yeah, right.
to
Like
show an
something like a
example.
funny little.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Or get them
Like,
to
are you
agree with the
serious?
Doppler.
Yeah.
Get them to agree with like the concept of it, and then take them upstream to what they need for that in the first place. Well, if you're saying this is the necessary antecedent of this, then what's the necessary antecedent of that? Because it's what, yeah, you need air pressure, and to have air pressure, what do you need?
Physical
You can
containment.
produce sound wave.
You need physical containment. So without physical containment, you don't have sound
Nor pressure.
nor pressure.
Or echoes.
Well, echoes, that we're just going to put that under sound because that's the reverberation of
The
sound.
sound waves are produced
Right,
because of
the sound.
pressure.
Right. And once they disrupt the medium that the sound waves are traveling through, can only carry so much of the wave before they collapse and create a sonic boom. And so when you have that pressure wave collapse, and it creates that sound. That's it's when it's traveling too fast through the air.
Well, and what's interesting though is then if they're saying that we lose air because the system is open, then shouldn't some sound waves also?
We only lose some hydrogen at the top.
No,
Well, but it's like a rainbow, right? It's like a tier. Like the first tier, okay, they say goes, but then obviously the second tier under the hydrogen should also then follow, and then the thing under that follows. But if they're saying that
the water would be boiling.
They're saying some air is escaping, then shouldn't that also have an impact on sound waves as well?
Prove it.
They escape? I don't know. Like,
I'd say prove it.
I don't.
Because vacuum, nothing can propagate. It's
You can't
void
stand
of
in the
any
vacuum.
matter, and sound is matter. Hydrogen is matter. That's their definition.
Sound travels through.
So again, yeah,
What
but
would happen to the sound?
in their definition, it says the vacuum is void of any matter. Void of any matter.
Well, it's also a pressure, but I like where you're going.
What is sound, though?
Well, sound has to propagate through something.
Well, the propagation is a waveform. It's not the sound itself, though. Is the sound just a vibration? Is it a vibration?
Yeah, but you can't have sound
created
without
when something vibrates.
Oh yeah, I
hold on.
100%. I understand.
Sound cannot propagate without a medium.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what sound actually is not what its effects
the
are.
deeper, yeah. Okay, yeah, the deeper aspect of it. Yeah, that's that's a good one to think about. It's a bit of a
what it is. It doesn't physically exist, right? It physically manifests, but what is it? But what actually is it? It's not a wavelength, because wavelengths are just mathematical descriptions.
Correct concept. Yeah, concept.
You can see a wave, but the wave is just the effect on a medium, like the waves in the ocean. Those are traveling through the ocean. The waves are, but it's not the ocean itself.
Well, the only way to have a medium is if it's contained.
Right. So, like everything comes back down to pressure. Everything. You don't even have waveforms without pressure.
Yep, correct.
So what are happening to the sound waves then if the air can escape from the Earth and sound can't exist in the vacuum space? What happens to these
Nothing.
sound waves? Like, would you be able to prove then that we have a container by bouncing sound waves off of the, like if you get the sound wave to come back to you, it proves that it's a container because it shouldn't come back to you. It should just, if air can escape, so can the sound waves, and then the sound wave should dissipate in the vacuum and not come back.
Yeah, exactly.
But if it comes back, then bingo, we have a container.
Absolutely. Well, very simple.
Just wonder if that's been done.
I don't know. That doesn't make sense. They already said that the bounce.
It's very
what's it called? So-called beams of the ionosphere and all this other dumb shit. They've said it on, on just normal news. Yeah, we bounce beams off the ionosphere and we
but
make
that's
it rain.
light. I'm talking about sound.
Yeah, sound is a frequency.
It's the same concept. It's the same thing.
Well, frequencies can be
light and sound.
Weird. It's when you break it down, it's supposed to be the same thing. Like you're dealing with frequencies, but when it comes to light, you're also dealing with frequencies. So I don't know, man.
That's all you're dealing with.
Like if you think about
frequency.
radar, and then you think about the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see, like It's all explained in the same way. Very, I don't know.
It's attributed to the medium it's
If
in.
in doubt,
So if you
their answer
take
will just
your
be
voice,
whammy.
if you take your voice and how it sounds in the medium of air, it's going to be completely different if you try to say the same thing underwater. Like, as long as you don't run out of breath, you can actually speak underwater, right? But it's totally different, and it's only different because of the medium.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got
mediums
you
are
know,
contained.
You gotta speak whale underwater.
yeah, what I was going to say is, you know, radar is measured in ohms, as in ohm, for some reason. Just saying.
Yeah, the speed of sound is only in the medium of air because that's where humans live. So when you say the term speed of sound, it's automatically placed within the medium of air, which is totally different than multiple other mediums that are well known.
No, I'm saying that the thing is measured in ohms, as in ohm
frequencies.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the radar. I don't think people get me what to say.
Nothing but frequency is the radar.
Like boost ohms.
I got a good question for everyone. Does sound exist? Does sound exist if there's no consciousness?
Absolutely not. The word is born. That's
Hold
all
on,
there
what
is
about
to
all
it.
the unconscious monkeys wearing masks? The sound still exists.
I know, but if I pretend they're not there, then I won't ever hear them. I'm
It's
just
like
kidding.
a paradox, you know. You sound really there if there's nobody to hear it. Da 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 da. You know, it's just a
Yeah,
paradox.
because like we talked about sound earlier, so mechanically it comes into your ear first, so it moves something with the frequency. It moves
the medium,
physical parts of the membrane in your ear, and it moves things, and then it doesn't become sound until it goes through the nervous system. Like electronically, it's turned into pulses electronically, and then it goes to the audio centers of our brain. Then it is translated into what we think of
then
as sound.
maybe if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around, it really doesn't make a sound.
Yeah,
computers combined.
Yeah, it's just like that request you send DJ and he just ignores you.
it actually may not even exist if you aren't watching it.
Heisenberg,
you meant
the
to have...
Heisenberg tree.
Now, if somebody else goes there and they record the tree.
Yeah, but that person could be a figment of your imagination, and the entire thing could be a fantasy.
That's as in when the guy's not there, he doesn't exist. Is that it?
What you're saying is that meme isn't really real.
I'm not real. I'm you.
So when we see memes, he's here. When we don't see him physically, he's not alive.
He's not there. If he's not here, he's not really. He doesn't really exist. So he's making a special appearance.
Or I exist and don't exist simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yo, Mrs. Fake X, you had something you wanted to say.
Oh, I was just saying, okay, in this analogy though, what if you have a camera and a squirrel as an eyewitness to the tree falling down? You're not there, but just the camera's there.
Yeah.
We would need an impartial badger to.
Now, if the camera took a shot of the tree actually falling,
yeah, it's on camera.
But then, before anybody could see the footage, all the recording of it was destroyed. Then you still wouldn't have proof. Now, if the recording went to another location with the recording, and then somebody went to that building and looked at it.
Cannot speak. It's to be pressed on the record if you were talking about law.
This is sounding like
cannot do nothing.
The moon mission. The recordings are all deleted now. Does that mean that they didn't?
If the human being, if the human being didn't go to the building and look at the footage, or if the footage was destroyed before an observer got there, there was no record of it anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
then it's not necessarily existed.
Well, we can make that argument with the Apollo telemetry data.
Yeah, we know that didn't exist.
They go to the moon and nobody records it or keeps the recording. Did it happen?
Yeah, see, they used that.
There's going to be another moon event in 2 weeks. Just so you guys know.
Or alien.
Yeah, well,
aliens are going to land.
I heard a bit of hype, but I'm not a chick, so I don't care
No,
about the moon that much.
it's supposed to be, and
Well,
actually today, June 1st, when they're supposed to reveal, so be prepared for disclosure.
Wait, did Elijah say he doesn't care about the moon because he's not a chick?
Yeah, I'm having fun with the cycle thing, but no, but for real, I heard something about, what was it, like a red moon or something? Is that what happened recently, or am I off?
Yeah, that was the eclipse, but there's going to
On
be
the 26th.
something new in 2 weeks. It's going to be like a big phenomenon again.
Yeah, that's what happens after every lunar eclipse. Well, I don't know if it's always after, but it's either 15 days before or after a lunar eclipse that you have a solar eclipse. Always. So that's interesting. But as far as the red, right? We're always told like, oh, you know, it passes into the Earth's shadow, and then people say, well, shadows aren't red. But here's the thing. Like, yeah, shadows aren't red. And so that means that whatever, well, light, I don't know how to explain it, but you can see the further you're looking at light being emitted from something, the less of the wavelengths you'll see. So you end up with the red, which is the longest wavelength for light, and that's why we see the red. So it's like you're just talking about seeing the light from the red wavelength, but that's not a shadow at all.
Wait, this is
I fucked that up, but you know, whatever.
No, I kind of
is
get
it
it, but I think the issue is that you're trying to make sense of confusion.
Probably, yeah. That sounds.
So
about right.
it's not that your position or your understanding is skewed. It's that you're trying to actually apply logic to these people who are fundamentally confused, or to a notion that is fundamentally confused. But what I mean, again, warning, speculative subject. But what if the red thing? Because if you take the Enoch perspective, right, that there's like some kind of energy transfer or whatever from sun to moon. What if the red thing has something to do with more the sun going through something rather than the moon going through something?
Or something
Like maybe
else
the sun's
obstructing
just
it.
maybe the sun's just angry, and then the moon's just kind of reflecting that. I mean, I'm talking in really kind of poetic language, but
Yeah, I guess so.
What if it's like red light therapy
that stuff's good.
when it's red? I don't know. Speculation station.
Yeah, maybe.
But what if it's like because it's red
it's not
now
far off,
affecting
right?
something. Yeah, red light.
That's not
therapy
far
is
off. But...
fine. I mean, the source is red, and it's good for your skin.
Yeah, but in terms of an idea, it's not far off of something that makes sense. Because what if the Earth just every now and then needs to be bathed in that for whatever reason?
Yeah, the OG red light therapy before it became trendy.
That's an interesting perspective. Curiouser and curiouser.
Or the moon is just PMSing.
True.
It's got a biochemical effect on your body. The red light. It's got a specific reaction, but in your biochemistry. That's why you feel a certain way when you see the sunset.
Now you're talking about the circadian rhythm, right?
Yeah, and other chemicals that the body emits as well.
Isn't
That's
that partly why
basic.
the fire is so good, and like why these modern heating methods are so nonsense? Because the idea is to get that penetrative heat from the fireplace or from the whatever it is that people did old school, right? Candles and everything.
It's
You will
that,
have
and
the
it's,
warmth of that act.
well, it's the color. You need that orange. You need anything to mimic the sun.
Right.
Nothing blue or white.
Yeah, blue's got another biochemical effect on you. But what Elijah's saying is true too. If you have the actual light with the actual natural effect, it's got a deeper effect on you. So if you sit around the campfire,
That's how it. I mean,
feel
that
better,
must be
fall
at
asleep.
least partially why it's able to enter you and heat you up on the inside, and it's probably because the fire has the red spectrum stuff. That was it, the infrared or there's another one. Anyway,
Yeah, it's got
whatever red stuff is.
it's yeah.
I remember looking that stuff up. It's really cool. You can, especially if you're like a northern hemiplane type individual, where you're not getting enough sun and stuff, or I don't know, whatever kind you're suffering, right? You're not getting enough vitamin D or whatever. That's where it would probably be most applicable to people, because they're just so deprived from normal life.
Yeah, bro, I'm suffering. All the idiots around me suffering.
I mean, there's a reason why people like sauna so much.
Yep. It's got that, the heat. It's got that, soothing effect, and you put the right color on it. It's even got a bigger effect. Like when you go to the beach, you just lay there and you soak up the sun. You get up to go home and you feel tired for no reason. For no reason apparently.
The other one I liked was the hot and cold therapy.
Oh, that's really good for your body.
I read the complications from the sticky needle thing, and it can end up folding your DNA, and a sauna is one of the only two methods of undoing that.
Interesting.
I need to revisit that so that I know what I'm talking about.
If you could send like the links for that stuff, I'd be interested in that.
I need to go find it again. I can talk about it.
Maybe that's why they want everybody staying inside. Dun dun dun.
I think we should just send pitchforks to everyone.
Pitchforks?
Yep. I'm 100% in agreement, bro. I seriously agree with the letter.
I love the Fauci Barbie doll. It's amazing. I kind of want to buy one and do like a voodoo thing with it. So like, I see Fauci, like the doll, like in like an area, and then like he like jumps on TV. Be nice.
Struggling to find anything wrong with that.
The only time black magic would be appropriate.
Yeah, what's that old saying? It's a lot easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission.
Yeah. Exactly. think these are actually real. It's $20.
You know, you could mess with them. You could order a bunch of them and then just do a refund.
America's favorite immunologist. He stood up to Trump and is sticking around after to help us make it through the pandemic. Brooklyn born and bred, Dr. Fauci's been looking out for Americans' health for over 30 years and 6 presidents. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's looking out for their health so that he can take it away from them.
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that why they did public executions? People like this.
Oh man, we could use a good hanging in 2021. I have my roster full.
I'll volunteer for building the structural bits.
And they had the things too where they like put their head and their arms in, and people would throw like pumpkins and fruit at them. Forget what those are called. Yes. Yes.
That seems too good for people like this.
No, put them in a stock in the desert for a week. That might be just enough time.
How do they get away with calling it an action figure though? I think that's the biggest issue with this whole thing.
Yeah, because the action figure, you need to figure out the action. There's no action there.
Who is their target audience? Is it like little girls? Like who are they thinking is going to purchase one of these things?
Professional retards.
I kind of want to get one just for like history so I can show my grandchildren. This was one of the most evil men in human history, and he made himself into a Barbie.
No, I think a better play would be to order thousands of them, then instant refund. And just keep doing that, just mess with them. You could legitimately damage them without ever having done anything illegal. Well, I mean, I've said it now, but I'm not gonna do it. If I had that kind of care, I would do something like that just for lols.
Well, it's definitely tiny wiener energy to have your own Barbie doll. Like I can just imagine, like
See,
Fauci.
there's a big assumption there, though.
Thank you.
And
There's an assumption of something in the first place. I would say more likely the lack thereof.
I just can't. Can you imagine? They just pitched the idea to him. We should also make you into a doll, and he's like, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." Like, like, what?
It's probably his idea.
It probably.
Yeah, even in the promo photo, he can't make his mind up. Mask, no mask. Mask, no mask.
Yeah, I was surprised that the mask was removable. That's a health violation right there. That thing should be sealed on.
As soon as you start accepting health violations, That's the moment that you get them.
You know, one thing though probably is they probably built it to scale, so that's at least good. Probably accurate with his height, you know.
It's
If
almost like
somebody's
when
in
we have this
control of my
casual
health,
conversation.
why am I living? Why am I?
It's like when we have this casual conversation. It's like, you know, the rounders, they come in and then they just go right back out like a revolving door. Like, it sounds like too much sense. I'm out of here. No space to even troll right now.
There's a door just right there.
It's zealotry on display.
We have a no roll in the room. So maybe he wants to pop up to VC check-in, or maybe someone here might want to unmute him. It's what?
People keep approaching me for like they're probably approaching all of us looking for someone to bite, make a fool of themselves. But they keep asking for to do a documentary about why it is level. And I keep saying, well, if you meant why it isn't not level, then I can do that. But if you want me to explain
Triple negative?
if you want me to explain how things work in general, I can't do that. Because there's only one thing that establishes cause and effect relationships. And if we can't do that to it, then I don't know what to tell you because I'm not the creator.
Well, Globers think that flat earthers have one specific point of view, when most flat earthers only acknowledge we're being lied to about the world we're in, and we have different points of view of that world. We just acknowledge we're being lied to of the world we're in. Like, they don't even understand that. They'll put the flat disk inside of a vacuum of space. They won't put the sun, moon, and stars up there for the earth, and the earth is not up there with them. They won't do that. But they just put us all in this one tribal point of view.
Yeah, I think we only have the shape of the earth in common with each other.
Right. See what I
Everybody
mean?
else
It's
is
like
super
most
different.
flat earthers don't agree. Most flat earth debate channels actually mute flat earthers more than they do Globers. Specific ones, you know, like Rumpus. The chaos
You know,
community,
funny enough, that happens all over Facebook too. Like I realized, like just trying to find a place. Like, well, you don't really know what to expect, right? You're just Googling such and such, and excuse me for being like kind of covert, but like such and such Facebook group, and then you go and it's like it's named such and such Facebook group, but in the Facebook group, everyone is just explaining how they're stupid. But I love going in
Well,
those
see,
groups
that's
because
that's
they've been
the
so
good thing,
shielded.
though. Hold on. I got to expand on that because that's a good thing in my point of view. Anybody out there listening to me, to understand me, a wise man knows nothing. Only a fool knows everything. So that's my point of view. It's not my quote. I can't remember who quoted it. I should, because I'm giving it.
Socrates.
Socrates, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
A
Buddha.
wise man knows nothing. Only a fool knows everything.
We hear you. I mean, those are the groups. I mean, I have countless screenshots of like worse than kids
And
say the
let's
darndest things. You remember that show? Probably not. I don't know. Anyway, um, but they say some of the most idiotic things. And it's like, yo, I mean, it's like you know what it is? It's because they've been so shielded from the conversation, and they don't even know it.
Are these flat earthers or just
No, that no the 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 so and so called groups
yeah, but
that
said
that mostly rounders inhabit, even though the name says right. So it's like, you know, it says that, but most of these people are actually rounders, and they've never interacted with, say, the kind of leveler that's in here in this Discord. They are usually talking to the ones that really haven't quite found a place like this, and they don't really have answers for certain things, but they know like the basic stuff, like obviously, you know, water's level and things like that. And so that other than that, they don't really have answers for a lot of things. But when I go up in there, it's like the rounders, they don't know what to do. And then they get to a point where they just stop talking because I'm like screenshotting everything. I'm like, you know, I'm sharing this with my group, right? Like,
well, it's no different than the ancient book burnings, right? They're just doing it digitally. So everybody looks things up digitally. Nobody's flipping pages. So if they're gonna look digitally, they just gotta control what information's being put out digitally. And a lot of Globers don't understand that. They think there's conspiracy. They think there's sinister ideas behind that, and there absolutely is. They just don't want to admit that there is. You guys see what I'm saying? Was I off the chain there a little bit?
No, you're right. You're right. There's actually a good. Sorry, I'm going to read this scripture, but I think it goes so well. And when I saw it, I was like, this is everything that's happening now. And even if our gospel is veiled, it is veiled to those who are perishing. The God of this age, aka Satan, the God of this age has blinded the minds of the unbelievers so they cannot see the light of the gospel that displays the glory of Christ, who is in the image of God. But I thought that was so, even if you don't want to take it like literally, you know, if you're not a fan of the Bible, it's very interesting though, just when they said like the God of this realm, like it is really the devil, and people are just so blinded. And those who don't see it are perishing. Like they literally took the poison needle. Like it's kind of true. Like if you have allowed yourself to become a zombie, you're going to become one.
there's this very gorgeous girl that a guy I work with hired.
Oh yeah, hold on. Before you say that real quick. So it's not that you say gorgeous girl. Perfect time to interject. So Mrs. Musk, is that actually your picture on that on your name?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, so
and
that
it's
is you.
actually a real outfit too.
Whoa, that is you. Oh my god. Yeah, I your voice. Yeah, at least it matches.
This girl kind of looks and sounds like you, which is probably why I'm bringing her up. Because she kind of looks like that. She has these damn, I can't remember now, but they're definitely not just the standard brown eyes. They're like gray or something like that. And she has the same hair color and everything. And she kind of the cadence and tone of her voice is kind of like yours. And it was almost like she was screaming out to me, "Tell me what you really think." Because she said, "So hey, are you getting the Fauci ouchie?" And I was like, "No." And she's like, "Well, I did." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." you're gonna be. I was so nervous. I
Your
was
voice
like, you're
goes
gonna
up
be
an
fine.
octave higher.
Yo,
Oh.
I was like, it's fine. You're gonna be everyone's fine, fine. And she's like, well, because they said there's like, well, for not for that, but for COVID, like there's some long-term effects of just that in general. And I was like, okay. And then she's like, well, but then you don't really know. I mean, they don't really know anything, right? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't know what to say. Like, I was like, is she trying to get me to go red pill on her right now, or because I was not doing it.
I
I
really
wasn't
think that
doing it. I didn't
I really
trust.
think that I really think that that stuff is Russian. I think it's 90%
Get
bogus.
her
I
on
mean,
here now. Let's fix that.
I think 1% probably actually gets something, 90 other% get placebo. I really think that's how it works.
Me too.
I got
Yeah.
family and friends that are taking it, and what I'm saying, your family ain't gonna die. You know what I'm saying? It's like I really think that's how it is.
I think the same thing. Yeah.
It's hard though. Like I
Life
know
is
so many family members that have taken it, and as dark as this is, like I kind of have to mentally brace myself that it could happen that a lot of these people, die in my family because of this, and my friends too, which is really I wouldn't happen all at once, but if this truly is like, as evil as it appears to be, like I've already tried to start emotionally preparing myself for it,
They've been inoculating people for a long time now. People have been taking the flu shot forever.
True.
So I mean, who knows if it's any different? It's like
that's true.
everybody will weep in
And like there was
sorrow.
that video of somebody like a long time ago. She took the flu shot, and it screwed her up. So like she couldn't walk forwards anymore. Like her nervous system got fucked up. So if she turned around and walked backwards, she walked normal. She had to walk backwards. As soon as she turned around to walk forward, she looked like she had cerebral palsy. It was weird, man. So I mean, it's like it just depends. I really think. I don't know. It's weird.
What's really strange is they're trying to make it mandatory for healthcare professionals, but not for the military. It is optional, I think. Which is interesting.
That's fucking weird, right?
It's interesting though, because if it is going to kill a lot of people, it would kill all the people that could help heal everybody, but it isn't going to kill the people that have the weapons and know how to use them. Because they wouldn't be required to take them.
For the people putting in the rules.
It's a selling point, though. It's a selling point, though. You see what I'm saying? Because like the doctors and the nurses sell the product, right? So they make you believe, oh, you gotta get it because they see all these deathly ill people coming in claiming COVID, right? So I mean, they have to get it. So far, like as being an EMT firefighter, we haven't been mandated to do it, right? So like every time I keep asking my captain, I'm like, hey, what's up with that thing? He's like, nah, we're good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, cool. So as long as I ain't gonna fucking take that shit, so I ain't got no problem with it. But like the nurses, they've already jumped the gun. Like all my nurse friends and family members have already taken it. So.
But I think that's part of the plan. If it's gonna injure people, even if it doesn't kill people, if it's gonna severely injure people, I think they wanted it to injure the people who could help injured people. And keep the foundations of society, though, still going. Like, I don't think they would require it for police officers or firefighters or the garbage men.
The cops won't take it. The cops refuse
No,
to take it.
they want a society that does not believe they have to have transparency with their so-called experts. They want a society that just trusts the expert.
But the thing that Lady Musk is getting at is true, because I've already heard it from other people who say that they're mandating and they're starting to force this, maybe not in the States per se, because it's different. But around the world, they're mandating and forcing the healthcare professionals to get this thing.
Yeah, but not in the red states. Like if you're in a blue state, yeah.
Yeah,
they might fuck with
but
red
United States isn't the whole world. That's why I gave that caveat, right? But the point that she was
No, but
getting.
Oh
the
no,
United
I get
States
that part. I
Yeah,
get that part.
my point is
It
if all
stands
hell.
because.
Sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Elijah.
go ahead. It was your point. I was just saying that because I've heard it from other people in that industry or from other places in the world. Right?
Yeah. My point is, it's just if all hell breaks loose and they're able to
It already
trigger a
has.
huge response of sickness, the people who will still be healthy are going to be the military and the police officers to enforce the draconian rules. That's what I was trying to get at.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
Because they couldn't just kill off they couldn't kill off their armies because they need them when shit hits the fan. That's why
If
it's
you're going to
optional for the
participate
military.
in
For the military, all they need is
in
just trackers,
society,
right?
you are going to participate with the overlords. Absolutely.
Yeah, but anybody else like teachers, a sales clerk.
What are they teaching?
Waitresses, they don't care about those people. They just got to make sure the last people standing are the ones that can enforce their rules.
The ones like teachers that
to
are
the point where
doing
I hear
nothing.
the word teacher. This is me. I'm to the
Well,
point
they're trying to
where
force.
I hear the word teacher and I automatically think, what are they teaching? Right? That's like the.
They're not. That's why they're expendable. They're not teaching.
Yes.
Well, in the states, they're trying to force college kids to take the inoculation. But like I said, in the red states, they won't. They're not going for that shit. Like fuck that shit. Kids can go to school without that bullshit. So if you're in a blue state, go to a red state if you want to finish college.
But it seems like they're definitely pushing the shot on the what they would consider just the expendable population. Doesn't,
They want you to believe that a teacher
Except for the homeless.
is not a preacher.
That's true.
They don't care about
They
the
want you
homeless.
to
So fuck
believe
them
that a
niggas.
teacher is not a preacher. They want you to believe there's a difference.
You would
But
think
a
the homeless
teacher
would be the first people they
is
would
a
inoculate.
preacher.
I'm sure there's incentives though. There probably is like you get a free home if you take the shot. I'm sure they have.
I think it's Georgia. They're doing a lottery, like you can win $1 million if you get the shot. Some shit like that.
You can get your prison sentence cut in half in some cases if you take the shot. How insane is that?
I mean, that tells you right there. Don't take the fucking shot.
Yeah, but your sentence will be relieved by half, but your life will be shortened in half also.
Yes.
Don't read the fine print. Make sure you do not read the fine print.
Get your damn laundry done. Quit messing around. Get your laundry done.
I saw an interview with 3 women who had neurological issues. They had epileptic fits, not epileptic fits, but they were fitting to such a degree where they had problems breathing. And the one woman said that she went to so many doctors and specialists, and they were just unwilling to put anything on paper that this was caused by, the Fauci ouchie. They didn't know how to treat these people. They said they simply have nothing. So they give them placebo. All 3 women were on Facebook and on other places. So I'd seen these women when they were at their worst. So somebody interviewed the three of them together, and they basically all told the same story, that there was no treatment available for, to help them. And
On the high wire?
Yeah, and no doctor would commit to saying that this was a jab injury.
What made me so pissed too is these were all like nurses in the healthcare field.
Yes.
Yes, and their whole community turned their back on them because of their reaction to the shot. Except one of the ladies.
Yeah.
But the other
Except
two.
the one.
What's crazy to me, and I don't mean to, I mean no disrespect to anybody whatsoever. What's crazy to me is there's a reason why the year is 2021, right? There's an absolute reason for that. And people ignore it. They act like it don't even exist.
Explain.
The reason that it's 2021. People don't, they act like it, that reason is irrelevant when it's the reason it's 2021.
What does that mean, though?
Is it just because 2022 hasn't come around yet?
No, it's Jesus Christ. Before Christ and after Christ. The only reason it's 2021 is because of Christ.
I see.
And everybody just excludes that from the argument. Like, not this particular one. So maybe it was a bad timing by me. I apologize. But it's amazing to me. The whole reason it's 2021 is
That's a good
because
ass
of
point.
Christ.
Like that's like when people, like when you say, well, so you think people came from, say, rocks, and they'll go, oh no, I'm not talking about the Big Bang. I'm just talking about evolution. And I'm like, yeah. And then it's the same thing. It's like, well, I don't believe in that. Well, what year is it? 2020, based on what?
It's like a punch in the face. Like a punch in the face.
But I feel like somehow the
Not,
Grabblers have taken that date, that BC and AD date, and what if they put it to like their timeline? Or I don't know. I just can't imagine that the year that we're in is actually
well, that's what they do. That was my
2021
point.
years after Christ. Like maybe
Yeah,
it's
that's
the year
exactly
that
what they
they
do.
took over, and that's the ground zero. But they make it think that it's for Jesus, because
Right.
there's no way they would actually like keep that still a thing if it was true. I feel like probably.
Yeah, Jesus told us that the prince of the power of the air is Satan. Well, look at everything nowadays that goes through the air. Think of that for a second. Jesus said the prince of the power of the air is Satan. In this world. Everything that goes through the air, the way we're talking to each other right now, goes through the air. Guess who's in power?
Well,
I'm sure in a in
so
the
go ahead, me.
I was going to say in the transliteration context, Prince of the Power of the Air would mean the rebellious, since Satan means rebel. Since it's not his name, he doesn't have a name.
Well, that would be Son of Perdition.
Well, that's title too.
It tells you what he said in his heart, right?
Right. So,
It
Prince of the
tells
Power
you.
of the
It
Air.
actually tells you what Satan said in his heart, and that is that he would exalt himself, above the stars of God.
Well, hold on.
Right?
Yeah.
He would
So
exalt himself above the stars of God.
yeah, but I'm just talking
So
about
when
the
I
one
look at
part
like
where he Hold
when I
on a
look
second.
at like Elon Musk, the ISS,
Yeah.
it's just exalting the minds of men.
Well, the son
Their
of perdition
minds
was Lucifer.
are exalting Satan above the
Can
stars
he
of
hear me?
God because they believe it to be
Can you hear me, man?
James,
with his miracle.
is that James?
He
Yeah, can
has
you hear
that
me?
problem.
I don't think he can hear
He
you.
can. He can.
Okay.
He can.
The son of perdition
That dude
is
just keeps going, bro.
okay. The son of perdition is Lucifer, and that's Nimrod, not actually Satan.
Satan a
Lucifer.
dude, or is it a transgendered hybrid?
Well, Satan is a spirit creature, so he's neither.
Got it.
Yeah, I think you might be confusing Satan with Baphomet.
Satan with Caitlyn Jenner.
Right. So
Yeah, exactly.
The perfect,
Yeah, that too.
spirit creature in the ancient religions is the hybrid. It's the both. It's the joining of the male and the female aspects. So it's
Oh
it's like
shit! So you
it's
dead serious?
yeah it's a
It's the
departure from
Caitlyn.
nature. No, I'm dead serious. Baphomet was a tranny. Go look at the
All that
Baphomet
stuff,
statue.
all
Don't they
that
know
stuff
that?
leads back to
Yeah.
Nimrod.
Don't they
See-
know that? Don't they know that traps are gay?
Yes, exactly.
Of course.
Caitlyn
Right.
Jenner is an ambush, not a trap.
Quit,
So anyway,
quit saying
I mean,
ancient
they had a whole city, a whole collection of
Quit
cities named
saying
after
ancient
Sodom.
religions, man. They're going on today.
well, do you know what I mean? Though?
Hold your
The
peace.
same
I mean,
ancient
the
religions
origin,
are
the
still going
original
on today.
religions of
So when you
antiquity.
say ancient
Oh, bro, you
religions,
can overtalk
the only
me.
thing
You
I
gotta
hear
take a breath. You gotta
is
take a breath.
today.
You gotta take a breath. Okay, gotta take a breath. So in ancient times, as is today,
Still the same.
qualifier. We all know it. Why do I have to say it? Do we all have like autism or something? We all know what I'm talking about, so we can pick up on social cues, right? So it's a social cue when I say ancient times. We all know. We're all in the know, so I don't have to explain
No,
myself.
but if the context is religion,
But it
you're
doesn't
off
matter. It
context.
doesn't
You're
matter.
off
It
base
doesn't matter.
because
It
it's still
doesn't
the same.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Those
You're just being
religions have never
argumentative.
changed.
You're just being argumentative,
Get that
though.
right?
You're just being argumentative.
No, just technology has
my
changed.
spirit
The
doesn't allow
religions are
me
the same.
to. My spirit doesn't like because I mean you gotta give it up. I forget your name, James. My spirit, like if someone is talking and there's like input coming into my earshot, in my brain and my being, it's like my thought is disrupted because now the conversation is transforming because I am made to receive and give information after it's been transformed by the logic that I've been given, right? But then there are some people, like certain rounders and you, that'll just, it's almost like there's a part that presses play and it doesn't stop until the end of transmission. That's very weird.
Yeah,
Like
it is.
No, I
Jen
understand. I
and the other
understand
guy,
what you're
Johnny.
saying. I understand what you're saying, but on my behalf, if you allow me, I understand exactly what you're
No,
saying.
because I
On
already
my
did. So I was
behalf,
talking first anyway.
he
So
interpreted me wrong
You're still doing it.
from
You're
the
still
get
doing it,
go.
Jay.
yeah,
He
James, you're
interpreted
gonna
me
have to
wrong
turn my
from the
volume
get
up.
go.
You're gonna have to turn my volume up
I'll
if you
just
can't
mute.
hear me. Good idea. Okay.
Yeah, I
So,
think he was complaining about being muted before, and this is probably why.
oh, okay. So, I mean, like, where was I?
Nimrod.
Ancient religions.
Ask him. He might tell
Don't be a Nimrod.
Okay, Nimrod. Yeah, you had these. Yeah, and Lucifer is not the transgender in history either. So what it is we've always known that there are two sides to everything. Like there's male, female, masculine, feminine. So what Satan did was he was the first rebel against nature. That's what the Bible says. He rebelled against his own nature. And so the rebellion of nature is that you create the hybrid. What that rebellion would be is the conjoining of the male and the female into a single entity, not to create a new entity, but as an entity. So it's a perversion of like the natural order, which has balance to it, but the Baphomet thing does not have balance to it. It's all things in one. So that's why you see transgenderism, particularly today, in the way that it exists, because it's always been like an outlier. There's always been, that aspect of like people on the, fringes of society. But now it's like, especially with what they're choosing to advertise as it, like the ones with the horns, and they're clearly teaching children. Like, that's not a huge issue because that's rare. That's rarely happened anywhere. What that is that's an advertisement for the Baphomet, because that's the teacher and we're the children.
So then who's Lucifer again? I guess I'm
Lucifer
just
is
now learning the
Nimrod.
difference.
That's Nimrod.
Who's Nimrod? Sorry, I'm like
Nimrod built the Tower of Babel.
Okay. But in Luciferianism, they still worship.
Luciferianism is not Satanism. They do not worship Satan. They worship man. Man is God in Luciferianism.
Right.
Okay, but in Satanism, they do worship the Baphomet.
In Satanism, Satanism is like low tier kind of, we worship Satan, when that's really dumb. Because Satan, his whole thing was man should rule himself, which he just didn't want God to have the glory. And so he wanted man to, he told man, you can become like God. And so there's the low tier idiot who worships the serpent who gave him the knowledge. But then there's the high tier Luciferian man who realizes that he is the God, that he makes his own law, that he decides which direction to go. That's the Luciferian man. The Luciferian man doesn't need cults or clubs or Freemasons or anything. He just needs himself.
But that's the dangerous thing, right? Because
Yes.
I feel like I'm that at heart, except I know it's not me. But it's like they're tapped into the same source of power.
Right.
They're disrespectful in the way that they don't acknowledge where it's from.
Exactly. There's a spirit of man that is like the indomitable spirit, like that explorer builder type. It's a perversion of that. It's using that aspect of man, that power of man, and perverting it into domination.
Something I think is worth noting. So I'll point you to Job first. So when you read in Job, Satan's actually coming before the Most High, and they have a conversation, they discuss Job, and then you know the rest of the story. Or if you don't, go and read it. But that means that Satan is playing the game so well that he's still able to operate in heaven. He's still able to come before the Creator like that. So some of the stuff that he does directly is not to the height of what these other guys do. And that's where Nimrod comes in. And Nimrod was his original name, and even that's the title, right? Rebellious One. But basically from there, when you consider the fact that all the languages were changed at that point, every other thing, so you got Baal, you got Apollo, Osiris, all of those things, right? Even saying those things, I don't even like talking about it, but just so that you get the picture, all those different things in the different regions, in the different places in the world with the different languages, it all goes back to Nimrod. So they worship him and his like weird story that they cut him up and all that stuff as that pantheon. And that's where a lot of the most high level, like Meme was saying, degeneracy comes in. So the Satan stuff specifically is separate, because Satan knows how to operate. So he doesn't do the things that will get him in the position where he has to wait where Nimrod is currently, which is in the bottomless pit, right?
Right.
So that's like that. Hopefully I made enough sense for you to get the perspective on why these things are different, but how ultimately Satan's the one running the shop, but he's not directly involved with it, not until later when he knows his time is short.
Right.
And,
he's the silent partner, essentially.
Right, and because ultimately, right, what they have when they get to that stage is they go, oh, Satan's just a good guy, so they just flip it on its head, right?
Right.
So many levels to it. You got the initiate, you got the profane, where it's just all one big story, so that because they don't respect humanity, right?
A good dichotomy to compare it with is, you could say government is satanic and kingship is Luciferian.
Perhaps, yeah. Even the Luciferian thing, I'll leave it there just for argument's sake. But even that thing, the name doesn't actually make sense.
No,
but it's another title thing, illumined
Yeah.
ones, all that rubbish, right?
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to finish with that so that you can get the whole picture involved and see how it connects to it being a. What was the word you were saying? It's a
Dichotomy.
private. No. Like from the original way of mankind, right? It's a deviation or whatever. I don't remember the word you used.
Rebellion against nature.
Right. Yeah. So where that comes in is that where the Nimrod and the Satan thing comes together, and that he becomes the son of perdition. He kind of becomes that pseudo Christ figure, and that's where I'm gonna leave some of the stuff that I could mention. If anyone wants to ask me, I do not want to start something.
Well, I
right
just
now.
want to point out
That's where a lot of these twisted doctrines come in from that Babylonian idea.
Yeah.
And you have them like this. He has his sister wife thing and all that. So it's like I'm gonna try and usurp that future thing, which is the truth, which is Messiah, and I'm gonna do my own one. So hopefully I've covered the whole base, because it's important to understand, because it's one big narrative that if we don't understand our enemy, we can get caught out.
Yeah. So you see all the alien stuff Sonny's posting, like all these, like the Sun and the Marshall Report, the Inquirist. Who was it that signed the bill to release all the UFO stuff? Was it the guy who fits the description of Luciferian or Satanist?
Wait a minute, which person?
Trump signed it right before he left office.
Oh yeah, I saw that article in here. There's an article about that in here
So
too.
does he fit the description of a Luciferian or a Satanist?
That could be a Luciferian. He's all about himself.
Yeah. He's definitely
Luciferian. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, because you can't find his name on any of the lodge rolls. You can't find him at any of the secret clubs. No Bohemian Grove. No dude's never been to a Bilderberg.
Yeah, there's pictures of him with his father or his grandfather at the Knights of Malta. Yep, I've seen pictures.
Well, his name isn't on any rolls. Not on a
that's
single one.
odd. That's pretty odd,
Which is very odd, because believe it or not, those are public, and they have to make them public. You can find Buzz Aldrin, Bill Clinton, everybody else on some roll somewhere, right?
Wait a minute. This
He's not.
Oh.
It's that's what I mean. There's a difference between, you know, who the royalty always fought. They always fought, but sometimes allied with the Masons, because the Masons were all pro-democracy, pro-government, and the kings were always anti-democracy and anti-government.
But see, that's the difference between the Russians and the
Isn't even that a distraction?
They're like, there would be more Luciferian, because there's a lot of cultists here and in Europe.
Yeah.
But not in those communist countries.
Is it a distraction? In a sense, yes, it is. In a sense, it is. It is real to them, I would say. But does it really matter who's leading? You know, who has control of all the families and mafias on the earth? And to me, not really, I guess. Because ultimately, it's all going to one place.
Sometimes it's an intentional distraction. Yeah, I guess sometimes it's an intentional distraction. Other times it's just a consequence that, you know.
I think it's the consequence now.
When you have an evil agenda and individuals involved, it's always going to go.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's like that scene out of The Untouchables where they're all at the table, and he whacks the one guy with.
Right, but I mean, right now it's the so far it's democracy in rule now. But the totalitarian governments want to rule. They don't want the U.S. to rule anymore. They're sick of it. So you do have infighting. But regardless, they might agree on everything else, but when it comes to the rule, they don't. China and Russia don't like the way this shit goes down.
I guess that's where I would point to a really apt example of why it's a distraction, in my opinion. In that, when it's all said and done, these guys sit down and have meals together.
Rephrase another way. It's distracting.
Oh, it's okay, not distraction. It's
Distracting. Which
it's an illusion. It's an illusion.
yeah, it's an illusion essentially. I mean, ultimately,
And you can see the same thing. You can see the same thing with the Yids, the Muslims, and the Catholics, right? All together in the same meeting place on a regular basis. Pull the other one.
Yeah. Well, there's rules to their chess game. Let's have a grand old war. Here's the rules. I mean, how real is it in the real sense? I have no idea. Because ultimately it is, on one level, real. But
I know a lot of the times, for you, I guess we look into similar stuff. But anytime I come out with these things and I'm kind of just making assertions by the sounds of it, if people want to, just ask and I'll provide links. It's not the kind of thing that I'd readily want to just put in the live stream because it's off topic. But I'm not just coming out from nowhere. And I don't want people to just either take my word for it or just dismiss it. So if they can, if I can provide something that they can assess for themselves. But I don't know. Because this, especially with the history of Babylon and Nimrod, there is so much to study there that even if you don't agree with the perspective that, say, me and Meme hold from the biblical narrative and that being like the fundamental truth, just the history of that and how it will relate to many topics that we discuss in this venue, I think that alone would be interesting to some people. For instance, we were talking about technology earlier. Some of this, powers that be technology that stems from Nimrod and the Tower of Babel and how it's found similarities across the plane in all these different areas. That's something that might interest you people. And I mean, it's not like I did all the work myself. It just fascinates me, right? So if anyone wants to, just shoot me a message. Because you could spend, I don't know, Meme, how much time have you spent looking into it? Because the
about
Babylon
14 years.
Right.
What? I'm always finding new stuff on that. Well, let's see. When did I start really looking into it? 2002, 2003. So that's how long. That specifically.
Yeah, for me, I really was able to get more coherent understanding once I realized the foundation of what we're living in. You realize
Big
how
difference.
when you realize that there's a portal going off into some next dimension, you're like, dude, they were actually going there. Just that alone removes any of this room for interpretation that you would otherwise have when you're reading those stories, and it just helps you go, oh, okay, now I can actually take this and like fix my brain and go, oh, when it says this, unless it's using certain language devices, then I can take this as this is what it means literally. So it just helped a lot. So
I still have my opinion that I eventually formed that his city was a domed city, Nimrod.
what, domed up to the tower or domed and then the tower came out of the dome?
I think that the tower was the central frame of it, but the rest of it was at least a dome in construction. That was going to be maybe that high, but I don't think so. I think probably way below it. But it would have been the support for the whole thing. Okay. Like a hive city. Which is what it's described as in Jasher. It's described as a hive city.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, I remember we had this discussion before about the amount of people that would have been in the tower at the time when it got taken down because it was under construction. It's just that alone, it's like, wow, that's crazy. That was a living, breathing thing. It wasn't like a construction project like anyone else here can contemplate from, I guess, recent history, right? It is a whole nother thing, because to do anything that it's describing would necessitate that there's people being able to sleep, eat, everything on every level that they're doing this business.
There were people probably born, lived, and died all inside that tower.
Business gives it no justice. I would say marketing, but it's in the same realm. So
Yeah, so they said they cried and said a prayer if they dropped a brick when they're climbing up. I guess there were more people, so they didn't cry and weep or pray when a person fell off, but when a brick, because it could take a year to reach the top.
Yeah, we've had, me and Elisha have had long discussions about what that means, which would bore y'all because we're talking about bricks.
most people that are proud of the Hoover Dam, 90%, I think it's like 85, 90%. They have no idea how many lives were lost.
Wasn't it like 80 people died? Is that the one?
Oh, the percentage was far greater than 50.
Oh, there's a good number of people buried in the concrete there. Fell in.
Yeah, there's a good chance he's gonna die if he's part of it.
And then Brooklyn Bridge, there's a bunch of bodies buried in there.
Yeah.
But that's when we knew how to
People
get
don't
things
even know
done.
that. They just look at it and marvel at it. No historical idea. Historical is crucial. It's what created today.
They're saying there was 96 deaths in the building of the Hoover Dam.
Hey, I was pretty close. I said
It was
90.
over 100. Yeah, you're looking at what's that? Wikipedia. You're close though.
No,
It wasn't much
it's
more.
not. It's from reference.com.
Actually, I'm getting 96 off of
Yeah,
the
I think it
US.
was 127 from what I remember.
Well, that's what this one's reporting. I'm sure we could find differences maybe, but same thing, Empire State Building, all these huge buildings.
Yeah, it's all like where you want to put your philosophical point of view, right? It's where you want to insert yourself to align with, I guess you would call the times. But when it comes to the ancients, they're more smarter than your average person today. They could grow their own food. Like they had to. They couldn't go to Walmart, right? Like they're way more smarter when it comes to the real world they're living in than we are today. That's what makes me mad about I hate to say globers, because it's not just globers. It's people that don't even realize the comfortness that they're in. Like your average poor person in America literally lives better than most kings used to. They used to have a person waving a fan to keep them cool. We have air conditioning. Like we're not even a king. We have air conditioning. You set the temperature and there you go. It's like people don't realize the facts of the matter. They just hand wave dismiss.
Yeah, because they never go sit down in a field somewhere.
Yeah, the people of the ancients, like they call them ancients, they're smarter than the ones that are calling them ancient. They literally could grow their own food, grow their own meat.
So they said only 5 people died building the Empire State Building, which is amazing, compared to 96 Hoover Dam. And then only 1 supposedly died building the Eiffel Tower.
That's
Yeah,
because
it's like
Can you specify
most people in
what
America
was
are
the state
concerned with growing their grass. Most people in America are concerned with growing their grass. Like they pay the water bill instead of to grow food.
Where I live.
They literally pay the water bill to grow grass. That's
When
I
did
got
they
crops. I got crops coming out my ears.
It's great.
Hey, it works again.
Yeah,
Awesome stuff. Yeah, man.
working.
How's that working
Yeah,
in a
I'm
so-called
curious if anyone
pandemic?
has. I'm curious if anyone has specific details into what, when, and how the deaths happened with the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, one of the articles, if you read the article I put in, the voice text, that's...
I believe the one I read was UCLA. I could be mistaken. It's been a while. I believe it was UCLA, 127 deaths. There was unaccounted deaths after the job was completed.
Have y'all been there before? Anyone?
Yes.
What state is it in again?
What is it? Arizona, Nevada?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona.
It joins two
Yeah,
states. Wait, doesn't it join two
I
states?
should know that.
Yeah. It's interesting, man. It's very symbolic and just eerie feeling there.
Well, I've been to Hoover Dam, but there were all these Roman legionnaires there. Oh, wait a minute. It's a callback for anyone in the know.
Roman legionnaires.
The Bible
That's
talks
from-
about
That's from
rerouting the
Fallout.
water.
That's from the game Fallout.
Rerouting the water. That's what the Bible talks about. Rerouting the water.
You think that thing will ever be used for anything?
What?
He just knew that there was
The Hoover
implications.
Dam.
Yeah, it's used for
Besides,
power.
How long
besides
was the Hoover
blocking
Dam
water.
project?
You know, that creates implications with his natural creation.
It's the same as nuclear power. It's just creating steam power or hydropower.
No, I was getting along the lines of like a disaster or something. Never mind.
It'd be like rerouting the main artery to your heart. That's how I take it from a biblical perspective. And then they want to give you you're the reason there's climate change.
Because haven't they been hinting for years that the Hoover's got cracks all through it and not very stable? Maybe I've just heard that about a different dam.
I don't know. It might be a good timing soon for a good flood disaster. You know, they need to keep up the pace. Like
It'll be a whole 1-day event. They'd have to
Can you
waste
imagine?
something pretty big because you only get 1 day out of that because that's about how long that flood would last. It would be
Could you
fast.
imagine how crazy that would be?
Yeah, it would be gone after a day. There would be no flood anymore. It'd just be destruction, and it would just be in a tiny little area south of the Hoover Dam.
What is south of the Hoover Dam?
I'm not sure. I've only driven through Arizona twice.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. All those different
I'm sure it'd be
formations
dirt.
out there.
South of the Hoover Dam would be dirt.
Yeah, there's no city or anything.
Yeah.
There's a town, I think. I think there's a suburb south of it. That's about it.
Well, then there wouldn't be much use in cracking that sucker open, then would there?
look how powerful you are if you control the water.
Hoover Dam was a 5-year project, and it was how many deaths? Like 100. That's 20 a year.
96. 96 in the Hoover Dam. 96 dead.
Yeah, we round up
50
that's
miles
50
of
a
Grand
year.
Canyon.
It's not that big a deal, to be honest, considering when it was and the fact that you got just dum-dums walking near cliff edges.
Well, that's weird because the Brooklyn Bridge, only
one of
20
the
people died
largest-
building it.
One of the
Yeah, but
largest.
there's a distinct difference between the Brooklyn Bridge, right? Because Brooklyn Bridge is over a controlled area into water, right? Whereas this place
True.
was cliffs, all that kind of stuff that even just normal people walk in there just to visit it, they're gonna die as well, because people.
Yeah.
Are stupid.
Yeah,
So I think
if you fell in the concrete, you were dead pretty fast.
Right. I think the location is probably the biggest factor in that one.
Yeah. Brooklyn Bridge was a massive concrete project too. I think that's how most people died, was in the concrete in Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah, so what's south of the Hoover Dam is miles and miles and miles, literally hundreds of miles
of nothing.
Nothingness. Dirt, sand, not even any cities. Like just Lake
Before they cut
Mojave
that
and
river
beautiful
off, where
places,
did it go?
resort places like Lake Mojave.
I just posted a video
where
of
did that
what's
river go
south
before
of the
they
Hoover
cut it
Dam
off?
for several thousand square miles.
That's the important.
Yeah, Laughlin, Nevada is like the first town, and it's probably like, I would say about 500 miles south. Maybe 300, but it would wash out places like Laughlin, Nevada, and Bullhead City. And the
wonder what those
Mojave
places
Resort
are.
Golf Club.
I used to have a trailer in Bullhead.
Really? Thought about riding my bike all the way out there, but not in the summer. That's for sure.
Are you guys familiar with the London Bridge in Havasu?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at. That's funny you mentioned it. I just pulled up. I'm looking at the maps. I just pulled up Lake Havasu going south.
That's an interesting story in itself. Numbering all the blocks and all that. I mean, it sounds like a lot of work.
That sure is a weird story, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know, man.
How many heads didn't they? When they string the heads up over the London Bridge of the traders?
Some people don't know what work is.
That was a traders, though, right?
That was a Freemason hanging spot.
And they gave
were
it
they
to us
hung
as a
Freemasons, or were Freemasons hung people?
Where Freemasons hung people with a little message. You know, they tied the body up upside down. That's a Freemason signature.
Oh well, that yeah.
Yeah.
Heads on the spikes. That was the king doing that, right?
And they gave it to America for a gift.
Oh yeah, and other friendly people like that. Mm-hmm. They were just caring for their neighbor.
Just like the French, good old guys.
I know. I've been in front of the Notre Dame, and they murdered thousands and thousands of people were beheaded and hung, and all kinds of brutal stuff.
Three-quarters of a million people murdered with almost medieval technology in the space of 2.5 years. That is secularism. That was the first true democracy. Was the French Republic.
Crazy.
Isn't it wonderful? And check it out. And then a few years ago, they found a Roman age city that would have been right next to the Seine River, in front of the Notre Dame, off to the side a little bit. A whole city that was supposed to be from like 250 AD along the Seine, and they had apartment complexes with heating, plumbing, and air ventilation and heating system for the whole entire complex.
Well, if you think about it, Rome, in its waning era, its outer empire was kind of a post-apocalypse, where they had all these buildings that had heating and stuff, And the wandering wastelanders outside the Empire would find them abandoned. So,
yeah,
pretty strange time. Hopefully, we'll get back to that where just about everybody's dead. That'd be great.
It's about what's to happen again.
Thank God.
they're gonna open up. They're gonna open up new territory. Then there'll be a lot more room.
Well,
Okay.
No. They're just going to kill everybody off, and we'll have all the territory you need.
Like they've always done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Do you ever think
United
we'll see
States
some kind of
is literally 96% empty.
Unoccupied.
It's
Yep.
literally empty.
Yeah.
And so,
It's
you know,
like 100%. Sorry to say this. Pussy.
Just give me a generation. I'll fix.
That's
Yeah.
what America.
hey, you kill off 99% of the human detritus, and give me and a few other guys
Some
2 or 3
land.
generations, man.
Some land on it, some elk, some deer, plenty of lumber.
Nobody can take a stand.
We may have to get
Can't
medieval
fight
on people in the
against
first
They want to
few
fit
years,
in.
but man, after that,
Have you ever done
having a
the
big
numbers
old fight
for
about that.
having 12 and then each of your 12 having 12?
oh yeah.
It's like, hold on a minute. Before I'm 100, I could have a whole nation.
We have to bring back concubines.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
The queen's 40. She
You're
can't
not
have anyone
even gonna
kids.
bring it.
I can't completely dismiss it as an option.
I wouldn't
when,
dismiss it completely as an option if we had to do something like that one day. But
if we had
I'd be
to.
like, I guess I got to.
You're
Wait,
thinking that's not gonna come true.
I mean, it's not
All
direct.
right.
Or that it hasn't already.
Scripture that says that 7 women will cleave to one man, saying, "We will provide bread and whatever for ourselves. Just let us take your name to take away our reproach." Sorry. Anyway,
Where was that at?
I like that line. Sorry, where is it?
Where was that at?
I'll find it. I don't know how I had it in my head that well.
Yeah, but
yeah.
it sounds like he's got to hear your voice.
You thought about that too. You're like, one day, man.
It's such a funny one, man. You read that.
It's a funny one.
It sticks in
There's
your
a
head.
there's a couple that are so funny, like the man who's the woman who's obsessed with men whose members are like that of a horse or a donkey or something.
Well, that's because it's like love poetry from Song of Solomon.
Love poetry.
Well, I'm being
Yeah,
polite,
yeah.
but it's straight
Slightly
up.
facetious.
Anyway, so it's Isaiah 4:1, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, "We will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel, whatever. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach."
Hold on.
So it's not related to what we were talking about, but it is hilarious.
Yes, it is.
It is hilarious.
Translate for me. I'm
You
just
don't
a
see the
moron.
relation. That's crazy. You don't see how that's related. That's crazy.
Well, no, because what we were talking about is taking concubines. This one is just they just want to be associated with a real man.
Right.
Well, they want to take on their apparel. Wolves
Yeah,
in
yeah.
sheep's
It's
clothing.
literally, unless you read into it, it's literally just about taking reproach. But it just kind of sprung to mind when we were
Yeah,
talking
you
about.
got to understand the rest of the Bible to understand a little.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I posted the verse.
It's wolves in sheep's clothing is what you're talking about. When a person just wants to take on his or her approach. Because the approach is how you get the minds of men.
No, maybe your earphones aren't working, but I said reproach.
Reproach.
It's just simple. It's easy. There's really nothing to it.
James, I think you have trouble hearing Elisha.
No, I hear him. It's just there's
He's on
nothing
a
to it.
plane. Come back to us.
You get stuck on that ball again?
It's so much simpler than people want to present. when the truth is handed to you, it's up to you, to grab it. You could be 1 out of 50, and you're the only one that grabbed it.
Wax on, wax off.
But to most flat earthers, it's a consensus, and it must be the popular. It's almost becoming tribal, the same thing as the globe. It's simple. And people keep diverting from the fact of how simple it is.
You know what, James? I think you should probably do some heavy metal detox.
Who's doing that? Diverting from the fact.
Let's say that I needed to do that. What's the relevance? How's that relevant to what
It
I
could
said?
clear some stuff up.
Even if I agree with you, yes, I need to detox. Like, how's that relevant? Can you explain that to me? From what I said.
Does it have to be relevant?
No. If it's not relevant, I get muted.
Think of it what you will. Are you getting emotional now?
I think we could all
No,
use a little
just
heavy metal
facts.
detox.
Just facts. I just try to present the fact.
Yeah, Ryan, you're into looking after yourself. What do you have to say
Indeed.
on it? Like, what's your experience with that stuff?
Lots of clays. Personally, I take colloidal silver. I take bentonite. Diatomaceous earth, which is something they tell you will kill you, but it won't. Borax.
You take that internally. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have those
Any
in the ancient times?
What's the specific reason for that, Ryan?
Were those kind of drugs there in the ancient times?
Yo, James, can you just have a little respect and not interrupt when I'm?
Well, I'm just wondering how we got from the ancient times to here if they didn't have
It
the
doesn't.
same
It
kind of.
doesn't matter. I was having a back and
Okay.
forth with an individual, and you just jumped in.
I mean,
It's all well and good being funny, but when I'm actually talking, it's not helpful. So please, if you could respond, Ryan.
No, I was just saying that. Like, were you talking about diatomaceous earth in particular? Or?
Yeah, because I know of it in general, but I've not heard of it for internal use, so I'm curious.
Yeah, most of the time people hear about it in gardening because it causes exoskeletons on certain pests. The diatomaceous earth, it's crushed up like shells and stuff, and so it acts like razor blades. So it cuts open their exoskeleton, which causes them to dry out and die. Well, it does the same thing for your energy. Like it goes after it attracts heavy metals. It supposedly kills off bad bacteria, making the way for good bacteria. Like I do kombucha. Kombucha is where I get most of my good bacteria. I make my own colloidal silver. A lot of fun.
Cool.
It's a fun hobby to get into. It really is.
Yeah, there was one thing that I heard recently that's, I think Sonny mentioned it. Is it borax, Sonny? Was that what it was? Assuming Sonny's still...
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about taking microdose daily of borax. Radwin was talking about that a lot, I think.
Yeah, the only one that I'm like... I'm familiar with most of it, but the one that I'm like personally familiar with is the bentonite clay. That one's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great. There are many of them. There's a green French clay. A lot of these clays are used for mass and stuff, but it's just clay. It's minerals. So
Right.
there's a whole plethora of different types of clays that are supposedly have different properties to them as far as to what they do to you. I recommend.
It just makes sense because with the amount of lack we have in the general diet, you just gotta fill up on that. So
yeah,
and
see,
from,
like I live
from
in
my understanding and my research, I'll be quick. So, from my understanding, my research, a lot of the kind of more obscure, weird things that people don't even realize are affecting them just stems from mineral deficiency.
Yes,
So
sir.
if they can address that, then it has a compound effect on just removing like chronic issues, the way they're able to mentally function, stuff like that. And weirdly enough, well, not weirdly enough, it's more present because chicks have the cycle, right? Is that stuff like that will just radically change what they experience, because when they go through that, it's like a system. What's the word? It's a really taxing thing on the system, right? So because they have low minerals just in general, it really messes with them. So when they now have what they need in quantity, then their body doesn't like rip itself apart. But anyway,
Yeah.
you were going to respond, sorry.
Oh no, I was just nodding along. I know that's a no, but yeah, there's a lot of beautiful substances out there that just aren't well known, man. That can save lives. You know, people are so taught that allopathic. You know, if your doctor's not prescribing diet, he's not a doctor. Period.
The history of that stuff is funny, right? The way they actively went about removing all that, the herbology stuff, or whatever the term
Yep.
would be.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear some of the statements that I think it was Rockefeller made, like we don't want to cure them, because if we cure them we don't have customers, or something to that effect, right? Yeah,
You
if
know
we
what's the
cure them we
craziest?
lose a customer. So that's the mentality these people have, and you're
Yeah.
like, well, if you didn't get the fact that I showed you why this stuff is good and why that stuff is bad, just listen to the narrative, and maybe that's how you can get people to wake up. Because
You know what the,
sometimes that's what it takes, right? People just need to hear that that's how these people talk and think, and then that, oh, maybe I
for
should
sure.
reconsider my position.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, and I remember thinking, before I was, this is when I was a young kid. I've actually been conspiracy theorist for most of my life, but when I was really younger, I looked at organic. That first started coming out when I was a kid, and I was like, I had this mentality that was built into my, I didn't think this up, because you would think that logic would tell you that natural's better. But I had this idea that I don't want this organic stuff that's just grown with nature. I want these added chemicals that are going to make this thing big. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the mentality I looked at it when I was a kid. And a lot of people look at it like that. Well, I would think anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't comment on that one too much, because I think my own one has always been like I came out pre-based. I was just waiting for the other parts.
So all they're doing with that is they treated these plants to make them grow better with petroleum-based fertilizers.
Yeah, I know now.
But the trade-off is they had to include petroleum-based pesticides to control the pests that started growing on these type of plants that didn't have natural immunities and didn't have the proper nutrients in the soil because it's been stripped away.
Yeah.
So if you're growing a plant that has all the minerals available to it in the soil,
Yeah.
then you get a very strong plant, a very healthy plant with 5 times more nutrients.
Definitely, and you can taste the difference. It actually has a flavor. Have you ever tasted like a mass grown freaking organic GMO or non-organic GMO, gala compared to a organic Honeycrisp or something? I mean, they're just night and day.
Yeah, I know what you mean, definitely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that movie before. I mean, I'm kind of taking the mick with that, but there is actually one movie that addresses what you just said, Sonny. If you've ever seen, I think it was like the second Mission Impossible film. The whole agenda of that was and it's interesting the terms they were using. They made this chimera virus or whatever rubbish, right? And then they were gonna provide the cure. So that's kind of like it's just their mentality, right? We're gonna cause a problem. We're gonna provide the cure, and both of
Yeah.
them,
Yeah.
are destructive.
Thanks, Hegel.
Exactly.
This disrespect, but again, I think this comes up all too often with these kind of topics. Is they only get away with it because people have been so lazy.
Yeah, let someone else figure out what's healthy for me. Yeah, let's have the people that are in control of all the food resources. Let's let them decide for me what's healthy for me. See how
And
ridiculous it
it's
is?
strange. It's like people, I guess, kind of. Yeah, I guess this kind of circles back to what Mrs. Moss mentioned earlier about how like Satan blinds people and such. Because one example that I've seen many times in documentaries is you'll have these ancient culture people or the Aborigines trying to keep up their thing, trying to teach their people the old ways, keep up the traditions, because it's all kind of oral tradition, pass it on down the line, right? And then the ones who give up, it's like they're actively blinding themselves because you can see it from the observer of the documentaries. Like this guy, he's like one generation, like 10 years out of just, oh, I'm gonna go and live in the city and do all that rubbish, right? He's a fat bastard. Like he looks like crap. And then you look back at his granddad who's trying to encourage them to keep up the good ways and that. His granddad looks like a G, right? Cut, healthy, happy, all that stuff. And the question I have is how blind do you have to be to not realize that what these guys are trying to preserve and show you is better than what you have, clearly.
I always look forward to when you're on, Elijah. You got some pretty interesting stuff to say and some good musings.
I appreciate it.
How old are you anyway? I mean, if you don't mind my asking, you 20s?
You'd have to ask my. That's my way of saying who, what, where. Exactly. But Sonny, so that I can, not make it too awkward. What's your
Yeah, sorry.
report on the borax? Because you only just started it when you mentioned. No, it's okay. I'm just annoying with questions. Sonny, you still there? All right. Well, I'll be curious if he gets back on because I heard about that stuff and people were trying it out, but I'm kind of curious about longer term
borax?
updates. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not something that I readily think I need, but I definitely want to know like direct observation type anecdotes.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I could see the same thing for wild mushrooms. Like you got to get the information from someone has experience with it. Don't just judge a book.
Well, the other thing is that, and even then, right? It's good to get that, and at least from my perspective, if it's people that you already know, so you know how they talk, so you know when they respond to you, you can kind of gauge it better than some random anecdote online.
Yeah.
But even then, just because you're dealing with chemistry, basically, you have to be cautious because some people are hypersensitive, some people have. I mean, when it comes to health and problems, addressing problems, there could be a myriad of factors that could be like, okay, in your case, the reason this detox isn't working is not because you're not doing the detox correctly. It's because the way you're made, is just a bit. You have to take a different approach, or it just takes longer. Or it could be that you, as an individual, have another issue that you have to address first before your body can then address the other thing. So there's
do
there's
you
so
see
many things
holistic?
involved. Sorry?
Do you see holistic, or you doctor wise? If you go to it up.
Do I see people, or
No, like do you see? Are you allopathic, holistic?
I holistic. Yeah, I guess. But I just do my own stuff. I don't see anyone in particular. The only professionals I've ever seen is, I guess, physios and chiropractors. But that's just because of
Yeah, it's funny how many.
the rest of it is usually just do the research and eat better,
Yeah,
or don't
yeah,
eat at all.
yeah. Just like with flat Earth, you do your own research. I hear that.
Yeah, I think it's not that I wouldn't recommend going to see professionals. It's just that it's not always easy in the UK. I don't think. Because I don't know actually.
Professionals of
It just
what though?
it doesn't suit me per se. But no, if it was something really interesting, and it was like readily available to me, then yeah, I'd want to go and like maybe take a class or whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
just for me, having like a whole bunch of videos, a whole bunch of things to read and analyze,
Yeah,
I
I
could
hear
just get through it more my styley, right? And I don't think as of yet I've ever had anything that's been so pressing that I feel like I need to go and see a professional, which I guess is a blessing because I know some other people, some
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
I'm epileptic, so I've had a couple seizures throughout my life. But I take there's a few things that I take like CBD and CBN, Delta 8, mostly marijuana products that seem to stave off the seizures. And they'll tell you, no, CBD doesn't work. Stay away from that. You need our drugs. But even now, doctors are starting to recommend, actually straight up recommend earthing. They're telling you to go stand outside on the ground with your barefoot.
Yeah, it's true. I was talking about that not that long ago in this stream. It's because so either you have issues that doing that will help, but even if you're perfectly healthy, or depending on how much you understand, but even if you're quote unquote
Yeah, yeah.
healthy, the fact that there's so much noise out there, so much crap out there, just doing that as a matter of course for maintenance alone will help.
Have you tried you said you were doing the Delta 8. Have you tried the Delta 10 at all? Do you have
No, I haven't. I haven't even heard of it.
Yeah, there's Delta. The vape shop by my house has the Delta 8 and the Delta 10 cartridges, and they got gummies and stuff too. I actually just picked up on my way in from home from work like 15 minutes ago. Picked up a new Delta 10 cart.
What do you like compared to
the
Delta 8?
The Delta 10 is a little more